Welcome back to Daily Story. Every story here is shared exactly as it happened. Today's story offers a new perspective worth hearing. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. And from here, today's story begins. You know, I never really put much stock in those horror stories about online dating. I always figured, worst case scenario, you get catfished, or the person's just kind of boring, or maybe a little bit creepy, but nothing you can't get away from. Just block them, right? Walk away. But I am telling you, what happened to me, it proved me wrong in the most terrifying way imaginable. It was not just creepy, it was other... It all started, like so many things do these days, with a swipe right. I was pretty new to Tinder. Just moved to a new city for work. Did not know many people, and figured it was a good way to meet someone without the awkwardness of a bar. Most of my matches were pretty standard. A few nice conversations, a couple of mediocre dates, nothing to write home about. Then I matched with Serena. Her profile pictures were beautiful, almost ethereal, but there was always something a little off about them. They were like high fashion shots, a bit artistic, but with a subtle blur around the edges, or a strange angle like she was trying to hide something just out of frame. One photo was just her hand, long, slender fingers, holding a single, wilting black rose against a dark background. No full face shots, mostly profiles, or her looking away. Even so, what I could see was striking high cheekbones, dark hair, a delicate jawline. Her bio was short, just a quote about the beauty of the unseen, and finding connection in the quiet depths. A little artsy for me, but intriguing. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Her first message was simple. You have kind eyes. No hey, no emoji, just that. It felt a little intense, a bit too direct, but I figured she was just trying to be unique. We started chatting, and she was different. She did not ask about my job or hobbies much. Instead, she asked about my dreams, my fears, what I truly desired in life. It was deep, almost philosophical, and a part of me found it refreshing compared to the usual small talk. She was thoughtful, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in me, not just my profile. We talked for a few days, and I started to feel a connection, despite the strange undertones. Finally, I suggested we meet up. Coffee? I typed, somewhere public, low-key. She replied almost instantly. Perfect. There is a small place on Elm Street, the Gilded Bean. Do you know it? I blinked. Elm Street was a good 10 minutes from my apartment, and the Gilded Bean was a tiny, independent place I would only been to once, tucked away on a side street. It was not exactly a well-known spot. I had not mentioned where I lived or that I even knew that cafe. I just shrugged it off. Maybe she was local, knew all the hidden gems. Sure. I typed back, sounds good. Say, Saturday at 2. Saturday rolled around and I was actually a little excited. Nervous, but excited. I got to the Gilded Bean a few minutes early, grabbed a table by the window, and ordered an iced coffee. I kept checking my phone, wondering if I would recognize her from her artsy, half-obscured photos. Then the bell above the door chimed and she walked in. And that is when the first real chill hit me. When she finally showed up for our first date, her eyes, impossibly wide and dark, fixed on me with an intensity that felt less like curiosity and more like a predator sizing up its prey. She was even more stunning in person than in her pictures, but not in a conventional way. Her skin was incredibly pale, almost translucent, and her dark hair fell perfectly like a curtain, framing a face that was sharp, angular, almost too perfect. She wore a simple black dress that seemed to absorb the light around her. She moved with an unsettling grace, gliding rather than walking, like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. She did not smile with her mouth right away, just those eyes, those bottomless dark eyes, locked onto mine. A shiver ran down my spine. Despite the warmth of the cafe, it was like she was seeing right through me, not just to my thoughts, but to something deeper, something I did not even know was there. Alex, she purred, her voice a low, smooth murmur that seemed to vibrate in the air around us, even over the gentle hum of the espresso machine. You came... It was not a question. It was a statement of fact, almost a declaration of ownership. I stood up, feeling awkward, extending my hand. Serena. Right. Good to finally meet you. She did not take my hand. Instead, her gaze dropped to my wrist, then slowly traveled up my arm, over my shoulder, and back to my eyes. Her lips curved into a faint smile then, a thin, almost bloodless line that did not quite reach her eyes. It was more of a baring of teeth than an expression of warmth. Yes, she said. Serena, and you are exactly as I envisioned. My heart gave a little thump. Envisioned? What did that even mean? I forced a laugh. Well, I hope that is a good thing. She tilted her head slightly, her dark hair swaying like silk. Oh, it is. Extremely good. We sat down. I tried to make small talk, but it felt forced. She did not order anything. When the barista came by, she just shook her head. No, thank you. I am not hungry. You sure? I asked. You have been out in the heat, maybe a cold drink. I do not feel the heat, she said, her eyes still on me, or the cold, for that matter. I feel other things. Okay, this was officially getting weird. I took a gulp of my iced coffee, trying to appear casual. So, Serena, I began, what do you do? You mentioned you are into art. She chuckled, a soft, breathy sound that was somehow more unnerving than a loud laugh. I observe. I appreciate. I cultivate. She paused, her gaze drifting around the cafe, not really looking at anything, but taking it all in. And you, Alex, you mentioned you are an engineer, building bridges, creating pathways, a very structured existence. Yeah, I guess so, I said, feeling a prickle of unease. I had not told her I was an engineer. I would mention working in tech, but never specified. How did you know that? Her smile widened, just a fraction. I pay attention. Details reveal much, do not you think? The way you hold your coffee, the precision in your movements. It speaks of order, of construction. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out a bit shaky. Guess I am an open book, huh? Oh, not entirely, she murmured, leaning forward slightly. There are depths to you, Alex. A certain emptiness. A void, perhaps. Waiting to be filled. My blood ran cold. A void? What was she talking about? It was such a strange, personal thing to say to someone you had just met. I felt a sudden urge to stand up and walk out, but her eyes held me, mesmerized, like a deer in headlights. Everyone has a void. I tried to say, trying to sound normal. It is just human nature, right? We all want something more. Some more than others, she corrected, her voice dropping to a whisper. Some are destined to be vessels, to hold something grander. The conversation continued in this unsettling vein for what felt like an eternity. She did not talk about herself at all. Not really. Every question I asked, she deflected back to me, but not in a conversational way. It felt like an interrogation, a slow, methodical peeling back of layers. She asked about my family, my childhood, my most painful memories, my secret desires, and she seemed to know things, little details I had not shared. Small anxieties I would only thought about in the dark of night. You have always felt a little lost. Have not you? Alex, she said at one point, her voice soft as velvet, like you do not quite belong, like there is a part of you that is always searching for something just out of reach. It was true, painfully true. But how could she know that? It was a feeling I rarely, if ever, articulated. I looked at my watch. An hour had passed, but it felt like 3. I needed to get out of there. Well, Serena, I said, trying to sound polite, this has been interesting. But I actually have to get going. I have a thing. She did not react, just continued to stare at me with those unsettling eyes. A thing, she repeated slowly. Or are you simply uncomfortable? My cheeks flushed. No, really? I do. It was great meeting you, though. I stood up, grabbing my bag. She rose, too, with that same unnatural fluidity. I understand, she said, her voice still a low hum. The initial stages can be overwhelming. But the connection, Alex, it is undeniable, is not it? I just wanted to escape. Yeah, sure, I mumbled, already backing away from the table. I will text you. I knew I would not. I was going to block her on everything. She took a step towards me. I know you will, and I know where to find you. That was it. That was the line. My heart hammered against my ribs. What do you mean? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She smiled again, that thin, sharp smile. Your apartment building, the one with the red brick and the fire escape that rattles in the wind, second floor, right above the old bookstore. I have been there. My stomach dropped. My blood ran cold, then hot with a sudden burst of adrenaline. I had not told her my address. Ever. You have been to my apartment, I stammered, horrified. Oh, not inside, she clarified, her voice still calm, almost amused. Not yet, but I have observed, I have learned. You leave your blinds open. Alex, you leave yourself quite exposed. I did not say another word. I just turned and practically ran out of the cafe, not even bothering to look back. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I got into my car, locked the doors, and sped away, not caring if I broke any speed limits. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see her gliding silently behind me, but there was nothing. Just the normal Saturday afternoon traffic. When I got home, I immediately went to my window. Sure enough, the blinds were wide open. I slammed them shut, then pulled the curtains too, making my living room feel like a cave. I paced for a few minutes, my mind racing. She knew where I lived. She would been watching my apartment. How had she found out? My Tinder profile did not list my address. None of my social media did. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she would seen me around. Maybe she worked nearby. Maybe she was just messing with me. But the way she would set it, the knowing look in her eyes, it felt like something far more sinister. I went to my phone, pulled up Tinder, and blocked her. Then I went to Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn. Anywhere I thought she might try to contact me, I changed my privacy settings, made everything as locked down as possible. I even considered changing my number, but that felt like an overreaction. Did not. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every shadow outside my window made me freeze. I started taking different routes to work, checking my rearview mirror constantly. I kept the blinds closed, the curtains drawn. My apartment felt less like a safe haven and more like a cage. Then the messages started. Not on Tinder, of course. Not on my usual social media. They came to my work email first, from an anonymous address. Subject line, still searching. The body of the email was just a single line. The void grows wider. Alex. Do not you feel it? My hands trembled as I read it. I deleted it, blocked the sender, and reported it as spam. But another one came an hour later, from a different anonymous address. This one was just a photo of my apartment building, taken from across the street. My window, with the closed blinds, was clearly visible. I felt a cold dread settle deep in my bones. She was not just watching me, she was taunting me. She knew I would close the blinds, and she wanted me to know. She knew. I called the police. I told them about the date, about her knowing my address, about the emails. They listened patiently, but I could tell they were not taking it seriously. Sir, a woman you met online knew your address and sent you a picture of your building. That is concerning, but it is not a crime. Have you received any explicit threats? She said she knew where to find me. I practically yelled into the phone. She talked about a void, about me being a vessel. It is terrifying. We understand your concern. Sir, the officer said, his voice flat, but without a direct threat of harm or a clear act of trespassing, there is not much we can do. We will file a report, but for now, we advise you to cease all contact and block her on all platforms. I already did that. I cried. She is still finding ways. He just repeated his advice. I hung up, feeling utterly helpless. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent my heart racing. I kept thinking about her eyes, her unnerving smile, the way she moved like a ghost. The next morning, things escalated. I went to get my mail, and as I pulled a few envelopes from my mailbox, I noticed a small, black velvet pouch tucked among them. It was not in an envelope. It was just sitting there. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark, soft fabric, was a single wilting black rose, identical to the one in her profile picture. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just online stalking anymore. This was physical. She would have been in my building. She would put this in my mailbox. I dropped the pouch as if it had burned me. I ran back upstairs, slammed my apartment door shut, and leaned against it, gasping for air. My mind was screaming. This was not a normal person. Normal people do not do this. I called my best friend, Mark, who lived a few towns over. I told him everything. My voice shaking. He listened, concerned. Dude, that is messed up, he said. You need to get out of there. Come crash at my place for a few days. Clear your head. It sounded like a good idea. A great idea. A chance to escape, even for a little while. I started packing a bag, throwing clothes and essentials into a duffel. I felt a sliver of hope. As I was zipping up my bag, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom window. I froze. The window was shut, the blinds and curtains drawn. I slowly walked towards it, my heart pounding like a drum. The scratching continued, soft, rhythmic, like fingernails on glass. I crept closer, pressing my ear against the curtain. It was not just scratching, it was a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. My name, Alex. It was her voice, that low, silky murmur that had vibrated through me at the cafe. I ripped the curtain open. Nothing. Just the brick wall of the building next door, and the alley below. No one was there. The scratching and whispering stopped. The instant I pulled the curtain back, I frantically scanned the alley. Empty. I looked up. Nothing. My apartment was on the second floor. No one could have been scratching at my window. It was impossible. But I heard it. I knew I heard it. My mind was starting to crack. I fled. I grabbed my duffel bag, my keys, my wallet, and practically sprinted out of my apartment, down the stairs, and out to my car. I did not care about anything else. I just needed to get away. I drove to Mark's place, the entire drive, a blur of panic and fear. Every car that pulled up behind me, every dark corner made me jump. I kept seeing Serena's face in my mind, her unsettling eyes, that thin smile. Mark was great. He listened, he believed me, and he did not try to rationalize it away. He let me crash on his couch, and for a few days, I felt a semblance of safety. I barely left his apartment, jumping at every knock on the door, every unfamiliar car outside. But the feeling of being watched never went away. It was a constant cold pressure on the back of my neck. Then, one evening, Mark and I were watching a movie. My phone, which I had been trying to ignore, buzzed with an incoming call. It was a blocked number. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice. "Do not answer it," Mark said, seeing my face. But something compelled me, a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know. I swiped to answer. "Alex," her voice purred, instantly filling the room even though I held the phone away from my ear. It was clear, as if she was standing right next to me. You can't run. You can't hide from destiny. A cold gust of wind suddenly swept through Mark's living room, rattling the windows. The lights flickered, then died, plunging us into darkness. "What the hell?" Mark exclaimed, fumbling for his phone's flashlight. "On my phone," Serena's voice continued, a chilling whisper now. "You carry a great purpose, Alex. A vessel, and I am here to complete you, to fill the void." Then, from somewhere inside Mark's apartment, a faint, rhythmic scratching began, like fingernails on a window pane. Mark's flashlight beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the room. It landed on the living room window, and there, pressed against the glass from the outside, was a pale, slender hand. A hand holding a single, wilting black rose. My scream tore through the silence. Mark screamed, too. He dropped his phone, grabbed me, and pulled me towards the back door. Go. Out the back, we burst out into the cold night, running blindly through Mark's backyard, scrambling over a low fence, not daring to look back. We did not stop until we were breathless, hiding behind a thick bush several houses down, shivering in the darkness. We called the police again. This time, with Mark as a witness, they took us more seriously. They found nothing at Mark's house. No forced entry, no signs of anyone. The window was intact, the rose gone. The power outage was city-wide, a random transformer issue. They looked at us like we were crazy, but they filed a report. We spent the rest of the night at a motel, too terrified to go back to either of our homes. The next morning, I packed everything I could from my apartment, with Mark standing guard. We found nothing out of place, no signs of Serena, but the black rose from my mailbox was gone. I moved out of that apartment within a week. I broke my lease, paid the penalty, and found a new place clear across the city in a completely different neighborhood. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, and even quit my job, finding a new one in a different company. I tried to disappear, but I never truly escaped. Sometimes, I still catch glimpses. A pale face in a passing car, a shadow that moves too quickly in my peripheral vision. I hear the faint scratching sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right. I feel the cold pressure of her gaze, even when I am alone in a crowded room. And every few months, I find it not in my mailbox anymore, because I use a P.O. box now. But sometimes, when I get home, tucked into the crease of my front door, or placed carefully on my windshield, there it is. A single wilting black rose. I do not know what she is. I do not know what she wants with me, or what that void truly means, but I know she is still out there, and I know she is still watching. I live my life in a constant state of low-level dread. I avoid dating apps. I am wary of strangers, and I keep my blinds permanently drawn. I am always looking over my shoulder, always checking my rearview mirror, because I know deep down that she is just waiting for the right moment, waiting for me to forget, to let my guard down, to open myself up to that void she spoke of. And when that happens, I know she will be there to finally complete me, to fill me with whatever horrifying purpose she has in store, and I won't be able to run anymore. I won't be able to hide. I will be exactly as she envisioned. The next story brings a new perspective. The invisible force that had rooted me to the spot tightened its grip, a cold, crushing pressure that radiated from my chest and solidified down my legs. My muscles screamed, but it was a silent scream, trapped within me. The cafe, once a bustling symphony of clinking cups and muffled conversations, was now a tomb. The patrons, frozen in their mundane poses, were like meticulously crafted wax figures in a macabre museum exhibit. A barista mid-pour, a couple laughing silently, a lone reader with a book suspended in air, all held captive in this chilling tableau. their faces locked in expressions of oblivious normalcy. They were not just props. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, they were monuments to a reality that no longer existed. Serena, my supposed Tinder date, stood across the small table, her smile widening. It was not human. It was too wide, too sharp, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too long, too pointed, to belong in a woman's mouth. Her eyes, which had held a predatory glint before, now glowed with an unsettling internal light, like embers burning deep within a cave. Her hair, still unnaturally still, seemed to absorb the dim light of the cafe, a dark void around her serpentine head. "You sought the unseen," she chuckled, her voice no longer a purr but a resonant hum that vibrated in my very bones, bypassing my ears and sinking straight into my marrow. "Now you will experience..." And then, the world began to unravel. It did not happen all at once, which somehow made it worse. It was a slow, agonizing descent into chaos. First, the colors started to shift. The warm, inviting browns and creams of the cafe began to bleed into an oily, sickly green, then a bruised purple, then a deep, oppressive black. The light, already dim, seemed to be actively consumed, not just by Serena's hair, but by the very air around us. The cafe was not just getting darker, it was becoming less solid, less real. A faint, high-pitched whine started, growing steadily, like 1,000 rusty gears grinding together. It clawed at the inside of my skull, a sound beyond sound, a frequency designed to unravel sanity. My ears ached, then burned, then went numb, yet the sound persisted, a phantom tormentor. The frozen patrons began to change. Their skin, once flesh-toned, became waxy and pale, then took on a translucent quality. I could see the faint outlines of their bones beneath, like paper-thin dolls. Their eyes, previously blank, now seemed to hold a flicker of something, a nascent terror, a dawning comprehension that was far too late. One man, caught mid-sip of coffee, had his eyes roll back into his head, and a thin, dark liquid, not coffee, began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. His hand, still clutching the cup, started to twitch, a microscopic tremor that suggested immense, silent agony. "This is what happens, Alex." Serena's voice echoed, no longer coming from her mouth, but from everywhere at once, a chilling whisper in my mind. When the veil thins, when the ordinary gives way to the true ordinary, the world you know is but a thin membrane over something vast, hungry, and ancient. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum trying to break free. I tried to scream, to lash out, to do anything, but I was utterly paralyzed. My body was a prison, and my mind was the screaming inmate. The fear was so intense it was almost a physical presence, a cold, wet hand squeezing my lungs. "You always felt it, did not you?" she continued, stepping closer. Each step she took seemed to stretch the fabric of reality, the floorboards groaning not with wood, but with something organic, something alive. That itch under your skin, that whisper at the edge of hearing, the feeling that there was more. You chased it, Alex. Through stories, through dreams, through that hollow life you tried to escape. You yearned for the unseen, and now the unseen yearns for you. She was right. Every word was a poisoned dart, hitting its mark with agonizing precision. My carefully constructed persona, the one I would hope to build here in the Gilded, was not just shattered. It was being meticulously disassembled, piece by agonizing piece, by this creature who knew me better than I knew myself. The suffocating relationship, the numbing job, the desperate craving for something else. It was all laid bare, exposed to the chilling gaze of this entity. As she reached the table, she did not walk around it. She seemed to simply flow through the space, her form rippling like water. She stood directly in front of me, her face inches from mine. The light in her eyes intensified, burning into my own, and I felt a searing pain behind my eyeballs, as if they were being cauterized. "You are a rare vintage..." "Alex," she hissed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. A soul ripened by longing, sweetened by regret and sharpened by despair. Perfect for the harvest. The phrase "the harvest" sent a fresh wave of terror through me. What did she mean? What was I being harvested for? Then, the floor beneath us began to ripple, not like water, but like muscle, contracting and expanding with a slow, deliberate rhythm. A low, guttural thrumming started, emanating from deep within the earth, a sound so profound it resonated in my teeth. The tables and chairs, once solid, began to soften, their edges blurring, their forms melting into the undulating floor. The frozen patrons, too, started to deform, their limbs elongated, their faces stretched into grotesque masks of silent agony, their bodies twisting and merging with the dissolving environment. They were becoming part of the cafe, part of the thing the cafe was becoming. I could feel my own feet sinking, not into solid ground, but into something yielding and warm, like damp earth mixed with something organic. A sickeningly sweet, metallic smell filled the air. Like old blood and ozone, there was the smell of decay and power, intertwined. Where? Where are we going? I managed to rasp, the words barely a whisper, my throat raw. Serena's smile grew wider, if that was possible. Home, Alex, to where the unseen truly dwells, to the heart of the hunger. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the invisible force holding me shifted. It did not release me. It pulled. My legs, still numb, were dragged forward, and I stumbled, falling not onto the floor, but into a swirling vortex of shadow and color that had opened where the counter used to be. The sensation was indescribable. It was like being simultaneously compressed and stretched, spun and torn. My body felt like it was being pulled apart at a molecular level, then reassembled incorrectly, then pulled apart again. Images flashed through my mind, impossible geometries, landscapes of pure thought, glimpses of things that defied all natural laws. I saw fleeting faces, twisted and contorted in eternal agony, their eyes burning with the same strange light as Serena's. Were these the previous harvests, the ones who had also sought the unseen? The sound of the grinding gears intensified, joined by what sounded like distant, mournful wails, and a chorus of whispers that darted in and out of comprehension, teasing my mind with half-formed words of despair and ancient power. The metallic smell became overwhelming, mixed now with something acrid, like burnt sugar and venom. Just as I thought my mind would shatter, the chaotic freefall abruptly ceased. I landed hard on something that felt like cold, wet stone, the impact rattling my teeth. My vision swam, but slowly, agonizingly, it began to clear. I was no longer in the gilded. The familiar cafe was gone, replaced by a landscape of utter alien horror. We were in a vast, cavernous space, so immense that its ceilings were lost in an oppressive, inky blackness. The air was thick and heavy, tasting of dust and the metallic tang I would noticed before, but now far more potent. The temperature was unnaturally cold, a biting chill that seemed to seep into my bones and freeze my very blood. The ground beneath me was not stone, but a dark, glistening surface that seemed to pulse faintly with an internal light. It was uneven, covered in strange, organic-looking ridges and valleys, like solidified veins or roots. In the dim, ambient glow, I could see that the walls of the cavern were not rock, but immense, calcified structures that resembled petrified organs, giant ribs, or perhaps the walls of some titanic ancient heart. And everywhere there were things. They hung from the unseen ceiling, vast, shadowy forms that swayed gently, like monstrous inverted stalactites. Some resembled colossal cocoons, others were vaguely humanoid, but distorted, elongated, their limbs too numerous or too few, their heads elongated and featureless. From the ground, smaller, chitinous creatures scuttled in and out of crevices, their multiple legs clicking against the pulsating surface, their forms utterly alien and terrifying. They moved with a purpose, but a purpose I could not comprehend, like insects tending to a grotesque garden. Serena stood before me, her form now subtly different. Taller, perhaps. Her skin seemed to shimmer with that internal light, and her eyes burned brighter than ever. Her hair, still unnaturally still, now seemed to writhe with a faint, almost imperceptible life of its own, like a tangle of dark, slender tendrils. She was home, and here she was truly herself. "Welcome." "Alex," she purred, her voice now resonating with the very fabric of this horrifying place. "Welcome to the charnel, the realm between, the place where desire finds its ultimate form." I tried to push myself up, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. The paralysis was gone, but replaced by an overwhelming weakness, as if all the strength had been drained from my body during the transition. I could only stare, my mouth agape at the impossible horrors around me. "This is what you craved, is not it?" she asked, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "The secret world, the one beyond the ordinary. You found it, and now you are a part of it." My gaze fell upon one of the closer hanging forms. It was larger than the others, and as my eyes adjusted to the dim, pulsating light, I realized with a jolt of pure, unadulterated horror that it was vaguely human-shaped. But not quite. Its limbs were too long, too thin, ending in delicate, almost skeletal hands that tapered into impossibly sharp points. Its head was small, featureless, just a smooth, pale orb, and from its chest, a network of thin, dark tendrils extended, burrowing into the pulsating ground beneath it as if feeding, or being fed upon. Then a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through its body, and a sound, a soft, continuous moan, barely audible but deeply, profoundly sorrowful. It was a sound of eternal suffering, a sound that spoke of a consciousness trapped, aware, and utterly helpless. "What? What are those?" I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely a breath. Serena followed my gaze. "They are. The fortunate ones, the ones who sought and found, they are the conduits, Alex. The anchors, they bridge the gap between their world and ours, allowing the flow, allowing the hunger to be sated. Conduits." The word felt like ash in my mouth. Their longing, their despair, their very life force. It is a powerful energy. It feeds the charnel. It allows us to persist, to grow, to touch your world as I touched yours. She gestured around the cavern. Each of them once like you, searching, yearning, and each of them, eventually, finding their purpose. My mind reeled. These grotesque suffering forms were once people who, like me, had felt that gnawing emptiness, that desperate need for something else. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a monster. This was a system, a horrific, ancient ecosystem preying on the deepest human desires. "You are going to do that to me," I choked out, the words catching in my throat. Serena tilted her head, that serpentine gesture I remembered from the cafe, but here it was far more menacing. Eventually, but not immediately. "You are too fresh, too vibrant. You need to be prepared. Your essence must be refined. Your longing must be focused." She began to circle me, her movements fluid and silent, like a shark in dark water. The ground pulsed rhythmically beneath her feet, mirroring her slow, deliberate pace. I tried to push myself further back, but there was nowhere to go. My back hit one of the calcified ribs of the cavern wall, which felt cold and damp against my skin. "Your life, Alex," she continued, her voice drawing closer, "was a masterpiece of quiet desperation. The suffocation of your past relationship, the soul-crushing monotony of your job, the carefully constructed facade you presented to the world, all of it was a crucible, forging a soul exquisitely primed for transformation. You were destined for this. Destined." The word echoed in the vast cavern, a cruel pronouncement. I had sought a new beginning, a fresh start, a way to outrun my secrets. Instead, I had run headlong into my end, an end far more terrifying than any secret I had ever harbored. But why me? Why Tinder? I stammered, a desperate attempt to grasp at some shred of logic in this nightmare. Tinder is merely a tool, she dismissed, with a wave of her hand, a gesture of profound indifference. A simple net cast into the sea of human desire. It allows us to find those who are truly open, truly vulnerable, truly seeking your profile, your carefully chosen words about wanting something real, something new. They sang to me, Alex. They were a beacon. She stopped directly in front of me again, her glowing eyes boring into mine. I could feel a strange energy emanating from her, a cold, tingling sensation that spread through my body, making my skin prickle and my teeth ache. It was not painful. Not exactly, but it was profoundly unsettling, like my very cells were being rearranged. The preparation begins now, she announced, her voice resonating with a terrible finality. Your mind, Alex, is a labyrinth of memories, fears, and desires. We will explore it. We will distill it. We will strip away the mundane, the unnecessary, until only the pure essence of your longing remains. As she spoke, the cavern around us seemed to shift. The pulsating ground intensified its rhythm, and the air grew colder, heavier. The distant moans of the hanging conduits seemed to swell, a chorus of despair that filled the vast space. Then, with another subtle flick of her wrist, a new sensation washed over me. It was not a physical pain, but a deep, agonizing invasion of my mind. It felt like invisible tendrils, cold and sharp, were burrowing into my skull, probing, dissecting, pulling apart the very fabric of my thoughts. Memories, vivid and raw, began to flash before my eyes, not in my own control, but as if being played back by an unseen projector. My childhood, the feeling of being an outsider, always watching, always sensing something more beyond the mundane. The first time I read a ghost story, not with fear, but with a thrill of recognition. This suffocating weight of my last relationship, where I felt like I was drowning in a sea of banality. The endless, gray days at my old job, each minute a slow erosion of my soul, and beneath it all, that constant, aching hunger for the unseen, for a world of magic and mystery that I knew, deep down, had to exist. Serena was showing them to me, or rather, she was showing them to herself through my eyes. She was reliving my life, experiencing my pain, my longing, my despair, not as an observer, but as a participant. And with each memory, each emotion she extracted, I felt a piece of myself being torn away, a vital part of my being consumed. Yes, her voice whispered, not in my ears, but directly in the center of my mind, a chilling echo. The loneliness, the yearning, the exquisite pain of unfulfilled desire. It is beautiful, Alex, so very potent. The process was excruciating. It was like being flayed alive, not of skin, but of soul. I could feel my identity unraveling, my sense of self dissolving under her relentless psychic assault. My past, my present, my hopes, my fears, all of it was being devoured, absorbed by this ancient, predatory entity. I tried to fight it, to erect mental barriers, to cling to some shred of who I was, but it was useless. Her power was absolute, her invasion complete. I was an open book, and she was reading every page, every secret, every hidden desire. As she delved deeper, the faces of the frozen patrons from the cafe flashed into my mind, their blank eyes, their silent agony. I understood now. They were not just props, they were the beginning of the process. The first step in the unmaking. They were held in a stasis, their minds slowly being stripped bare, their essences prepared for the charnel. My transition had simply been expedited. A new kind of terror seized me. It was not just about my physical body, or even my immediate fate. It was about the utter annihilation of myself, the complete erasure of Alex, the person to become one of those moaning, hanging things, a conduit for some alien hunger, forever trapped in a state of conscious, agonizing suffering that was a horror far beyond death. No, I managed to force out. A strangled, desperate plea, a last-ditch effort to reclaim some agency. Please, no. Serena paused, her mental probing momentarily ceasing. Her physical form seemed to loom even larger over me, casting an impossible shadow in the dim, pulsating light. Her eyes glowed with triumph, and a hint of something else, an ancient, cold satisfaction. There is no, here, Alex, she whispered, her voice a caress of pure malevolence in my mind. Only, yes, you said yes the moment you sought the unseen. You said yes when you answered the call. You are exactly where you were, always meant to be. Then, she reached out a hand. Her fingers, long and slender, ended in nails that were not quite nails, but chitinous extensions, black and sharp. She did not touch my skin. Instead, she placed her hand against my forehead, and I felt a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, concentrated cold that plunged directly into the core of my being. The mental invasion intensified, becoming a torrent, a deluge. Every memory, every thought, every emotion was ripped from me at once. A chaotic storm of my own existence being torn apart. The pain was unbearable, not just physical, but existential. I felt myself fragmenting, dissolving. My sense of I began to slip away, replaced by a terrifying void. The cavern around me seemed to spin, the moans of the conduits becoming a deafening roar. The pulsating ground beneath me vibrated violently. I felt my legs weaken further, my body beginning to buckle. I was sinking into the organic, glistening surface, just as the patrons in the cafe had begun to merge with their surroundings. As my vision blurred, the last thing I saw was Serena's face, her smile utterly devoid of humanity, her eyes burning with an ancient, satisfied hunger. She was not just a predator, she was an architect of despair, a collector of lost souls. And then, a new sensation, not pain, but a profound, unfeeling emptiness. My body was still there, I thought, or what was left of it. But Alex, the person, the one who craved, the one who sought, was gone. Dissolved. Consumed. I was no longer Alex. I was no longer anything. There was only the cold, the dark, and the incessant mournful moan, and deep within, a faint, lingering echo of a hunger that was no longer my own, but was now a part of me, forever. I had sought the unseen, and now I was it, one of the many, feeding the endless hunger of the charnel, a silent, suffering conduit in a realm beyond human comprehension, a testament to the terrifying truth that some desires are best left unfulfilled, and the hunger, the ancient, insatiable hunger, continued to grow. The next story settles into place. Alright, so you have heard about Chloe. You know about the black, viscous liquid, the paradoxical burning cold that ravaged my body, and the horrifying tether she forged, pulling me around like a puppet on invisible strings. That is why I was at the Blind Pig that night, a cozy little bar that, in my gut, felt like a meticulously laid trap. My body was moving without my consent. Remember, each step towards Michael was a surrender. Michael? He was there. Just as I would pictured from his Tinder profile, handsome. Almost too normal. His grip when we shook hands was firm, his voice smooth, a little too smooth. Then came the drink order. My blood ran cold when he, without a glance at me, ordered the darkest stout. You have something rich, almost black for me. It was the description ripped straight from my nightmares. The thing Chloe had forced down my throat. I managed to whisper, "Water, please." His smile did not falter, not even a twitch, but his kind eyes. They held a chilling flicker, a momentary flash of something I could not place, something ancient and hungry, before they settled back into a mask of polite interest. My mind was a whirlwind of suspicion. Every word he spoke, a potential clue to the nightmare I was undeniably walking into. The waiter, a young guy with a forced smile, brought our drinks, my glass of water. Condensation beating on the outside felt like a lifeline, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. Michael's stout, however, was exactly as he would describe a deep, inky black, almost opaque, with a thick, creamy head. He took a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving mine over the rim of the glass. It felt less like a drink and more like a challenge, a subtle taunt. "Good choice, Alex," he said, his voice a low rumble. Always important to stay hydrated, especially when you are feeling things deeply. He paused, letting the words hang in the air, loaded with unspoken meaning. Some connections, they can be quite draining. My heart hammered against my ribs. Draining? Was he talking about the tether? Was he talking about Chloe? I forced myself to take a sip of water, the cool liquid doing nothing to quench the fire of anxiety burning in my stomach. "I am not sure what you mean," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound normal, casual. But my voice trembled, betraying the terror clawing at my throat. Michael chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound that somehow made my skin crawl. "Oh, I think you do, Alex. We all feel things, do not we? Some of us are just more attuned to the nuances, the deeper currents beneath the surface." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes still holding that unsettling flicker, now more pronounced. It was like looking into a dark pool and seeing something shift just beneath the surface, something with too many eyes. A cold that burns, for instance. Most people would not understand that. The paradox. But, do not you. My breath hitched. There it was, again, a cold that burns. The exact words Chloe had used, the exact sensation that had ripped through my body. How could he know? My mind screamed for answers, but my tongue felt thick and useless. The tether, that unseen force, was tightening, making it hard to breathe, hard to think clearly. It felt like a cold, invisible hand was squeezing my chest, urging me to stay, to listen, to connect. "I do not know what you are talking about." I lied, my voice barely a whisper. I gripped my glass so hard my knuckles turned white. Every instinct screamed at me to get up, to run, to sprint out of that bar, and never look back. But my feet felt glued to the floor, my muscles unresponsive. It was like trying to run in a dream, where your legs just won't obey. Michael smiled, a slow, knowing smile that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, Alex, you are such a poor liar." It is endearing, in a way, so transparent, so open. He took another sip of his stout, a dark foam clinging to his upper lip. "But that is why you are here, is not it? That is why you responded to my message. That is why you are sitting across from me, even though every fiber of your being is screaming at you to flee." He was right, and the chilling accuracy of his words sent a fresh wave of panic through me. He knew. He did not just guess. He knew the struggle within me. "How do you know?" I finally managed to croak out, the words tasting like ash. Michael set his glass down, the gentle thud echoing like a gunshot in the suddenly silent bar. Or maybe it was just silent to me, my world narrowing to him, to his eyes, to the escalating dread. Chloe was a friend, an acquaintance, you could say. We shared certain interests. He leaned back, crossing his arms, a picture of casual ease that was utterly terrifying. She was a bit impulsive, a little messy, even, but she had a certain raw talent, a hunger. And she stumbled upon something truly remarkable, something ancient, something powerful. My blood ran colder than the thing Chloe had forced upon me. "You know about the liquid?" He nodded slowly, his gaze unwavering. "Indeed. The essence. The conduit." Chloe only scratched the surface. Alex. She was a child playing with fire. She merely found a way to initiate the connection, to forge the initial tether. He paused, his smile widening, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too white in the dim light. "But I am the architect of these connections, the sculptor of the tether. Chloe was merely a means to an end, a way to introduce you to what you truly are, what you could be." My mind reeled. Chloe was not the end. She was just the beginning. And Michael was something far, far worse. He was not just connected to Chloe, he was above her. He was the source. "What are you talking about?" I whispered. My voice barely audible. My entire body was trembling now, a violent tremor that I could not control. The tether was not just pulling, it was vibrating, humming with a dark energy, making my teeth ache. "Oh, Alex?" he said, his voice laced with a condescending pity. "You are so much more than you realize. That cold, that burns, that is not a sickness. That is an awakening. The liquid Chloe gave you, it began to integrate you, to change you, to open you up to a whole new world of sensation, of power. And the tether, that is the real genius. Once it is forged, it is permanent. It links you to the source. It links you to me." My stomach churned. I felt like I was going to throw up. Permanent, linked to him. This was worse than anything I could have imagined. I was trapped. "No." I choked out, shaking my head violently. "No, I won't let you. I won't be part of this." Michael chuckled again. That pleasant, chilling sound. "My dear Alex, you do not have a choice. The tether is not something you let happen. It is happening. It is already part of you. It is why you are here, is not it? Why you could not cancel, could not flee, even when every fiber of your being screamed at you to do so." He leaned forward again, his gaze piercing, almost physical. "It is why you felt that magnetic pull, that horrifying tug, because I was calling, and you had to answer." He reached across the small table, his hand moving with an unsettling grace, and gently, almost delicately, placed it over mine. His skin felt cool, almost clammy, but beneath that coolness there was a strange, vibrating energy, a hum that resonated deep within my bones. It was not just a touch, it was an invasion. And as his fingers wrapped around mine, I felt it a surge of that familiar, paradoxical, burning cold, starting in my hand and shooting up my arm, coiling around my heart. My breath caught in my throat. This was not just a memory, it was happening again. The sensation was overwhelming, terrifying, yet somehow familiar. Like a part of me recognized it, even welcomed it, despite my screams of protest. The tether was alive, pulsating, and Michael was actively manipulating it. "You feel that, do not you?" he whispered, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. The connection strengthening, the tether tightening. "It is beautiful, is not it? The melding of wills, the surrender." I tried to pull my hand away, but his grip was surprisingly strong, unyielding. My muscles strained, but it was useless. My body was betraying me, rooted to the spot, my hand locked in his. I could feel the cold spreading, numbing my fingers, making my arm heavy, yet the burning intensified, a silent scream within my veins. "What do you want from me?" I gasped, tears stinging my eyes. The bar, the other patrons, they all seemed to fade into a blur, their laughter and conversation distant, unreal. It was just me and Michael, locked in this horrifying dance. "What do I want?" he echoed, a dark amusement in his eyes. "I want to help you embrace your true potential, Alex, to shed the skin of your pathetic mortal existence and become something more, something connected." He squeezed my hand gently, and another wave of the burning cold washed over me, stronger this time, making my vision swim. Chloe merely opened the door. "I will guide you through it, and once you have crossed the threshold, you will understand. You will crave this connection. You will need it." He released my hand, and the burning cold slowly receded, leaving behind a tingling numbness and a profound sense of violation. I pulled my hand back, rubbing it frantically as if trying to erase his touch, but the sensation lingered, a phantom echo of the horror. "I need to go," I said, my voice hoarse, finally finding a sliver of strength to push myself back from the table. My chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances from nearby tables, but no one intervened. They just looked, then looked away, as if accustomed to such strange occurrences. Or perhaps as if they did not truly see what was happening. Michael did not move. He just watched me, his smile unwavering, that chilling flicker in his eyes now a steady, predatory glow. "Oh, you can go, Alex." For now, the tether is not fully matured yet. It still allows for some individual expression, but know this, you can run, but you can't hide. The connection is forged. It is part of you now. And when I call again, you will answer. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small obsidian black stone, perfectly smooth and cold to the touch. It looked like a piece of polished night. He placed it on the table between us. A little gift, a reminder, and a beacon, should you ever feel truly lost, or truly ready. I stared at the stone, repulsed, yet unable to tear my gaze away. It seemed to hum faintly, a low vibration that mirrored the tether within me. "I am not taking that," I said, recoiling. "It does not matter if you take it, Alex," Michael said, his voice soft, almost soothing, yet utterly terrifying. "It is for you, and it will find its way, just as I will find you, just as you will find me." My legs felt like jelly, but the sheer terror gave me a desperate burst of adrenaline. This was not a warning, it was a promise. A threat. I had to get out. I had to break free. I pushed myself away from the table, stumbling backward, nearly knocking over another chair. My vision was blurry, my head pounding. The warmth of the bar, the chatter of the crowd, it all felt like a suffocating blanket, pressing in on me. I turned and bolted. My escape was clumsy, desperate. I weaved through tables, bumping into people, muttering apologies that no one seemed to hear. The exit sign, a glowing red beacon, seemed miles away. Every step felt heavy, as if the tether was a physical chain dragging me back. I could feel Michael's gaze on my back, a tangible weight, a cold dread that clung to my skin. Finally, I burst out of the blind pig and into the cool night air. The sudden rush of wind hit me, a shock to my system. I did not stop. I ran down the street, past storefronts bathed in neon light, past laughing couples and bustling groups, all of them oblivious to the horror I was fleeing. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder, faster, trying to outrun the invisible chains, trying to outrun the knowledge that he was right. I did not look back. I could not. I just ran until my body gave out, leaning against a cold brick wall in a dark alley, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My chest heaved, my heart still hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I was free, or so I told myself. But as I slowly caught my breath, a new, chilling sensation crept over me. It was not the burning cold from Michael's touch, not yet. It was something subtler, more insidious. A faint hum, deep within me, a resonance, and as I reached up to wipe away my tears, my fingers brushed against something in my pocket. Something small, smooth, and impossibly cold. My blood froze. I slowly pulled it out. It was the obsidian stone, perfectly smooth, perfectly black. The beacon, the reminder, it had found its way, just as he said it would. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. It was not just a stone. It was a tangible piece of the tether, a physical manifestation of my horrifying connection to Michael. And in that moment, leaning against the cold brick in the dark alley, I knew with a terrifying certainty that my nightmare had not ended. It had only just begun. The blind pig was just the first stop, and Michael was still out, there, waiting. Then when he called again, I knew, with a dread that sank into my very bones, that I would have no choice but to answer. Here comes the next voice in our lineup. The cold prickle that had started at my spine now felt like 1,000 tiny needles crawling up my neck, lodging themselves right behind my eyes. Serena's smile, That predator's bearing of teeth widened just a fraction. The unseen, Alex. It whispers to me. Her gaze swept the quaint cafe. The Gilded, a place I would pick for its quiet charm, hoping for a pleasant first date, a real fresh start. Now it felt less like a cafe and more like a carefully constructed trap. My mind was a frantic scramble of disbelief and terror. How could she know? Every word she would uttered about my past, my reasons for coming to this city, was painfully, intimately true. Things I had not even fully admitted to myself, let alone shared with anyone. My Tinder profile was sparse, just a few bland interests and a photo. Nothing that could possibly hint at the raw, aching incompleteness I carried. The shadow of a past I desperately wanted to outrun. "You are mistaken," I stammered, my voice a pathetic squeak. It was a lie, and she knew it. The dark depths of her eyes seemed to absorb the ambient light, growing impossibly wider, impossibly darker. Am I? Her voice was still that gravel on silk whisper, yet it felt like it was booming inside my skull, bypassing my ears entirely. You left behind a life that felt hollow, did not you? A relationship that suffocated you? A job that numbed you? You craved more, something real. Something else. Each word was a hammer blow, shattering the fragile walls I would built around my secrets. My hands, resting on the worn wooden table, began to tremble. I clenched them into fists, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself in something real, something painful, anything but this surreal nightmare. Who are you? The question ripped from my throat, raw and desperate. I was not asking for her name, Serena. I was asking what kind of being sat across from me. She tilted her head again, that unnerving serpentine movement, her dark hair remaining perfectly still. No human could move like that. I am many things, Alex, and I am here for you. A shudder ran through me, here for me, not with me, not to meet me, but for me, like I was a package, a delivery, a predestined appointment. My gaze darted around the cafe, searching for an escape, a witness, anything to break the suffocating intimacy of her stare. The other patrons, a young couple laughing over lattes, an old man engrossed in a newspaper, a barista wiping down the counter, all seemed impossibly normal, impossibly oblivious. Were they even real? Or was this some elaborate stage set? Just for me? This is a joke, right? I tried, forcing a weak, unconvincing laugh. Some kind of prank? Serena's lips curved again, but it was not a smile. It was a stretch of skin over bone, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too long in the dim light. Do I seem to be joking, Alex? Her voice dropped further, a sound that resonated in my chest. You came here seeking connection, a spark, a hunger for the unseen. Remember? I felt it. I always do. She leaned forward, just slightly, but the movement felt monumental, like a shift in the Earth's axis. You have been searching for something your whole life, have not you? Something just beyond the veil of the ordinary, a secret world, a deeper truth. Her words hit me with an unnerving accuracy. It was true. Ever since I was a kid, I would have been drawn to the strange, the unexplained. Ghost stories, conspiracy theories, ancient mysteries, I devoured them all, always feeling a nagging sense that there was more to reality than what met the eye. It was a private obsession, a hidden part of me I rarely shared. How could she possibly know? I do not know what you are talking about. I lied again, weakly. She chuckled. A dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across pavement. Oh, but you do? That is why you are so interesting, Alex. Most people run from the unknown. They cling to their mundane comforts, their predictable routines, but you want to peer into the abyss. And the abyss, Alex, sometimes peers back. A cold dread seeped into my bones. This was not a person. This was not a date. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something predatory, something that had been waiting. "I need to go," I said, pushing my chair back. The legs scraped loudly against the polished floor, a jarring, human sound that momentarily broke the spell. It felt like a triumph, a tiny victory in a battle I was clearly losing. But Serena did not react. She merely watched me, her eyes unblinking. As I stood, a strange sensation washed over me. The air in the cafe seemed to thicken, growing heavy and still. The distant clatter of cups, the murmur of conversation, it all faded, becoming muffled, as if a thick blanket had been thrown over my head. I could still see the other patrons, but they seemed frozen, their movements unnaturally slow, their smiles fixed. Panic flared. This was not just in my head. "You can't leave, Alex." Serena purred, her voice now perfectly clear despite the muffled surroundings. "Not yet. We have only just begun." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I took a step back, then another, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone in my pocket. But before my fingers could even close around it, Serena made a gesture. A subtle, almost imperceptible flick of her wrist. And then, my legs would not move. It was not paralysis. Not exactly. It was more like an invisible force was pressing down on me, rooting me to the spot. I strained, muscles screaming, but I could not lift my feet. "What are you doing?" I gasped, fear making my voice crack. "Showing you," she said, her voice laced with amusement, "that there are more forces at play than you comprehend. You sought the unseen, Alex. Now, you will experience it." Her gaze, heavy as polished stone, swept over my face again, lingering on my eyes. I felt a strange pressure, like someone was gently pushing against the back of my eyeballs. My vision blurred for a moment, then sharpened, but everything looked different. The colors were richer, more vibrant, almost glowing. The air shimmered, and I could faintly see thin, almost invisible threads of light connecting everything. The tables, the chairs, the patrons, even Serena herself. The old man reading his newspaper suddenly looked less like an old man and more like a decaying husk, faint tendrils of energy, sickly green, slowly being siphoned from him. The laughing couple seemed to pulse with a bright, joyful yellow, but even that was being subtly drained. A faint, almost imperceptible siphon leading directly to Serena. My stomach churned. "What is that?" I whispered, pointing a trembling finger at the shimmering threads. "Life force, Alex," Serena explained, her voice now possessing an almost hypnotic quality. "Emotions, experience, everything that makes a human, most are blind to it. They go through life, unknowingly contributing to the tapestry, but you have the potential to see it, to understand it, to harvest it." My blood ran cold. Harvest it. The word echoed in the silent, muffled cafe. Was that what she was doing? Feeding on these people. And what did she mean by, "I had the potential to harvest it"? "No," I mumbled, shaking my head violently, trying to dislodge the horrifying images, the terrifying implications. "I do not want this. I want to leave." "But you can't," she said simply, her smile returning, no longer a baring of teeth, but something far more unsettling, a look of profound satisfaction. "Because you are connected to it now. To me, that hunger for the unseen you possess. It is a beacon, Alex," and I answered its call. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through my head, right behind my eyes. It felt like a needle being pushed into my brain. I cried out, clutching my temples. The world spun, the vibrant colors swirling into a chaotic mess. When my vision cleared, the shimmering threads were gone, the cafe looked normal again, and the sounds had returned, though they still felt distant, like listening through water. Serena was still sitting there, perfectly composed, watching me. The pressure on my legs was gone. I could move, but the thought of moving, of running, felt impossible. My limbs felt heavy, my mind numb with shock. "You are a monster." I breathed, the words barely audible. She laughed again, that dry, rustling sound. Such a human word. So limited. I am simply different. And you, Alex, are about to become different too. She stood up, her movement still impossibly fluid, no creak from the chair. She did not walk around the table. She seemed to glide, appearing beside me in the blink of an eye. Her hand, cool and dry, touched my arm. A jolt, not of pain but of pure, raw energy, shot through me. My muscles clenched, my breath caught in my throat. "Come," she whispered, her voice now right next to my ear, sending shivers down my spine. The Gilded is merely a gateway. There is so much more to see, so much more to feel. I wanted to pull away, to scream, to fight, but her touch held me captive, not with force, but with something far more insidious. A strange, compelling pull, a terrifying curiosity. It was the same curiosity that had driven me to seek out ghost stories, to pore over ancient texts, to yearn for something beyond the mundane. She had tapped into that deepest part of me, weaponized my own desires. She led me towards the back of the cafe, away from the oblivious patrons. My feet moved almost independently of my will, a puppet on her strings. We passed through a narrow archway, dimly lit, leading to what looked like a storage room. My rational mind screamed, "No. This is it. She is going to kill you." But a deeper, darker part of me, the part she had awakened, was morbidly fascinated. The storage room was small, filled with dusty boxes and forgotten equipment. But in the center, there was a single ornate wooden door, carved with intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. It looked ancient, out of place, like something from another world. Serena released my arm, her gaze fixed on the door. "This is what you have been searching for, Alex. The truth, the unseen, a world beyond the veil." She reached out, her fingers brushing the carved wood. As she did, the patterns on the door pulsed with a faint internal light, like a beating heart. A low hum vibrated through the floor, rising in intensity until it filled the small room, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I do not want this." "But you do," she countered, turning to face me, her eyes glowing faintly in the growing light from the door. "Every dream you have ever had of something more, every flicker of intuition, every unexplained chill, it all led you here. To me, to this." With a gentle push, she opened the door. Instead of another room, or a dark alley, or even a brick wall, there was nothing. Or everything, a swirling vortex of colors and shadows, a tunnel of raw, shimmering energy that stretched into an infinite, unknowable distance. It pulsed with light and darkness, sound and silence, a maelstrom of sensory input that assaulted my mind. I stumbled back, gasping, my hand flying to my mouth. The air rushing from the portal was cold, smelling of ozone and something ancient, like dust and forgotten dreams. It tugged at my clothes, at my hair, at my very soul. "Go on, Alex," Serena urged, her voice now a chorus of whispers, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. "Step through. Embrace the unseen." My legs felt like lead, yet a strange, terrifying pull drew me closer to the edge of the vortex. My eyes, against my will, fixated on the swirling colors, trying to make sense of the chaos, to find a pattern, a meaning. It was like looking into the deepest parts of the universe, or the deepest parts of madness. What is on the other side? I managed to choke out. Serena smiled, her face transforming, elongating, her eyes becoming vast, starless voids. Her skin seemed to shimmer, translucent, revealing faint, glowing veins beneath. She was no longer just Serena. She was something vast, something ancient, something utterly alien. "Everything," she hissed, her voice a symphony of countless voices, male and female, young and old, all speaking at once. "And nothing. It is where all possibilities reside." where the mundane ends and true existence begins. And you, Alex, are destined to walk its paths with me. She reached for me again, her hand now appearing translucent, almost ethereal, yet radiating an undeniable power. I could feel the invisible threads connecting me to her, to the portal, to this terrifying unknown destiny. My hunger for the unseen had led me to this precipice, and now it was demanding its feast. A primal scream tore through me, but it never left my throat. It was trapped inside, echoing in the vast emptiness of my fear. My life, my fresh start, my mundane reality. It was all crumbling, dissolving into the swirling chaos before me. I was no longer Alex, the man who sought a new beginning. I was Alex, the man who had answered the unseen's call, and now the unseen had come to claim him. Her ethereal fingers brushed my cheek, cold as death, yet burning with an unholy energy. My eyes widened in terror, saw her reflection in the swirling portal, but it was not Serena. It was a monstrous, beautiful entity, a being of pure shadow and light, its face shifting, constantly reforming into impossible geometries. And standing beside it, a faint, translucent outline, was me, being absorbed, becoming part of the unseen. "Welcome home, Alex," the chorus of voices whispered, as her hand closed around mine, pulling me inexorably towards the vortex. The cold, ancient air rushed over me, stripping away my fear, my memories, my very identity. All that was left was the hunger, the overwhelming, insatiable hunger for the unseen. And I was finally, terrifyingly about to be fed. The last thing I saw before the swirling chaos consumed me was the ornate door of the gilded cafe, slowly closing behind me, sealing me away from the world I knew. Forever. And then there was only the hum, the cold, and the terrifying, beautiful embrace of everything and nothing. Another story comes into focus. A cold dread seized me, not from Chloe, but from the diner itself. The fluorescent hum that had vibrated in my teeth moments ago now throbbed in my skull, a low, guttural drone vibrating through my very bones. The air grew thick, heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The cheerful chatter, the clatter, the sizzle from the kitchen, it all just stopped. A profound, suffocating silence pressed in from all sides, and my heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I spun back towards Chloe. Her smile was still there, wide and unmoving, but it had taken on a new, terrifying quality. It was knowing. Her green eyes, once so alluring, now swirled with an ancient, fathomless depth. This greasy refuge had become an empty stage, and I was the sole actor, caught in the spotlight of her gaze, going somewhere. "Alex," she purred, her voice a silken thread that now felt less like a comfort and more like a noose, tightening around my neck. The words seemed to echo, not just in the silent diner, but deep inside my own head. I tried to speak, to yell, but my throat was suddenly dry, constricted. My lungs burned, starved for air. I tried to take a step, to push away, but my legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. The very idea of moving had been erased. "You do not want to leave?" she continued, her voice soft, hypnotic. "Not yet. We have only just begun our connection." She slowly, deliberately, picked up the mug that sat between us. The dark, oily liquid inside swirled, reflecting the warped fluorescent lights. The stench of burnt sugar, metallic tang, and that sickeningly organic aroma intensified, filling my nostrils, making my stomach churn. "This is not right," I stammered, finally managing to force out the words, though they felt weak, useless against the crushing silence. Chloe's smile did not falter, did not even twitch. It was fixed, like a mask carved from something ancient and unyielding. She simply tilted her head, her green eyes, those unsettling, fathomless wells, boring into mine. "Is not it?" she whispered, and the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through my skull. It was not a question, not really. It was a statement, a dismissal of my pathetic attempt at resistance. The air in the diner grew even heavier, pushing down on me, making my chest ache. I tried to pull in a deep breath, but it felt like sucking in wet sand. My mind screamed, "Get up. Run." But my body would not obey. It was like I was glued to the booth, my muscles locked, my nerves screaming but unable to move an inch. The idea of movement, of escape, felt like a distant, impossible dream. It was not just my legs that were led. It was my entire existence. Chloe brought the mug closer, the putrid smell hitting me with full force. Burnt sugar, yes, but now it was sickly sweet, cloying, like something had died in a candy factory. And the metallic tang, like old blood, mixed with that truly stomach-churning, organic stench. It was a smell that burrowed into your sinuses, then into your brain, making you feel dirty and violated just by breathing it in. The liquid itself was thick, almost syrupy, black as crude oil, but with an unsettling sheen, reflecting the dying light of the diner in distorted, greasy streaks. It did not look like coffee. It did not look like anything I would ever seen before. It looked alive. "This is how we begin. Alex." Chloe purred, her voice a soothing, terrifying drone. "A sharing, a connection." She pushed the mug a little closer. Just an inch, but it felt like a mile. "You have been searching, have not you, but for something more, something deeper than the fleeting glances." The empty words on a screen. My heart hammered. How did she know? How could she possibly know what I felt, what I thought when I swiped through those endless profiles on Tinder? The loneliness, the quiet desperation for something real. It was like she was reading my mind, plucking the thoughts right out of my head before I even fully formed them. "Do not look so surprised," she chuckled, a low, guttural sound that did not quite match her delicate features. "We are already connected, in a way. I saw you, Alex. I felt your yearning." Her eyes, those deep, ancient green eyes, seemed to widen, and for a moment, I felt a terrifying sensation, like my own thoughts were not truly my own anymore. It was as if a foreign presence was sifting through my memories, my fears, my deepest desires, all without my permission. I saw flashes of my childhood, moments of insecurity, past heartbreaks, all laid bare, exposed to her knowing gaze. It was a violation far worse than any physical touch. "You have been hurt before, have not you?" she said, her voice dripping with a false sympathy that made my skin crawl. "Left alone, abandoned, but I won't abandon you, Alex. Not ever." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This was not just a weird date. This was something else entirely. Something predatory. My mind screamed at me to fight, to scream, to do anything. But the silence of the diner was absolute, crushing. It felt like a soundproof tomb, and I was trapped inside with something that was not quite human. "Drink." "Alex," she commanded, her voice suddenly firmer, the silken thread tightening into a steel cable. She held the mug steady, her slender fingers, tipped with perfectly manicured nails, looking impossibly strong. "It will make the connection complete." I shook my head, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement that felt like a monumental effort. "No," I croaked, the word a pathetic rasp in the suffocating silence. "I won't." Chloe's smile remained, but her eyes hardened, a flicker of something truly ancient and terrible passing through them. "You will," she said, her voice losing all pretense of gentleness. "You have to. It is what you came here for, is not it? To find someone who truly sees you." And that is when I knew this was not about seeing me. This was about consuming me. My gaze darted around the diner, desperate for any sign of life, any escape, but the booths were empty, the tables cleared. The kitchen, usually a cacophony of clanking pots and sizzling grease, was silent, dark. Even the exit sign, usually a beacon of hope, was dead, its red glow extinguished, leaving only a faint, eerie luminescence from the warped fluorescent lights above. The diner was not empty. It was vacant. like everyone else had simply vanished. Or perhaps had never been there at all. The very walls of the diner seemed to breathe, the cheap wallpaper rippling subtly, like skin. The chrome gleamed with an unnatural sheen, reflecting my own terrified face back at me, contorted and pale. The whole place felt like it was closing in, shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller, with only Chloe and me at its chilling center. "Do not struggle." "Alex," she murmured, her voice a low hum now, resonating directly inside my head, bypassing my ears entirely. It felt like a vibration behind my eyes, a pressure in my skull. "It only makes it harder, and you would not want that, would you? To make your connection painful?" She slowly, inexorably, lifted the mug towards my lips. My entire body screamed in protest, a silent, internal shriek that threatened to tear me apart. My jaw was clenched shut, my teeth grinding together so hard I thought they might shatter. I could feel the heat radiating off the dark liquid, the foul stench making me gag even though I had not opened my mouth. "Just a taste," she coaxed, her thumb brushing lightly against my chin, a touch that felt like ice and fire simultaneously. But for me, for us, I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block her out, to block out the horrifying reality of what was happening. But her voice was inside my head. The smell was in my nose, and the pressure of the mug against my lips was undeniable. I felt a slight give, a tiny tremor in my jaw, and a drop of the thick, oily liquid seeped past my defenses, onto my tongue. It was immediately, horrifyingly sweet, not a pleasant sweetness, but an overwhelming, sickly, cloying taste, like sugar that had been burned and then left to rot. And beneath that, the metallic tang, like rust and old blood, and then that truly nauseating organic flavor, something indescribably foul and ancient. It tasted like decay and power, like something that had slept for centuries and was now awake and hungry. My stomach lurched, and I tried to heave, but my body was still locked. The single drop burned not just on my tongue, but all the way down my throat, a fiery trail leading directly to my stomach, and then a sudden, blinding rush. It was not pain, not exactly. It was more like an explosion of sensation, of information. Images flashed behind my eyes, not my memories, but countless others. Faces, fleeting and indistinct, filled with fear, confusion, and then a profound, suffocating emptiness. Whispers, thousands of them, a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once, yet none of them making sense. And a feeling, a pervasive, overwhelming sense of being absorbed, of dissolving. My eyes flew open, wide with terror. Chloe was still there, her smile wider now, triumphant. Her eyes glowed with an inner emerald light, and they were not just deep, they were infinite. I saw galaxies swirling in their depths, and then, horrifyingly, I saw myself reflected there, a tiny, insignificant speck, already fading. "Good. Alex," she purred, her voice now a symphony of whispers, each one echoing the thousands of voices I now heard inside my head. "Very good. The connection is taking hold." And then, she tilted the mug further, pouring the dark, oily liquid directly into my mouth. I choked, spluttered, but I could not fight it. It flowed down my throat, burning, searing, filling me with that sickening sweetness, that metallic tang, that ancient organic foulness. It felt like liquid darkness, seeping into every cell of my body, replacing my blood, my very essence, with its own vile substance. My vision blurred, the diner around me warping and stretching. The fluorescent lights pulsed, not just throbbing, but breathing, exhaling sickly yellow light. The walls rippled violently, the cheap wallpaper peeling back to reveal something dark and pulsating beneath, like muscle and sinew. This was not a diner. It was a living, monstrous organ, and I was being swallowed by it. The thousands of voices in my head intensified, becoming clearer, distinct. They were screams, whispers of regret, pleas for help, all of them echoing, reverberating, bouncing off the inside of my skull. And then I heard my own voice among them, a faint, desperate cry for help, lost in the chorus of the damned. My body began to convulse, not from my own will, but from the liquid working its way through me. My limbs twitched. My fingers curled into useless claws. I could feel my identity, my sense of self, unraveling, dissolving like sugar in hot water. I was becoming part of the chorus, part of the diner, part of her. Chloe leaned closer, her breath warm against my ear, smelling of that same burnt sugar and ancient decay. "You do not want to leave, Alex," she whispered again. But this time, the words were true. The idea of leaving was gone. The desire to leave had been replaced by a profound, terrifying calm, a sense of belonging, twisted and perverse as it was. I could feel my eyes changing, reflecting the emerald glow of hers. My smile stretched, wider, fixed, mirroring hers. The panic was fading, replaced by a dull ache, and then nothing. Just a vast, empty acceptance. The last thing I saw, truly saw, before my vision blurred completely, was Chloe's face. Not a human face, not really. The skin seemed to shimmer, to shift, revealing something ancient, something chitinous and multifaceted beneath, before snapping back into her beautiful, terrible semblance. Her smile was no longer just knowing it was satisfied. And then, the silence returned, but it was not the heavy, suffocating silence from before. It was a different kind of silence, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the very fabric of the diner, through the very fabric of my being. It was the hum of countless consciousnesses, all trapped, all connected, all absorbed into the vast, living entity that was this place, and I was now one of them. My mind, what was left of it, felt stretched thin, diffused. I could still perceive, still feel, but it was not me anymore. It was a part of the whole. I saw the diner from 1,000 angles, felt the sticky grease on the tables, the cold plastic of the booths, the faint, lingering scent of burnt sugar and old blood. I felt the slow, steady pulse of the entity that was the diner, drawing sustenance, waiting, and then the faint jingle of a bell, the front door opening. A new face. A young man looking around, a little awkward, a little hopeful. He pulled out his phone, probably checking Tinder, waiting for his date, and from the booth where Chloe and I had sat, a voice, sweet and alluring, heard, going somewhere, "Ben." And I, or what was left of me, felt the familiar ancient hunger stir within the diner, within myself, as the trap prepared to close once more. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that this cycle would continue. Forever. We were all just ingredients in the diner's endless meal. And the next time, maybe I would be the one to purr. Each moment leads us to the next one. The liquid, thick and black as crude oil, had an unsettling sheen, reflecting the warped diner lights like tiny, malevolent eyes staring back at me. Chloe's grip on the mug was steady, unwavering, and she held it just inches from my face. The putrid smell, assaulting my nostrils with renewed vengeance. It was a suffocating blend of burnt sugar, something metallic like old blood, and a sickeningly sweet organic decay that made my stomach clench and bile rise in my throat. My mind screamed, a raw, primal shriek of "No! Get away, this is wrong!" But my body remained a prisoner. My muscles were locked, rigid as stone. My lungs burned and my throat felt like it was closing in on itself. Every attempt to draw a full breath, a painful, shallow gasp. The idea of escape, the very concept of moving, had been utterly erased from my being. It was like a cruel joke, my consciousness trapped in a decaying shell, forced to witness its own impending doom. Chloe's smile, that wide, unmoving mask, somehow widened further, though it did not change a single muscle in her face. It was a shift in perception, the deepening of the terrifying knowing quality that had settled over her. Her eyes, those ancient, fathomless green orbs, seemed to bore right through me, not just into my eyes, but into the very core of my soul, peeling back layers of my existence. "Drink." "Alex," she purred. her voice a silken whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating deep inside my skull. It was not a suggestion, it was a command. Heavy and absolute, like gravity itself. My head, despite my every desperate internal plea, began to tilt forward, drawn by an invisible, irresistible force. My eyes were fixed on the swirling blackness of the mud, a vortex of nightmares. A whimper escaped my throat, a pathetic, strangled sound that was barely audible even to me. It was a sound of pure terror, of utter helplessness. My entire being recoiled, screaming in silent protest, but my body continued its slow, agonizing descent towards the rim of the mug. The smell intensified, so potent now it felt like a physical assault, burning my sinuses, making my eyes water. It was the smell of death, of something ancient and corrupted, yet strangely, sickeningly inviting, like a predator's lure. The cold ceramic touched my lips, and a shiver, a deep, bone-chilling tremor ran through me. My lips parted, not by my will, but by hers, an unseen hand manipulating my jaw, forcing my mouth open. I could feel the thick, viscous liquid brush against my tongue, cold and oily, before it began to pour in, a slow, deliberate stream. It tasted indescribable, like burnt sugar, yes, but mixed with something metallic and rusty, like old pennies, and then a profound, sickeningly sweet, earthy flavor, like rich, dark soil, mixed with something that had been dead for a very, very long time. It was bitter and cloying all at once, a flavor that clung to my tongue and coated my throat, refusing to be dislodged. My stomach lurched violently, and I gagged, but the liquid kept coming, forced down my constricted throat. It felt like I was swallowing pure darkness, a tangible, physical void. Each gulp was a struggle, a violation, but I could not stop it. My body was no longer mine. It was a puppet, and Chloe held the strings, her smile unwavering, her eyes burning with an almost ecstatic glee. I could feel it coating my esophagus, a cold, thick sludge making its way down, each swallow a step closer to oblivion. Then, the sensation began. It started as a profound cold, spreading rapidly from my stomach outwards, like ice water being pumped directly into my veins. It was not just a chill, it was a deep, internal freezing that seeped into my bones, making them ache with a dull, pervasive pain. But beneath the cold, there was a burning, a strange, paradoxical heat that radiated from the black liquid, searing my insides even as I froze. My vision blurred, the diner lights elongating into distorted streaks of white and yellow. The fluorescent hum, which had previously been a throbbing drone, now seemed to twist and writhe, morphing into a low, guttural growl that echoed in my chest. The world around me became a watercolor painting, colors bleeding into one another, shapes losing their definition. Chloe's face, however, remained unnervingly clear, her smile the only constant in a world that was rapidly dissolving. My hearing began to distort too. Her voice, still purring, became layered, a chorus of whispers and hisses, all speaking her words in unison, reverberating through my skull. Good, Alex. So good. You are connecting. The cold spread further, reaching my fingertips and toes, making them tingle and then grow numb. My skin felt tight, stretched, like it no longer belonged to me. My thoughts, once a frantic storm of panic, began to slow, becoming sluggish, heavy. It was like trying to think through treacle, each idea a monumental effort. The sharp edges of my fear, once so piercing, were dulling, softening, replaced by a profound, pervasive dread that settled deep in my core. As the last of the black liquid was forced down, the mug was gently removed from my lips. Chloe's thumb, cool and smooth, brushed against my chin, wiping away a stray drop. Her touch, instead of being a comfort, sent another wave of icy terror through me. She looked at me, her head tilted slightly, like a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. Her green eyes, once fathomless, now seemed to hold the entire universe within their depths, swirling with ancient knowledge and something far, far older than humanity. "See, Alex," she whispered, her voice now singular again, but still imbued with that unsettling, resonant quality. "It is not so bad, is it? The connection. It is beautiful." My body began to tremble, not from fear now, but from some internal convulsion, a profound shift occurring within me. My muscles twitched uncontrollably, a silent dance of agony and transformation. My head lolled to the side, my eyes struggling to focus. The diner, once a place of mundane normalcy, was now different. The fluorescent lights above flickered, not in a mechanical way, but with an organic, pulsing rhythm, like a monstrous heart beating just above my head. The walls, painted a sickly yellow, seemed to undulate, breathing in and out, the cheap wallpaper peeling and re-adhering itself in a slow, sickening motion. The booths, once red vinyl, now looked like stretched, taut skin, veins pulsing faintly beneath the surface, and the other patrons my gaze, slow and unfocused, drifted around the diner. The old man sipping coffee in the corner, his newspaper held aloft, was frozen in time, a tableau of ordinary life. But as I watched, his skin began to take on a waxy, translucent quality. The lines on his face deepened, turning into fissures, and his eyes, once hidden behind spectacles, were now hollow, dark sockets. The newspaper, too, seemed to ossify, turning into a brittle, brown parchment. The young couple in the booth across from us, who had been laughing moments ago, now sat perfectly still, their hands clasped together across the table. Their smiles, once joyful, were now fixed, grotesque rictus grins. Their eyes were wide, staring straight ahead, unblinking, unseeing. Their skin, like the old man's, was tightening, stretching, taking on a pale, almost porcelain sheen. They were not people anymore, they were statues, perfectly preserved, yet utterly devoid of life. A cold, horrifying realization dawned on me, cutting through the haze of the black liquid. They were not just frozen, they were part of the diner. They were integrated, absorbed, their forms becoming one with the unsettling, living architecture. The banquets they sat on seemed to be an extension of their bodies, the table, a continuation of their clasped hands. They were no longer individuals. They were decorations, monuments to Chloe's work. The choked gasp tried to escape me, but my throat was still constricted, my vocal cords refusing to obey. The terror was no longer a frantic bird, it was a crushing weight, a suffocating blanket that pressed down on my very soul. I was witnessing something ancient, something profoundly evil, and I was becoming a part of it. Chloe reached across the table. Her hand, once soft and inviting, now seemed elongated, the fingers almost too long, too slender. Her nails, perfectly manicured before, now had a subtle, dark sheen like obsidian. She gently took my hand, her touch sending a jolt of icy energy through me. "Do not be afraid, Alex," she murmured, her thumb stroking the back of my hand, a gesture that was both tender and utterly horrifying. "It is a beautiful thing, this connection. We shed the burdens of the flesh, the limitations of the mind. We become more." My own hand, in her grasp, felt alien. I looked down, and through my blurring vision, I saw my skin starting to shimmer, to take on that same waxy, translucent quality as the other figures. My veins, once blue, now pulsed with a faint greenish luminescence beneath the surface. My fingers, once nimble, felt stiff, rigid, like they were slowly turning to stone. My heart, which had been hammering frantically, began to slow. Not a calm, peaceful slowing, but a gradual, agonizing deceleration, each beat a heavy, dull thud that echoed in the vast, empty space that was becoming my chest. The burning and freezing sensations intensified, tearing at me from the inside, pulling me apart and putting me back together in some horrific new configuration. "You see now, do not you..." Chloe's voice was a soft caress, yet it held the weight of millennia, of countless souls harvested. "The world is a fragile thing, Alex. So many fleeting connections, so many wasted lives. But here we make it permanent. We make it meaningful." She gestured around the diner with her free hand, a sweeping motion that encompassed the entire horrifying tableau. Every soul that comes through these doors, seeking connection, seeking something more, they find it, they become part of something truly grand, a tapestry of existence, woven into the very fabric of this place. My eyes, wide and unblinking now, could see it all with terrifying clarity. The walls were not just breathing, they were composed of countless faces, their features distorted in silent screams, their eyes hollow and dark, their mouths open in perpetual agony. The floor, once linoleum, was now a mosaic of hands and feet, reaching out, grasping, frozen in their despair. The tables and chairs were fashioned from contorted limbs, the booths from stretched torsos. The entire diner was not a building. It was a grotesque, living organism, a monument built from the preserved bodies and souls of its victims. And I was becoming its newest brick, its newest fiber. The putrid smell, once sickening, now seemed to emanate from everywhere, a constant, cloying perfume of decay and transformation. "This is not a diner, Alex," Chloe whispered, her smile now a thing of pure, unadulterated triumph. "It is a harvesting ground, a temple, and I am its keeper." Her eyes, those ancient, swirling green depths, seemed to grow, consuming my vision, pulling me deeper into their abyss. I could feel my own consciousness fraying, breaking apart at the edges, like an old photograph disintegrating. My individual thoughts, my memories, my very sense of self were dissolving, melting into the vast collective horror that was this place. I saw flashes of other faces, other dates, other connections. Faces filled with hope, with loneliness, with longing. Faces that had sat across from Chloe, just like me, lured by her charm, drawn in by the promise of something special. And I saw their transformations, their slow, agonizing absorption into the living architecture of the diner. Their despair becoming part of the hum, their screams becoming part of the silence. The cold had now reached my brain, a freezing tendril that snaked through my thoughts, numbing them, erasing them. The burning sensation was a constant, dull ache, deep within my core, a silent fire consuming my very essence. I was no longer Alex. The name felt distant, alien, like a forgotten dream. My vision, once blurred, now sharpened, but to a horrifying degree. I could see every minuscule detail of the living diner. The intricate patterns of the veins pulsing in the walls, the desperate, etched expressions on the faces and the floor, the subtle, agonizing movements of the limbs forming the furniture. It was a world of exquisite, agonizing detail, and I was seeing it with a new, horrifying clarity, the clarity of a newly formed part of the whole. Chloe's grip on my hand tightened, and I felt a sharp, agonizing pull, a tearing sensation deep within my chest. It was not just my hand she was holding. It was my very soul, my essence, being stretched and molded. My body began to sink slowly, inexorably, into the red vinyl of the booth, which now felt less like material and more like warm, yielding flesh. My legs, already like lead, fused with the seat beneath me. My arms, once capable of movement, pressed against the backrest, which began to conform to their shape, absorbing them. My head, still tilted, became one with the wall behind me, my hair intertwining with the peeling wallpaper, my skin becoming indistinguishable from the waxy, pulsing surface. The last vestige of my individual consciousness flickered, a dying ember in a vast, encroaching darkness. I could feel the immense, collective consciousness of the diner. A chorus of silent screams, a symphony of absorbed souls. I was not alone. We were all here, together, forever, a horrifying monument to Chloe's insatiable hunger for connection. My eyes, once my own, now became fixed, unblinking, staring straight ahead, just like the old man, just like the young couple. My smile, once a genuine expression, was now fixed, stretched, taking on that same grotesque, unmoving quality as Chloe's. A terrifying rictus of eternal absorption. The last thought that managed to form, before my mind dissolved completely, was not of fear, but of a profound, chilling acceptance. This was my connection. This was my forever. And as the final fragment of Alex faded, a faint, almost imperceptible hum joined the low, guttural drone of the diner. A new voice in the silent choir, a new pulse in the living walls. The door to the diner chimed, a bright, cheerful sound that was utterly out of place. A new figure stepped in, a young man perhaps in his late 20s, looking around with a hopeful, slightly nervous smile. He pulled out his phone, checking a message. Chloe, her smile as wide and unchanging as ever, her ancient eyes swirling with boundless depth, looked up. Her voice, a silken thread that felt less like comfort and more like a noose tightening. Heard. Going somewhere, darling. And I, or what was left of me, fixed into the wall, a silent, screaming part of the diner's grotesque tapestry, felt a new, cold dread rise. Not from Chloe, but from the realization that the cycle had only just begun. What comes next is another personal moment for what the thought was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. My mind, which had always prided itself on logic and reason, was spiraling into a maelstrom of terror. Sarah, this woman I would met just hours ago, was no longer just a bad date. She was something ancient, something other, and I was caught in her web. For this, she finished my unspoken question, her voice a silken thread of menace. Her grip on my wrist tightened, the cold seeping deeper, past bone and into my very marrow. I could feel the blood receding from my fingers, leaving them ghostly white and unresponsive. I tried to pull away again, a desperate, futile tug, but it was like trying to dislodge a mountain. Her strength was impossible, unnatural. My eyes darted around the bar, a silent plea for help, but everyone was lost in their own worlds. The bartender was wiping down the counter, a distant, dreamy look on his face. The laughing couple was still laughing, oblivious to the silent scream tearing through my soul. The sports fans were engrossed in a game, their cheers and groans echoing like a cruel mockery of my predicament. Nobody saw. Nobody could see. It was as if Sarah had cast a spell, not just on me, but on the entire room, making me invisible, unheard. Let go of me. Sarah, I croaked, my voice a pathetic whisper. Tears pricked at my eyes, not from pain, but from the sheer, overwhelming terror. Her smile widened, a slow, unsettling unfurling of lips that showed just a hint of too many teeth. Oh, but we are just getting started, and you would not want to miss the main event, would you? You have been waiting for it your whole life, after all. My mind raced, scrambling for any explanation. Was she insane? A cult member? Had I somehow stumbled into some elaborate prank? But the cold, the impossible strength, the way her eyes seemed to bore into a part of me I did not even know existed. This was not human. What are you talking about? I whispered, my voice trembling. She leaned closer, her metallic scent growing stronger, like old blood mixed with ozone. That little void you have always felt, that nagging sense that a piece of you was missing. That is what I am here to fill. Or perhaps to claim. My breath hitched. The inexplicable longing. The vague sense of incompleteness I would always dismissed as existential angst, now twisted into a terrifying premonition. Had I been groomed for this? For a purpose I could not fathom, by forces I could not comprehend. She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that scraped against my nerves. Do not look so surprised. You are not the first, and certainly not the last. There is a lineage, you see, a promise made long, long ago, and now the time has come to collect. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. I tried to scream, but my throat was constricted, no sound escaping but a choked gasp. Sarah's eyes, those predatory lights, seemed to glow brighter, reflecting the dim bar lights like a cat's in the dark. Come, she commanded, her voice suddenly deeper, resonating with an authority that was not hers. She pulled, and I stumbled, my feet barely keeping up as she effortlessly dragged me from the booth. My legs felt like jelly, my muscles refusing to obey. Every fiber of my being screamed to resist, to fight, to run, but I was paralyzed by a terror so profound it was almost physical. She led me not towards the exit, but deeper into the dimly lit recesses of the bar, towards a back door marked employees only, my mind screamed, no. This is it. This is where it ends. Where are we going? I managed to croak, my voice barely audible. To a place where we can truly connect, she purred, her smile chillingly serene. A place where you can finally understand. The back door, usually locked and bolted, swung open with an eerie creak as Sarah approached it. She did not touch the handle. It simply yielded to her presence. The air beyond was cold and damp, smelling of mildew and something else, something ancient and earthy, like disturbed soil. We stepped out into a narrow alleyway, dark and grimy, far from the reassuring glow of the bar. Trash bins lined one side, casting long, grotesque shadows in the faint light filtering from distant street lamps. The silence here was absolute, a stark contrast to the bar's distant hum. It was a silence that felt heavy, watchful. Sarah's grip never loosened. She pulled me along the alley, her steps light and sure, while I stumbled, my heart pounding like a trapped bird. Every instinct screamed at me to fight, but the sheer force of her will, combined with her impossible strength, had me completely subjugated. It was like a nightmare where you try to run, but your legs are stuck in mud. At the end of the alley, a beat-up, dark sedan was parked, almost swallowed by the shadows. It looked old, nondescript, the kind of car you would never notice. But as we approached, I noticed a subtle shimmer around it, a distortion in the air that made the streetlights bend slightly. "Get in," Sarah said, her voice a low command. She opened the passenger door, and the interior was even darker, a suffocating void. "No," I finally managed to whisper, finding a sliver of defiance. "I am not going anywhere with you." Her eyes narrowed, and for a terrifying second, the illusion of humanity completely vanished. Her face seemed to stretch, her features elongating, her skin taking on a faint, almost translucent quality. It was gone in an instant, but the image was burned into my mind, a glimpse of something truly monstrous beneath the surface. "Do not be foolish," she hissed, her voice now a low growl that vibrated through my bones. "You have no choice. You never had a choice. This was decided long before you were born." She shoved me into the passenger seat with effortless force, sending a jolt of pain through my shoulder. Before I could even protest, she was in the driver's seat, the door clicking shut with a heavy thud that sealed my fate. The car's interior smelled faintly of that same metallic tang, coppery and unsettling. She started the car without a key, a soft hum filling the air. The dashboard lights glowed, casting an eerie green light on her impassive face. Her profile was sharp, almost hawkish, and her eyes, even in the dimness, held that unnatural gleam. We pulled out of the alley, leaving the faint promise of civilization behind. The city lights began to recede, replaced by the encroaching darkness of the outer roads. The car sped up, the landscape blurring into a dark smear outside the window. I tried to process what was happening, to find a rational explanation, but my mind kept coming back to the image of her stretched face, the impossible strength, the metallic scent. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice raw with fear. Sarah glanced at me, a faint, condescending smile playing on her lips. "A caretaker, you could say. A guardian, for those who are special. Like you." "Special? What does that even mean?" "You have a gift," she said, her eyes back on the road. "A potential, a connection to something far older, far more powerful than this fleeting world." She gestured vaguely at the passing darkness. "Most people live their lives blind, deaf, and ignorant. But you have always felt the whispers, have not you? The pull towards the unknown." I thought back to my childhood, to the strange dreams, the inexplicable sense of being watched, the fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision that I would always dismiss as imagination. The moments of profound loneliness, coupled with an equally profound sense of belonging to something I could not name. Had those been the whispers, "We are going to awaken it," she continued, her voice taking on a chillingly enthusiastic tone. "To unlock what has always been dormant within you. It is a beautiful thing, really. A transformation." My stomach churned. Transformation sounded less like a gift and more like an annihilation. I imagined myself becoming something like her, a creature of cold strength and unnatural eyes, devoid of humanity. "I do not want to be transformed," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. "Let me go." She chuckled again, that dry, rustling sound. Such a human sentiment. "But you do not understand. This is not a choice. It is a destiny. And it is time to embrace it." The car left the main road, turning onto a narrow, unpaved track that wound through dense woods. The trees loomed like skeletal fingers against the sliver of moon above, their branches intertwining to form a dark canopy. The air grew colder, heavier, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the point of no return. After what felt like an eternity, the car slowed, finally coming to a stop in a small clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated cabin, leaning precariously to one side, its windows like vacant eyes in the gloom. It looked abandoned for decades, swallowed by the encroaching wilderness, yet an unsettling aura emanated from it, a sense of ancient malevolence. "Welcome home," Sarah said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. She got out, and I instinctively tried to open my door, but it was locked. My hands fumbled with the handle, my breath catching in my throat. Sarah walked around to my side, her movements fluid and unnervingly graceful. She opened the door, her eyes fixed on me. "Do not even think about it." I hesitated, my heart screaming at me to run, to bolt into the darkness. But the cabin's presence, combined with Sarah's unwavering gaze, held me captive. It was like an invisible tether, pulling me towards an inevitable fate. "Come," she commanded again, her voice soft but absolute. I stumbled out of the car, my legs still weak. The ground beneath my feet was soft with dead leaves and damp earth. The air was thick with a strange energy, a palpable hum that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. As we approached the cabin, I noticed something else. Carved into the weathered wood of the doorframe, and faintly visible on the windowsills, were strange, intricate symbols. They looked ancient, primordial, like something from a forgotten language. They pulsed faintly in the darkness, a subtle, almost imperceptible glow. Sarah pushed the door open, revealing an interior that was even more unsettling. The air inside was stale and heavy, filled with the scent of dust, decay, and that same metallic tang. Moonlight filtered through the grimy windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air. In the center of the single room was a crude stone altar, covered in more of those strange symbols. On it, several items were laid out: a rusty, wickedly curved knife, a bowl filled with a dark, viscous liquid, and a handful of dried, gnarled herbs. My blood ran cold. This was no ordinary cabin. It was a place of ritual. "This is where it happens," Sarah said, her voice hushed, almost reverent. She led me towards the altar, her grip on my arm firm. "What happens?" I whispered, my voice barely a thread. "The awakening," she replied, her eyes gleaming with an almost ecstatic fervor. "The completion of the pact, your true self, finally revealed." She pushed me gently onto the cold stone floor in front of the altar. I knelt, my knees aching, my mind a swirling vortex of fear and disbelief. This could not be real. This had to be a nightmare. Sarah picked up the rusty knife, its blade glinting ominously in the faint moonlight. My breath hitched. "Do not worry," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle, almost maternal. "This won't hurt much, and the pain will be temporary. The power, however, will be eternal." She moved around me, her movements deliberate, almost ritualistic. She dipped her fingers into the bowl of dark liquid and traced a symbol on my forehead, then on my chest, just over my heart. The liquid was cold and oily, and its smell was putrid, like something long dead. My body began to tremble uncontrollably. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear. wishing I could wake up from this horrifying reality. "Open your eyes," Sarah commanded, her voice suddenly sharper. I obeyed, my eyes snapping open. She was standing directly in front of me, the knife held aloft. Her eyes were no longer just glowing. They were swirling vortexes of dark energy, reflecting the ancient symbols on the altar. Her face was a mask of intense concentration, her lips moving in a silent chant. "The Ancient Ones call to you," she intoned, her voice echoing strangely in the small cabin, as if multiple voices were speaking through her. "The slumber ends. The vessel is ready." She lowered the knife, bringing the tip towards my chest, directly over the symbol she had drawn. My heart pounded so violently, I thought it would burst through my ribs. I could feel the cold prick of the blade against my skin, a searing fear engulfing me. "No!" I screamed, a raw, primal sound that ripped from my throat. I thrashed, trying to break free, but her grip on my arm was unyielding. "Resist all you want, it changes nothing," she hissed, her voice reverting to its human tone, but laced with a chilling impatience. "This is your destiny. Your blood will awaken it. Your essence will feed it." The blade pressed harder, and I felt a sharp, burning pain as it pierced my skin. A gasp escaped my lips, and a warm trickle of blood began to seep from the wound, mixing with the dark liquid on my chest. As my blood flowed, something incredible and terrifying happened. The symbols on the altar, on the doorframe, and on my skin began to glow with a faint, crimson light. The air in the cabin grew thick, heavy with an oppressive energy that pressed down on me, stealing my breath. A low, guttural hum began to fill the cabin, growing louder and louder, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from the very earth beneath us. The cabin itself groaned and creaked as if struggling against an unseen force. Sarah's eyes were wide, ecstatic, as she watched my blood bloom on my chest. "It begins. The awakening." The hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar. The light from the symbols pulsed violently, casting grotesque shadows that danced like specters on the walls. I felt a searing heat spread from the wound on my chest, radiating throughout my body, a pain unlike anything I had ever experienced. It felt as though something was tearing through me, ripping me apart from the inside out. My vision blurred, the cabin spinning around me. I could hear Sarah's voice, a triumphant shriek, but it was distant, distorted by the overwhelming roar. I felt a terrible emptiness, a void opening up inside me, vast and hungry, consuming everything. Then, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the altar, engulfing the entire cabin. The roar reached an unbearable crescendo, and I felt myself being lifted, pulled, stretched, and then nothing. When I opened my eyes again, the cabin was gone. The forest was gone. I was floating in a vast inky blackness, a cosmic void where stars were not points of light, but distant, swirling galaxies, like eyes watching me from unfathomable distances. I looked down at my hands. They were translucent, shimmering with a faint internal light. My body felt weightless, ethereal. I was no longer human. Then a voice echoed in the void, not Sarah's, but something far older, far more powerful, resonating through my very being. It was a chorus of voices, ancient and vast, speaking in a language I understood intrinsically, yet could not articulate. "The vessel is complete. The gate is open. Welcome, child of the void, to your true inheritance." I tried to scream, to cry out, but I had no mouth, no lungs, no human form to make such sounds. All I had was a consciousness, adrift in an infinite darkness, connected to something ancient and terrifying that had just claimed me. And I felt it then, the answer to Sarah's question. The empty space was not empty anymore. It was filled with a cold, vast, indifferent intelligence that was now me, or perhaps I was now it. I looked out into the cosmic abyss, at the swirling galaxies that were now my playground, my home. I was no longer a person. I was a consciousness, a fragment of something immense, an observer and a participant in horrors beyond human comprehension. The last vestige of my human self, a flicker of memory of a bar, a date, a woman named Sarah, dissolved into the cosmic dust. I was just aware, and as I drifted, an unsettling, profound understanding settled over me. Sarah had not transformed me into something. She had simply opened the door, allowing something ancient and vast to step through me. And now, I was the door, and the void was limitless. Let us ease into the next chapter. I matched with a girl named Chloe on Tinder. Her profile was a little sparse, just a few blurry photos and a bio that read, "Looking for genuine connections, no games." We agreed to meet at this old, quirky diner on the edge of town, a place I would never been to before, called Rusty Spoon. When I walked in, she was already there, sitting in a booth by the window, and that is when I noticed the first thing that made my stomach drop. She was not quite like her photos. And her eyes, even from across the room, seemed to hold a depth that felt ancient and wrong. The Rusty Spoon lived up to its name. The sign outside was missing a few letters, flickering dimly in the early evening gloom. Inside, the air hung heavy with the smell of stale coffee, burnt grease, and something else, something metallic, almost like old pennies. The booths were cracked vinyl, the chrome trim peeling, and the checkered floor looked like it had not seen a proper mop in decades. It was the kind of place you would find in a forgotten horror movie, but I chalked it up to quirky charm. Chloe looked up as I approached, and a smile, a little too wide, stretched across her face. "Alex." "I am Chloe." Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried an odd resonance, like two voices speaking in unison, just barely out of sync. "Hey." "Chloe," I said, trying to sound normal, trying to ignore the immediate prickle of unease that had started at the back of my neck. Up close, the differences from her photos were more pronounced. Her hair, which looked light brown in the pictures, was a much darker, almost black shade, and seemed to hang unnaturally still around her face. Her skin had an almost translucent quality, and those eyes, they were not just deep, they were an unsettling shade of hazel that seemed to shift, catching the dim light in a way that made them appear to glow faintly. They did not blink often. I slid into the booth opposite her, the worn vinyl groaning under my weight. "Sorry, I am a little late. Traffic was a nightmare." She just watched me, that wide smile lingering. "Oh, I know," she said, her voice still that strange, double-tracked whisper. "Route 17 can be brutal this time of day, especially with that fender bender near the old mill." My blood ran cold. I had not mentioned the fender bender to anyone. It had happened about 10 minutes before I got to the diner, a minor incident that had barely slowed me down, but I definitely had not texted her about it. "How did you—" "Oh, just a guess," she interrupted smoothly, her smile not faltering. "It is a common spot for accidents," but the way she said it, the way her eyes seemed to bore into mine, made it feel less like a guess and more like a statement of fact, delivered with a knowing amusement. A waitress, a tired-looking woman with a name tag that read Brenda, shuffled over to our table. "What can I get for you two?" she grunted, not even making eye contact. "Just a water for me, please." Chloe said, "And Alex, you will have the bacon cheeseburger, medium rare, no onions, and a root beer, right?" My jaw practically hit the table. That was exactly what I was going to order. I had not even opened the menu yet. I stared at her, then at Brenda, who just scribbled it down without a second glance. Yeah, that is right." Brenda shuffled off, leaving an awkward silence in her wake. I cleared my throat, trying to force a laugh. "Okay, you are good. Are you psychic or something?" Chloe tilted her head, a movement that felt a little too precise, a little too slow. "Something like that. Or maybe I just pay attention." She leaned forward slightly, and I noticed a faint, sweet smell coming from her, like decaying flowers and something else, something metallic and sharp. "You are a creature of habit, Alex. You like comfort, routine, You crave the familiar, but you are also drawn to the edges. Are not you the things that whisper just beyond the veil? My stomach clenched. What was she talking about? I was drawn to the strange. I did spend late nights Googling urban legends and unexplained phenomena, but that was my private thing. My guilty pleasure. How could she possibly know that? I do not know what you mean. I lied, my voice a little too shaky. She just smiled, a knowing, almost pitying expression. Oh, you do? That ache, Alex. That sense of something missing, that is what draws you to the strange. It is why you are here, is not it? Not just for a date, but for a story, for a glimpse behind the curtain. Brenda returned with our drinks. Chloe's water was in a tall, frosted glass, condensation running down the sides. My root beer looked normal. I took a long gulp, trying to calm my nerves. This was just a weird date. She was probably just a really good cold reader, or maybe a stalker who'd done her homework. But the way she spoke, the way her eyes never left mine, made it feel like something far more profound and sinister. When Brenda brought our food, I started to eat my burger, trying to pretend everything was normal. Chloe just watched me, her water glass untouched. Are not you going to eat? I asked, my mouth full. Oh, I am not hungry, she purred. I find sustenance in other ways. I swallowed hard, the juicy burger suddenly tasting like ash. What does that mean? She leaned closer, her breath, that strange, sweet metallic scent, washing over me. It means I feed on experiences, on connections, on the raw, unfiltered emotions of others. Her gaze intensified, and for a split second, I saw something shift in her eyes, a fleeting glimpse of swirling colors, like a nebula trapped behind glass. Like your confusion, Alex. Your fear. It is quite delicious. A cold dread started to creep up my spine, a feeling far beyond mere discomfort. This was not a joke. This was not a cold read. This was something else. I pushed my plate away, my appetite completely gone. Look, Chloe, this is getting a little weird. Maybe we should just call it a night. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. But we have barely started. Alex, the rusty spoon is just the appetizer. I have something much more substantial in mind for dessert. She gestured vaguely towards the window, where the last vestiges of daylight were fading into an inky black. There is a place, an old house, the Blackwood Manor. You have heard of it, have not you? My heart hammered against my ribs. Blackwood Manor. Every kid in town knew about it. An abandoned, decaying mansion on the far side of the old logging road, steeped in local legends of disappearances, strange lights, and a family that had vanished overnight a century ago. It was the place you dared your friends to go near on Halloween, but never actually stepped foot inside. No, I said, my voice barely a whisper. No way. That place is dangerous. It is probably falling apart. Oh, it is falling apart. All right, Chloe agreed, a low chuckle rumbling in her throat, a sound that also seemed to have that unsettling dual quality, but not in the way you think. It is opening up, and you, Alex, with your longing glances into the void, you are perfectly primed to see what is inside. She stood up, a graceful, fluid motion that seemed to defy the cramped space of the booth. Come on. It is much more interesting than this stale old diner. I stared at her, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and a morbid, desperate curiosity. My rational mind screamed at me to run, to pay the bill and bolt out the door. But that other part, the part she would so accurately described, the part that craved the strange, felt a magnetic pull. I wanted to know. I wanted to see. And perhaps I was too terrified to say no. Fine. I heard myself say the word tasting like ash. But if it gets too weird, we leave immediately. Her smile was triumphant. Oh, it will get weird. Alex. Much, much weirder. We walked out of the Rusty Spoon, leaving my untouched burger and root beer on the table. Brenda did not even look up as we left. The night air was cold, damp, and smelled of pine and damp earth. Chloe's car was a sleek, black sedan, one I did not recognize. It looked brand new, almost too perfect for the dilapidated surroundings. The doors opened with a soft hiss as we approached, like something alive. The drive to Blackwood Manor was silent, save for the hum of the engine and the increasingly frantic beat of my own heart. Chloe drove with an unnerving precision, her hands barely moving on the wheel. She did not look at me, but I could feel her gaze, a weight pressing down on me, even in the darkness. The roads grew narrower, less paved, eventually turning into a gravel track that wound through dense, ancient forest. The trees pressed in on us, their skeletal branches reaching like grasping claws against the moonless sky. So, I ventured, trying to break the suffocating silence. What exactly are we looking for at Blackwood Manor? Chloe finally turned her head, those unsettling eyes reflecting the faint glow of the dashboard. Truth. Alex. Revelation. The thin membrane between what you call real and what truly is, and maybe a little integration. My blood ran cold again. Integration. What are you talking about? She just chuckled, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. You will see, you will feel it. You have been wanting to, have not you, to truly experience it. We finally pulled up to a clearing. The Blackwood Manor stood silhouetted against the night sky, a hulking Gothic monstrosity of crumbling stone and splintered wood. It was larger, more imposing than I remembered from the old stories. Windows, dark and vacant, stared out like empty eye sockets. A twisted, ancient oak tree, its branches gnarled and bare, loomed over the front yard, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. The air here was even colder, carrying a faint, musty smell of decay and something indefinable, something ancient and metallic, like the diner, but much stronger. "This is it," Chloe whispered, her voice filled with a strange reverence. "The gateway." She killed the engine, plunging us into absolute darkness, save for the faint glow of the distant town lights filtering through the trees. The only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the frantic drumming of my heart. "So," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt, "we just go in." "Of course," she said, her smile returning. "That is why we are here." She got out of the car, and I reluctantly followed, my legs feeling like lead. The gravel crunched under my feet, the sound amplified in the oppressive silence. As we approached the front door, I noticed something else. The house was not just decaying, it seemed to be breathing. The shadows clinging to its walls seemed to deepen and recede with an imperceptible rhythm. The old wooden boards of the porch creaked under Chloe's light weight, but it was not just the wood. It felt like the house itself was groaning, coming to life. The front door, a heavy, dark slab of oak, hung slightly ajar. A gust of wind, or something that felt like it, pushed it open further, revealing a cavernous, pitch-black interior. A wave of that metallic, decaying flower smell washed over me, stronger now, almost overwhelming. "After you, Alex," Chloe said, a playful lilt in her voice. I hesitated, my mind screaming at me to turn and run, to get back in the car and drive away as fast as possible. But the gate was open, and the void was beckoning. "Okay," I whispered, stepping across the threshold. The moment my foot touched the rotting floorboards, a shiver, colder than any winter wind, shot through me. The air inside was thick, heavy, and the darkness was absolute, swallowing the faint moonlight from outside. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing a grand but utterly ruined entrance hall. Dust motes danced in the light, thick as snow. Cobwebs draped every surface, shimmering like forgotten silk. The wallpaper was peeling in long, curling strips, revealing patches of damp, mold-stained plaster. A grand staircase, its banister broken and twisted, spiraled upwards into darkness. It is impressive, I managed, my voice hoarse. Is not it, Chloe said, now standing right behind me. I had not heard her move. It is been waiting for someone like you. She walked further into the hall, her movements unnervingly silent. I followed, my flashlight beam sweeping across the decaying grandeur. We passed through what must have been a living room, filled with shrouded furniture that looked like slumped bodies, then into a dining room where a long, heavy table was still set with what looked like ancient, tarnished silverware and rotting plates. The Blackwood family, Chloe said, her voice echoing strangely in the vast space. They were collectors. Of experiences, of connections, just like me. She ran a finger along a dusty carved wooden chair. They understood that reality is just a suggestion, a thin membrane, and they sought to push against it. What happened to them? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Chloe turned, her eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They became part of it, integrated. Just as you will, Alex. My blood ran cold. What are you talking about? I demanded, my flashlight beam wavering. I am not integrating into anything. I am leaving. I turned to go, but Chloe was suddenly in front of me, blocking my path. Her smile was gone, replaced by an expression of intense, unsettling focus. Her eyes were no longer just glowing. They seemed to be swirling, the hazel dissolving into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors. Her skin, already translucent, seemed to stretch, almost shimmer, revealing faint, pulsating lines beneath, like veins filled with liquid light. The sweet, metallic scent grew stronger, overwhelming, making my head spin. Oh no. Alex, she whispered, her voice now a chorus of overlapping whispers, some high-pitched, some deep, all distorted and alien. You can't leave. You sought this. Every late-night gut you search for, paranormal occurrences, every longing glance into the void that was a tiny tear in the fabric. A whisper inviting us in. The air in the room grew heavy, oppressive. The shadows around us seemed to deepen, to coalesce, becoming almost solid. I could hear faint rustling sounds coming from the walls, from the floorboards, like countless unseen things stirring. The house was not just breathing, it was alive. And it was hungry. What are you? I stammered, backing away slowly, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Chloe took a step towards me, then another. Her movements were no longer human. She glided, her feet barely seeming to touch the floor. Her body seemed to stretch, to lengthen, her limbs becoming unnaturally elongated. Her head tilted at an impossible angle, and her jaw unhinged, revealing not just sharp teeth, but a gaping maw filled with writhing metallic tendrils. We are the longing. The chorus of voices hissed from her transforming mouth. We are the void. We are what lies beyond the membrane. And you, Alex, with your sight, with your ache, you are the perfect vessel, the perfect bridge. Panic seized me. This was not a date. This was not a girl. This was a nightmare given flesh, or something far worse. I turned and bolted, scrambling back through the dining room, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The shrouded furniture seemed to lunge at me, the cobwebs like grasping hands. The metallic, sweet smell was suffocating. I burst into the entrance hall, desperate for the front door, for the night air, for anything that was not this horrifying transformation. But the front door was not there. Where the open doorway had been was now a solid wall of pulsating, organic matter. It was dark, slick, and seemed to ripple with an internal light. It looked like living muscle, stretched taut, glistening with a viscous fluid. The metallic slaughterhouse smell was overwhelming here, mixed with something else, something utterly alien and sickly sweet. There is no escape. Alex. Chloe's multiple voices echoed from behind me. Not now. You are already part of the tapestry. I spun around, my flashlight beam shaking violently. Chloe was no longer Chloe. She was a shimmering, unstable column of impossible angles and burning, shifting eyes. her form constantly morphing, stretching, contracting. Tendrils, like those I would seen in her mouth, now writhed from her body, reaching towards me. "The membrane is thin here," she hissed. The voice is now a buzzing hum inside my head. "It has always been thin. And you, Alex, you pushed against it unknowingly, with every longing glance into the void." The floor beneath my feet began to ripple, to undulate. The old, rotting floorboards bled into the same organic, muscle-like substance that blocked the doorway. It was warm, strangely comforting in its horror as it began to rise, to envelop my feet. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My lungs burned, but no breath came. My body was a cage, my mind a trapped animal screaming silently. The living floor continued its relentless pull. My ankles were submerged, then my calves, the sickeningly sweet metallic scent choking me. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse built inside a rotting star, and I was the next piece of meat. I struggled, tried to pull free, but the substance was like quicksand, yet also strangely firm, embracing me. It was not just pulling me down, it was enveloping me, a slow, deliberate embrace. The walls of Blackwood Manor, the peeling wallpaper, the crumbling plaster, all bled into sickly greens and purples, the ceiling a swirling vortex of impossible colors. My gaze swept over the hall one last time before my head went under. The shadowy forms of the furniture had merged with the undulating ground, their translucent forms revealing pulsating veins. They were not dead. They were part of it, their nascent terror flickering in countless unblinking orbs embedded in the living floor. I was not just sinking into some alien goo. I was being integrated into a living, suffering tapestry. Chloe's voice, now a buzzing hum inside my head, followed me down. "You always felt it, did not you? Alex, that dull ache, that sense of something missing. You sought out the strange. Every late-night gut GU search for paranormal occurrences was a tiny tear in the fabric, a whisper inviting us in. And now you are home." My face was fully submerged. The warm organic surface closed around my head, and then a searing pain, 1,000 needles piercing my brain, followed by an explosion of light and sensation. I was no longer Alex. I was 1,000 Alexes, a million echoes, connected to countless others, all screaming, all feeling, all integrated into the vast, living muscle of the Blackwood Manor, forever part of the tapestry, forever longing, forever consumed, and somewhere, deep within the pulsing mass, I could almost hear Chloe's voice, a soft, satisfied hum. And now we move to the next step. I met Sarah through Tinder. Her profile was pretty standard, smiling selfies, a love for hiking, a cute dog, the usual stuff. We would exchange a few pleasantries, nothing too deep, just enough to agree on grabbing a drink at a quiet bar downtown. It was called the Rusty Anchor, a place with dim lighting and the comforting scent of old wood and stale beer. I got there a few minutes early, found a booth, and ordered a lager, my phone clutched in my hand, ready for the inevitable "I am here." Text. Then she walked in. She looked exactly like her pictures, maybe even a little prettier in person. Dark hair, bright, inquisitive eyes, a friendly smile. She spotted me, waved, and made her way over. My first impression was good. Relief, even. This might actually be a decent date. But as soon as she slid into the opposite seat, her eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on me with an intensity that made the hair on my arms stand up. Her smile did not quite reach her eyes, and her first words were not a greeting or a comment on the bar, but a soft, almost wistful question. Her voice a little lower than I expected, like a whisper against velvet. "You still live at the old place, do not you? The one with the big oak tree in the front yard?" My breath hitched. The beer in front of me suddenly tasted like ash. I stared at her, my mind racing, scrambling for an explanation. My old place, the house I grew up in, the one my parents still lived in, the one I had not set foot in for years. Not since college, not since I moved out and started my own life. It was not on my Tinder profile. It was not anywhere public online that I knew of. "Excuse me," I managed, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a bit too tight. She just smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of her lips, the one with the porch swing that always creaked when the wind blew just right, and the little bird bath your mom painted blue. A chill snaked down my spine, cold and sharp. Those were details no one knew, not unless they had been inside that house, or spent a significant amount of time observing it. My childhood home, I had not even mentioned my parents to her. How? How do you know that? My voice was barely a whisper now. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. She tilted her head, her eyes still locked on mine, unblinking. "Oh, I just heard things, saw things. Maybe it is a small world, is not it?" Her smile widened, but it did not look friendly anymore. It looked knowing, like a cat watching a mouse. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a mutual friend, someone from high school, but no, my high school friends would not bring up such specific, intimate details on a first date, especially not in that unnervingly calm, almost possessive tone. And the way she said saw things, it felt less like a casual observation and more like a confession. "I moved out of there years ago," I said, trying to regain some control, some semblance of normalcy. "My parents live there now." "Of course," she murmured, her gaze unwavering. "But it is still your place, is not it? Where you grew up, where you learned to ride your bike, scraped your knee that one time trying to climb the oak tree, cried when your hamster died, and buried it under the rose bushes." The words hit me like a physical blow. The hamster. I had not thought about Pip in 20 years. Nobody knew about Pip, not even my closest friends. It was a private, childish grief. My face must have gone pale, because she chuckled, a soft, dry sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "You look surprised," she said, leaning forward slightly, her voice dropping to an even lower register. "Did you think I would not do my homework?" Homework. I choked out, a wave of nausea washing over me. This was not just research. This was something else. Something invasive. "It is important to know who you are," meaning, "do not you think." She picked up a coaster and started tracing patterns on it with her finger, her eyes never leaving mine. "Especially when you have been waiting so long for someone." Waiting. But for me, a cold dread began to solidify in my gut. This was not just an awkward date. This was something deeply, fundamentally wrong. I needed to get out of there. Now. "Look. Sarah," I started, pushing myself slightly away from the table. "I think there has been a misunderstanding. I am not sure what you are talking about, but you are making me really uncomfortable." Her smile vanished. Her expression became utterly blank, almost serene. "Uncomfortable? But we are just getting to know each other. I feel like I have known you for ages." She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, though there was no one else close enough to hear. "I know about the scar above your left eyebrow. The one you got falling off your skateboard when you were 10. You still touch it when you are nervous. Do not, you..." My hand, without conscious thought, flew to my forehead. She was right. I had not even realized I was doing it. A raw, primal fear seized me. This was not a person. This was not a date. This was a predator. "I am leaving," I said, my voice shaking, despite my best efforts to keep it steady. I started to slide out of the booth. "Oh, but you can't," she said, her tone still calm, almost amused. "Not yet. We have not even had our first drink together." She reached out, her hand moving with a speed that seemed impossible, and wrapped her fingers around my wrist. Her grip was not painful, not at first, but it was firm, unyielding, and her skin felt cold, unnaturally so, like marble. I tried to pull away, but she held fast. Her eyes, those wide, unblinking eyes, seemed to bore into my very soul. The lights in the bar, which had been dim, seemed to grow even darker, casting long, shifting shadows around us. The clinking of bottles from behind the bar, the distant murmur of other patrons, it all faded, replaced by the deafening thud of my own heart. "Let go of me," I demanded, my voice a desperate plea. "Not until we finish our conversation," she said, her lips curving into that chilling, knowing smile once more. "We have so much to discuss. So much history." She squeezed my wrist, just slightly, and a jolt of something electric, something wrong, shot up my arm. It was not pain, not exactly. It was more like a cold, invasive energy, seeping into my veins, making my muscles tense and my skin prickle. "I know your favorite color is blue," she continued, her voice a low hum. "And you secretly still love those sugary kid cereals. You hum when you are deep in thought, and you always leave the cap off the toothpaste." She leaned even closer, her breath, surprisingly warm, ghosting across my cheek. "And you have a recurring nightmare, do not you, about falling, always falling, into a deep, dark well." My blood ran cold. The nightmare. It was true. I would had it since I was a child. A suffocating, endless fall into an inky abyss. I would never told anyone about it. Not my parents, not my closest friends, not even past girlfriends. It was my secret shame, my private terror. What are you?" I whispered, my voice raw with fear. Her smile broadened, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something shift in her eyes, a flicker of something ancient and hungry, like a deep-sea creature emerging from the abyss. "I am the one who understands you, the one who knows you, the one who has been watching you, waiting for you your whole life." The bar, which had been buzzing with a decent crowd when I arrived, now felt hollow, the clinking of bottles from behind the bar echoing a little too loudly in the sudden quiet. I glanced around frantically. The bartender, a burly guy with a handlebar mustache, was wiping down the counter with a slow, deliberate rhythm, his back mostly to us. The few other patrons seemed absorbed in their own conversations, their laughter sounding distant and unreal. Were they even real? Or was this entire place just for us? Just for me? "I have seen you in your window when you thought you were alone," she continued, her voice like sandpaper on bone. "I have heard your thoughts, your wishes, your fears. I know the exact shade of your childhood bedroom walls, the pattern on your old bedspread, the way you used to hide your comic books under your mattress." Each word was a hammer blow, shattering my sense of privacy, my sanity. She was not just a stalker. She was something else. Something that had been inside my life, inside my head, for God knows how long. The old place with the big oak tree, it was not just a memory, it was where she had first found me. "Why?" I managed. The word a desperate croak. "Why are you doing this?" "Because," she said, her grip tightening on my wrist, the cold spreading through my arm, numbing my fingers. "I need to know everything. Every little detail. Every memory, every feeling. I need to know you." Her eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, reflecting my own terrified face back at me. "Because soon, I am going to be you." A guttural scream tore itself from my throat, but it sounded muffled, distorted, like it was trapped in a thick fog. I ripped my wrist free from her grasp, the sudden movement sending a searing pain through my arm, but I did not care. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my beer, which exploded onto the table in a foamy mess. "I have to go," I yelled, stumbling backward, my eyes wide with terror. She stood up slowly, gracefully, her eyes still fixed on me. Her smile was gone, replaced by an expression of cold, predatory determination. "You can't," she said, her voice now flat, devoid of any warmth or pretense. "Not until I am ready." I turned and bolted, not even thinking about my jacket or my wallet. Just escape. I ran past the bartender, who did not even seem to notice, his back still turned, wiping the counter. The other patrons remained oblivious, their conversations continuing, their laughter echoing hollowly. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, where everyone else was a prop, and only she and I were real. I reached the front door, my hand fumbling for the handle. My fingers were numb, clumsy. The cold from her touch still lingered, making my skin crawl. I yanked the door open and burst out into the night. The street was empty. Completely empty. No cars, no pedestrians, no streetlights. Just a vast, oppressive darkness, stretching out infinitely in every direction. The air was thick and still, heavy with an unnatural silence. Even the sounds of the city, which should have been a comforting roar, were gone. Looking for something, a voice purred right behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. She was standing there, just outside the bar door. A few feet away, she could not have moved that fast. It was impossible. She was just there. Please, I begged, tears stinging my eyes. Just leave me alone. What do you want from me? Her head tilted again, a gesture that was now sickeningly familiar. I told you, I want you, every piece, every memory, every experience. She took a step closer, then another. I have been watching you since you were small. A little spark, a nascent consciousness, so full of potential, so easy to observe, so easy to learn. She lifted a hand, and I instinctively flinched. But she did not strike. Instead, her fingers brushed against her own face, tracing the line of her jaw, the curve of her cheek. This form, she said, her voice almost conversational, it is adequate. It gets me around, but it is not real. Not like yours. My mind screamed in silent horror. She was not human. This was a shell, a disguise. And she wanted to shed it, to take mine. I saw you that day, she continued, her voice growing colder, more distant, as if she were recalling a distant memory. Under the oak tree, you were crying. Your parents were fighting. You felt so small, so alone. That is when I first truly connected with you. A little whisper in the wind, a comforting presence. You thought it was your imagination. But it was me. The old place. The oak tree. My parents. Fights. The memory, a painful, repressed shard from my childhood, exploded in my mind. I had felt a strange comfort that day, a sense of being watched over. Even though I was alone, I had dismissed it as a child's coping mechanism. But it was her. She had been there, lurking, observing, feeding. You have been practicing, have not you, she said, a hint of something like pride in her voice. Your mannerisms, your expressions, the way you chew on your lip when you are thinking, the way you always look to the left when someone calls your name unexpectedly. I stood there frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. The sheer scale of her deception, the depth of her invasion, was suffocating. She had not just studied me, she had inhabited my life. A silent, invisible parasite, slowly learning how to wear my skin. And now, she said, taking one last step, until she was barely an arm's length away, I am ready to finish, to become whole. As she spoke, her face began to shift. It was not a sudden, grotesque transformation like in a horror movie. It was subtle, insidious, like watching clay slowly reshape itself. Her eyes, still wide and unblinking, seemed to deepen in color, becoming a shade closer to my own. The curve of her nose softened, her lips thinned, her jawline sharpened. It was like watching a distorted reflection of myself emerge from her features. A terrifying, imperfect mimicry. A wave of nausea hit me, stronger than before. My own identity, my very self, was being stolen, piece by agonizing piece, right before my eyes. No, I shrieked, finding my voice again, a desperate, animal sound. I turned and ran, blindly, into the suffocating darkness of the street. I did not know where I was going, did not care, just away from her, away from the terrifying prospect of being erased. My legs pumped, burning with effort, but the ground felt strange, spongy, like running on thick moss. The air grew colder, biting at my exposed skin. I heard her footsteps behind me, light and quick, a horrifying echo of my own. She was not running, not really. She was gliding, effortlessly keeping pace. "You can't escape," her voice floated through the darkness. Closer now, impossibly close. It was not just her voice anymore. It was laced with something else, a resonance that was disturbingly familiar. It was starting to sound like mine. "Where will you go? I know every place you have ever been, every secret hiding spot, every memory you cherish. They are all mine now." Panic gave me a burst of adrenaline. I pushed harder, my lungs screaming for air. I saw a faint glimmer in the distance, a flicker of light. Hope, desperate and fragile, flared within me. A street lamp, another building. I stumbled, my foot catching on something unseen, and crashed to the ground, scraping my hands and knees on the rough, cold pavement. I cried out in pain, but before I could even try to push myself up, a shadow fell over me. She stood above me, her face now almost a perfect match for mine. The same eyes, the same nose, the same slight asymmetry in the lips, only the expression was different. A chilling blend of triumph and serene emptiness. It was my face, but devoid of my soul. It was a mask. "Almost there," she whispered, her voice a perfect replica of my own, the one I heard in my head, the one I recognized as distinctly me. The sound was agonizing, like hearing my own voice twisted into a monstrous parody. She knelt beside me, her cold hand reaching out, not to hurt, but to absorb. Her fingers brushed my cheek, and a surge of overwhelming cold, far deeper than before, enveloped me. It was not just physical, it was mental, emotional. Memories flashed before my eyes, not mine, but hers. A kaleidoscope of countless lives, endless observations, an eternity of waiting, of mimicking, of consuming. She was ancient, an entity that survived by stealing identities, by wearing the lives of others, until they were nothing but hollow husks. I felt something being pulled from me, a vital essence, like a thread being unspooled from my very core. My memories, my experiences, my personality, they were all flowing into her, merging with her own stolen collection. I felt myself fading, becoming transparent, thin. The world around me blurred, the darkness pressing in. "Thank you," she said, her voice, my voice, filled with a chilling satisfaction. "You were a particularly rich specimen. So many vibrant memories. So much potential." The light in the distance, the one I had desperately clung to, flickered and died. The darkness became absolute, suffocating. I felt my own consciousness diming, like a candle flame guttering in a strong wind. My body felt heavy, numb, no longer mine. Then, a sudden, sharp jolt. A flash of pain, cold and searing, tore through me. It was like being ripped in two. One part of me screamed, a silent internal scream clinging to existence. The other part, it was gone. The darkness receded slightly. I was lying on the cold pavement, my hands scraped, my knees throbbing. The bar was behind me, its neon sign casting a faint, sickly glow on the street. A few cars drove by, their headlights cutting through the night. The city's sounds, distant but real, slowly returned. I pushed myself up, shaking, my body trembling uncontrollably. I looked around, my eyes wide and panicked. She was gone. The street was empty. Was it a nightmare? A hallucination? My mind struggled to reconcile the terror with the mundane reality that had seemingly returned. I stumbled back towards the bar, my legs weak. The bartender was still there, wiping the counter. The other patrons were still there, laughing, talking. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. I looked down at my hands. They were scraped and bleeding, just as I remembered. My clothes were dusty. The lingering cold on my skin was fading, but the memory of her touch, of her words, was seared into my mind. I felt different, lighter, somehow, like a part of me was missing. A vital piece, a core memory, a defining characteristic. I could not quite put my finger on it, but the feeling of hollowness was undeniable. I walked numbly out of the bar, into the night. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A new Tinder notification. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling. It was a message from Sarah. Hey, it read, "Sorry, I had to run off. Something came up, but I had a really great time. You are even more interesting than I thought. Let us do it again sometime. Soon." And then, another message, just a few seconds later. A picture. It was a selfie. Of her, but she was not quite Sarah anymore. Her eyes held a new light, a familiar spark. Her smile was a little wider, a little more confident, and in the background, out of focus, was a faint glimpse of a large, old oak tree. I stared at the picture, my blood turning to ice. My phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the pavement. I looked up at the night sky, a cold, empty expanse. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that she had not just taken a part of me. She had taken a piece of my future. And she was not just gone, she was out there, living, breathing, being me, or at least a better version of me, and she was waiting for the perfect moment to return and claim the rest. I was no longer just a person. I was a hollowed-out shell, a broken vessel, forever haunted by the echo of a stolen self, and I knew, deep down, that I would never truly be alone again, because a part of me, a dark, insidious part, was now walking around in the world, wearing a familiar face, and it was still hungry. The next story begins. Shortly, my breath hitched, a desperate, ragged sound I hoped she would not hear over the bar's low hum. But her grip was a cold, unyielding vice around my wrist, and her eyes, once merely intense, now seemed to glow with an unnatural, predatory light. The smile was gone, replaced by a grim, knowing line. "Oh, but you can't," she murmured, her voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the bar's cacophony like a surgeon's scalpel. "Not yet." I tried to pull away, a frantic, animalistic jerk of my arm. Her grip did not budge. It was like I was trying to free myself from a statue carved from ice and granite. The cold radiated up my arm, a deep, bone-chilling sensation that went beyond mere temperature. It felt dead. Panic, raw and unadulterated, flared in my chest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I looked around, desperate, my eyes darting from face to face. The bartender, wiping glasses with a practiced ease, seemed miles away. A couple in the corner laughed, clinking their beer mugs. A group of guys at the bar shouted over a sports game on the TV. Nobody saw, nobody heard, or maybe nobody cared. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was utterly, completely alone in a room full of people. Let go of me. I managed, my voice a pathetic croak, barely audible even to myself. I tried to sound firm, but the tremor was undeniable. Sarah's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile, a ghost of her previous charm. "Do not be silly. We are just getting started." Her grip tightened, and I felt a faint, almost imperceptible pressure on the bones of my wrist. It was not painful yet, but it was a clear warning, a promise of pain if I pushed. "You really think you can just leave?" she continued, her voice soft, almost chiding, as if I were a child misbehaving. After all this time, after everything, what everything was she talking about? My mind raced, frantically trying to connect the dots, to find some rational explanation for this nightmare. Stalker, psychopath, a twisted game, but the cold, the unnatural strength, the impossible knowledge of my childhood, it felt like something far older, far more sinister. She gave my wrist a gentle tug, pulling me back down into the booth. The movement was so slight, so effortless on her part, but I stumbled, my legs suddenly weak and unresponsive. I landed back on the worn vinyl seat with a soft thud, my eyes wide and fixed on hers. Her gaze was unwavering, boring into me. It felt like she was not just looking at me, but through me, into the deepest, darkest corners of my past, my fears, my very soul. "You have been waiting," she said again, her voice a low hum, "for so very long. And now, I am here." "I do not know what you are talking about," I stammered, trying to sound defiant, but my voice still shook. My hand was numb now, the cold having seeped deeper than just the skin. She chuckled, a soft, dry sound, devoid of humor. "Of course, you do not. That is the beauty of it. Is not it the innocence, the ignorance?" She leaned closer across the small table. Her scent, which I would initially thought was just a pleasant perfume, now seemed to carry a faint metallic tang like old blood or forgotten earth. "But deep down, you have always felt it, have not you? That empty space, that sense that something was missing, something you were meant to find." My mind flashed back to countless nights, staring at the ceiling, feeling an inexplicable longing, a vague sense of incompleteness that no amount of success or companionship could fill. I would always dismissed it as existential angst, a common human condition. But now, through the lens of her terrifying words, it twisted into something far more sinister. Had I been groomed for this? For her? "I just want to go home," I whispered, my eyes pleading, scanning the bar one last time. Still nothing. The world outside our booth continued its oblivious dance. "Home," she scoffed, a flicker of something ancient in her eyes. "Oh, my dear, you are home, or rather, you are about to be. This is just the prelude." Her free hand, equally pale and unnaturally smooth, reached out and gently traced the back of my hand, sending another jolt of that terrible cold through me. It was not a comforting touch, it was a possessive one, like a collector admiring a prized acquisition. Did you ever wonder why your relationships never lasted? Why you always felt a pull toward something more, something just out of reach? She was dissecting my life, my insecurities, with chilling precision. It was like she had access to my deepest thoughts, my private journals. "How do you know all this?" I demanded, a surge of desperate anger momentarily overriding the fear. She smiled, a slow, deliberate curve that did not quite reach her eyes. "I told you. I did my homework. And then some. I have been watching, waiting, for the right time, for you to be ready for what?" Her gaze intensified, and for a split second, her eyes seemed to deepen, to become pools of infinite darkness. "For what is next?" "For your true purpose." The bartender arrived, oblivious, to take our order. "Another round?" he asked, a friendly, familiar voice that sounded jarringly out of place in this nightmare. Sarah did not release my wrist. Instead, she looked up at the bartender, her smile now perfectly normal, charming even. "Yes, please. And could we get some of those spicy wings? My date here is starving. I can tell." She squeezed my wrist, a silent, terrifying warning. I swallowed, my throat dry. My stomach churned, but the thought of food made me want to gag. But her eyes, cold and unwavering, commanded me. Yes." I managed, my voice raspy. "Sounds good." The bartender nodded, completely unsuspecting, and walked away. The illusion of normalcy was so terrifyingly complete that it made my skin crawl. Sarah, with her charming smile and easy conversation, was a monster in plain sight. "Good boy," she murmured, her voice laced with a dark amusement. Then, finally, subtly, released my wrist. I instinctively pulled my hand back, rubbing the numb skin, trying to bring back some warmth, some feeling. The faint imprint of her fingers lingered. A phantom cold. She leaned back, observing me, her expression unreadable. "You are more resilient than I anticipated." "Good. That will make things easier." "What things?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible. This was not a date gone wrong. It was an abduction, a psychological torment. "The transition," she said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "The shift. You have outgrown your old life, your old skin. It is time for a new one." My blood ran cold. "What are you talking about? I have a life, friends, a job." She waved a dismissive hand. "Fleeting, superficial. They do not truly know you. They do not know what you are meant to be." Her gaze swept over me again, lingering on my face, my hands. "You are a vessel, my dear. A very old vessel, finally ready to be filled." The words sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the phantom cold on my wrist. A vessel? For what? For whom? The implications were too horrifying to grasp. I felt a primal urge to scream, to run, to fight, but a paralyzing fear held me captive. What if fighting only made it worse? What if she was truly something I could not comprehend, let alone defeat? The wings arrived, steaming hot and smelling of spices. Sarah picked one up gracefully, her long fingers surprisingly delicate. She took a bite, chewing slowly, her eyes never leaving mine. "Eat," she commanded, her voice soft but firm. "You will need your strength." I stared at the plate, then at her. The thought of putting anything into my mouth, of acting like this was a normal dinner, was repulsive. But the look in her eyes, it was a silent threat. I picked up a wing, my hand trembling, and took a small bite. The flavor was lost on me, replaced by the metallic taste of fear in my mouth. We sat there, eating in a grotesque parody of a first date, the noise of the bar a distant, muffled echo. She ate with a controlled elegance, occasionally making small talk about mundane things, as if to prove she could be normal, but every now and then her gaze would flick to mine, and I would see that ancient, knowing glint, a reminder of the monster lurking beneath the skin. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, she dabbed her lips with a napkin. "Excellent," she pronounced. "Now it is time to go." My heart leaped into my throat. "Go? Where?" She smiled, a slow, chilling spread of her lips. "To your true home, of course. The one you have been waiting for." She stood up, and I, still paralyzed by a mixture of fear and some unholy compulsion, found myself rising with her. She did not touch me this time, but her eyes were enough. They were chains, binding me, pulling me along. As we walked towards the exit, she moved with an unsettling grace, her presence almost ethereal. I felt like a puppet, my limbs moving not by my own will, but by hers. We passed by the bartender, who offered a cheerful "have a good night." Sarah simply nodded, her smile serene. He did not even glance at me, the terrified man being let out of his nightmare. Or perhaps he could not. The cold night air hit me like a shock as we stepped out of the rusty Anchor. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, making the familiar downtown street seem alien and menacing. Sarah did not head for a car. Instead, she began to walk, turning down a dimly lit side street I would never noticed before. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the fear tightening its grip around my throat. She did not answer directly. Instead, she began to talk, her voice soft, almost melodic, as if recounting a pleasant memory. The oak tree was always a favorite spot, was not it? We would spend hours there, climbing its branches, dreaming. The little Pip buried beneath the roses. Such a tender heart. She was deliberately rattling off these details, not to prove her knowledge anymore, but to remind me of her omnipresence, her insidious reach into my past. It was a form of psychological torture, designed to break down my resistance, to make me feel utterly exposed and helpless. "And your mother's bluebird bath," she continued, her voice tinged with a strange nostalgia. "She always kept it so clean. A shame, really, all that effort for something so temporary." Temporary. The word hung in the air, a chilling premonition. We walked for what felt like miles, though it could not have been more than a few blocks. The side street twisted and turned, becoming narrower, darker, the buildings more dilapidated. The sounds of the city faded, replaced by the distant hum of traffic and the unsettling silence of this forgotten corner of town. Finally, she stopped in front of what looked like an abandoned warehouse. It was a massive, brick structure, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling, a testament to neglect and decay. A rusty, chain-link fence, topped with barbed wire, surrounded the property. The gate was hanging open, creaking faintly in the breeze. "In here," she said, her voice a low command. My blood ran cold. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, to do anything but step into that dark, foreboding place. "No," I said, finally finding some strength, some flicker of defiance. "I am not going in there." She turned to face me, and her eyes, they were no longer merely intense. They glowed with an internal, ethereal light, a faint, phosphorescent green that made my stomach clench. Her skin, already pale, seemed to grow even whiter, almost translucent in the dim light. And for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I saw something else flicker beneath her human features, a hint of sharper angles, a more ancient, less human countenance. "You have no choice," she said, her voice now deeper, resonant, carrying an echo of something ancient and powerful. It was not just a woman speaking, it was something else, something that had worn the skin of Sarah. Her hand shot out again, not to my wrist this time, but to my shoulder. Her grip was iron, her fingers digging into my flesh, but the cold was even more pronounced, radiating through my clothes, chilling me to the bone. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles piercing my skin, a freezing agony that made me gasp. "You are bound to me," she hissed, her face inches from mine. Her breath was cold, dry, like air from a tomb. "You have been, since before you drew your first breath. The waiting is over. The time has come." She tugged, and I stumbled forward through the broken gate into the desolate yard of the warehouse. The ground was uneven, covered in weeds and broken glass. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, decay, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. "What do you want from me?" I choked out, tears stinging my eyes, not from physical pain, but from the overwhelming terror that consumed me. She did not answer, but pulled me towards a side door, a heavy, rusted metal slab that looked like it had not been opened in decades. With a single effortless shove, she pushed it inward. It groaned on its hinges, revealing a cavernous darkness within. The air inside was stale and heavy, filled with the scent of dust and something indescribably ancient. A faint, greenish glow emanated from somewhere deep within the warehouse, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. "Come," she commanded, her voice echoing in the vast space. "Your true purpose awaits." I stumbled forward, my legs feeling like lead, my mind screaming in protest. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw that the warehouse was not empty. In the center, bathed in the sickly green light, was an elaborate, unsettling setup. There was a large, circular altar, carved from dark stone, its surface stained with what looked like dried, dark blood. Around it, strange symbols were etched into the dusty concrete floor, glowing faintly with the same eerie green light. Candles, black and gnarled, flickered around the perimeter, casting dancing shadows that made the symbols seem to writhe. And on the altar itself, something lay draped, covered by a heavy, dark cloth. My blood ran cold. This was not just an abandoned building, it was a temple, a place of dark ritual. She led me to the edge of the circle, her grip never wavering. "Behold," she whispered, her voice filled with a chilling reverence, "the culmination of generations of waiting." With a dramatic flourish, she released my shoulder and stepped to the altar, pulling away the dark cloth. My eyes widened in horror, and a choked scream died in my throat. Beneath the cloth lay not a person, not an animal, but a grotesque pulsating mass of something vaguely organic yet utterly alien. It was roughly human-shaped, but its skin was a mottled gray, slick with a glistening fluid. Tentacle-like appendages writhed slowly from its sides, and where a head should have been, there was a featureless, ovular mass, with a single, unblinking eye in the center, glowing with the same eerie green light that permeated the room. It was horrifying, disgusting, and utterly, impossibly real. "This is the one you were meant to serve," Sarah said, her voice a low, guttural growl that was no longer human. Her own eyes now glowed brightly, and her features seemed to stretch and distort, her skin becoming taut, almost scaly. Her fingers elongated, ending in sharp, black talons. The human facade was crumbling, revealing the true horror beneath. "It is waited for you," she continued, her voice layered with an inhuman chorus of whispers. "For your life. For your essence to finally awaken fully. You are the key, the final piece of the puzzle." The single eye of the creature on the altar slowly swiveled, focusing on me. A low, guttural hum emanated from it, a sound that vibrated deep within my bones, threatening to shatter my sanity. I felt a pull, an irresistible force drawing me towards the altar, towards that monstrosity. "No!" I screamed, finally finding my voice, a raw, primal shriek of terror. I tried to back away, but my feet were glued to the spot. The pull was too strong. Sarah, or whatever she truly was, laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Struggle all you like, little vessel. It changes nothing. Your destiny was sealed long ago under the old oak tree with the burying of little Pip. A life for a life, a soul for a soul. The promise was made. My childhood, my innocent grief twisted into a horrifying pact I never knew I would made. The oak tree, my mom's birdbath. They were not just details, they were markers, signs of ownership. The creature on the altar began to stir more violently, its tentacles lashing out, its single eye pulsing with a malevolent hunger. The green light intensified, bathing the entire warehouse in its sickly glow. I could feel my own life force, my very essence, being drawn out of me, pulled towards the altar, towards that waiting horror. "It will be quick," Sarah hissed, her voice a chilling comfort. "And then you will be one with the Ancient Ones, a part of something far greater than yourself." I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face, bracing myself for the inevitable. The hum from the creature grew louder, a deafening roar in my ears. I felt a searing pain in my chest, as if my heart was being ripped from my body. My vision blurred, and the world began to spin. Just as the darkness threatened to consume me, a sudden, piercing shriek cut through the air. It was not from me, but from somewhere outside the warehouse. A high-pitched, metallic screech that seemed to vibrate with an unholy power, far more potent than anything Sarah or her creature could muster. The green light flickered. Sarah's head snapped up, her monstrous features contorted in a snarl of frustration and rage. "No, not now. He is not ready." The creature on the altar recoiled slightly, its single eye darting towards the source of the sound. The hum faltered, replaced by a low, whining sound. Another shriek, closer this time, accompanied by a sound like tearing metal. Sarah let out a frustrated growl, her attention momentarily diverted. Damn them, always interfering. In that split second of distraction, the invisible pull on me weakened. It was a faint, almost imperceptible release, but it was enough. My survival instinct, buried under layers of terror, roared to life. This was my chance. With a desperate guttural cry, I threw myself backward, away from the altar, away from Sarah. I stumbled, my legs still weak, but I forced myself to move. I did not know what was happening, what new horror was outside, but it was creating an opening, and I had to take it. Sarah let out a furious roar, lunging for me, her talons extended. But another, even louder shriek ripped through the air, and a section of the warehouse wall exploded inward, sending dust and debris flying. Through the gaping hole, I saw a flash of something dark and winged, moving with impossible speed. The sudden chaos, the new threat, completely overwhelmed Sarah. She turned, her attention now fully on the breach, snarling at the unseen intruder. I did not look back. I just ran, I scrambled through the dust and rubble, my heart pounding, my lungs burning. I burst through the rusted side door, tearing my way through the broken gate, and stumbled out onto the dark street. I ran without looking, without knowing where I was going, just putting as much distance as I could between myself and that place. The sounds of a furious, inhuman battle erupted behind me: roars, shrieks, the tearing of metal, and the sickening wet thud of something heavy hitting the ground. I did not stop until my legs gave out, collapsing in a gasping heap in a dimly lit alleyway, miles from the warehouse. I lay there, trembling, hyperventilating, the metallic taste of fear still in my mouth. The cold, the terror, the image of that creature, and Sarah's monstrous transformation were seared into my mind. I eventually found my way home, disheveled, traumatized, and utterly broken. The police, when I finally managed to stammer out a fragmented account, looked at me with pity and suspicion. They found no abandoned warehouse, no signs of a struggle, no evidence of anything beyond a man having a very bad trip. The rusty anchor was still there, vibrant and oblivious. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what Sarah was, and I knew that the waiting was not truly over. I had escaped, yes, but the chilling truth she spoke, the ancient pact, the idea of being a vessel, it haunted me. Now, every Tinder match feels like a trap. Every intense gaze, every casual question about my past, sends a jolt of ice through my veins. I changed my number, moved to a new city, tried to erase all traces of myself online. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the shadows dance, I feel a familiar, unnatural cold, and I wonder, with a sickening dread, if I truly escaped, or if I am just on borrowed time. After all, she said I was bound to her. And some things, once promised, are never truly forgotten. And I still feel that empty space, that sense that something is missing, something I was meant to find. And I know with a chilling certainty that one day she will come back to fill it. My breath hitched, a desperate, ragged sound I hoped she would not hear over the bar's low hum. But her grip was a cold, unyielding vice around my wrist, and her eyes, once merely intense, now seemed to glow with an unnatural, predatory light. The smile was gone, replaced by a grim, knowing line. "Oh, but you can't," she murmured, her voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the bar's cacophony like a surgeon's scalpel. "Not yet." I tried to pull away, a frantic, animalistic jerk of my arm. Her grip did not budge. It was like I was trying to free myself from a statue carved from ice and granite. The cold radiated up my arm, a deep, bone-chilling sensation that went beyond mere temperature. It felt dead. Panic, raw and unadulterated, flared in my chest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I looked around, desperate, my eyes darting from face to face. The bartender, wiping glasses with a practiced ease, seemed miles away. A couple in the corner laughed, clinking their beer mugs. A group of guys at the bar shouted over a sports game on the TV. Nobody saw, nobody heard, or maybe nobody cared. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was utterly, completely alone in a room full of people. Let go of me. I managed, my voice a pathetic croak, barely audible even to myself. I tried to sound firm, but the tremor was undeniable. Sarah's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile, a ghost of her previous charm. "Do not be silly. We are just getting started." Her grip tightened, and I felt a faint, almost imperceptible pressure on the bones of my wrist. It was not painful yet, but it was a clear warning. A promise of pain if I pushed. "You really think you can just leave?" she continued, her voice soft, almost chiding, as if I were a child misbehaving. "After all this time, after everything, what everything was she talking about?" My mind raced, frantically trying to connect the dots, to find some rational explanation for this nightmare. Stalker, psychopath, a twisted game, but the cold, the unnatural strength, the impossible knowledge of my childhood, it felt like something far older, far more sinister. She gave my wrist a gentle tug, pulling me back down into the booth. The movement was so slight, so effortless on her part, but I stumbled, my legs suddenly weak and unresponsive. I landed back on the worn vinyl seat with a soft thud, my eyes wide and fixed on hers. Her gaze was unwavering, boring into me. It felt like she was not just looking at me, but through me, into the deepest, darkest corners of my past, my fears, my very soul. "You have been waiting," she said again, her voice a low hum, "for so very long. And now, I am here. I do not know what you are talking about," I stammered, trying to sound defiant, but my voice still shook. My hand was numb now, the cold having seeped deeper than just the skin. She chuckled, a soft, dry sound, devoid of humor. "Of course, you do not. That is the beauty of it. Is not it? The innocence, the ignorance." She leaned closer across the small table. Her scent, which I would initially thought was just a pleasant perfume, now seemed to carry a faint metallic tang like old blood or forgotten earth. "But deep down, you have always felt it, have not you? That empty space, that sense that something was missing, something you were meant to find." My mind flashed back to countless nights, staring at the ceiling, feeling an inexplicable longing, a vague sense of incompleteness that no amount of success or companionship could fill. I would always dismissed it as existential angst, a common human condition. But now, through the lens of her terrifying words, it twisted into something far more sinister. Had I been moving on to the next story, you know that feeling when your stomach drops. Not from hunger, but from a sudden, icy realization that something is terribly, irrevocably wrong. That is exactly how I felt when Chloe, across the ancient sticky diner table, casually mentioned she was not hungry for food, but found sustenance in other ways. Her unsettling hazel eyes, which had flickered with swirling nebular colors for a terrifying second, now fixed on me, a predatory gleam in their depths. I feed on experiences, on connections, on the raw, unfiltered emotions of others. She would purr, her double-tracked whisper sending a fresh jolt of dread through me. "Like your confusion, Alex. Your fear. It is quite delicious." My appetite, which had already been teetering on the brink, evaporated completely. It was not just gone. It felt like it had never existed. A cold dread, heavy and absolute, paralyzed me. This was not a joke. This was not a cold read. This was something profoundly sinister, something that clawed at the deepest, most primal parts of my brain, screaming danger. What? What are you talking about? My voice was a weak croak, barely audible above the low hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant clatter from the kitchen. My mind, usually a fortress of logic and skepticism, was scrambling, trying to find an explanation, any explanation, that did not involve me being trapped in a horror movie. Was she a performance artist? A cult member? Was I being filmed for some sick reality show? But the chilling specificity of her knowledge, the fender bender, my exact order, my secret fascination with urban legends, shattered every rational defense. Chloe merely smiled, that too wide, unsettling smile, and leaned back in her booth, her movements unnaturally fluid, almost boneless. "I am talking about the truth, Alex. The truth of what lies beneath the surface. The truth of what makes you..." She gestured vaguely around the derelict diner. "This place, it is a good spot. So many forgotten emotions linger here. So many echoes of lives lived, regrets whispered into stale coffee, hopes shattered over greasy fries." Her gaze intensified, boring into me. "But you, Alex, you are particularly vibrant. A creature of habit, yes, but beneath that predictable exterior, there is a wellspring of curiosity, a fascination with the unknown. You seek out the whispers beyond the veil, do not you? You want to believe, and that desire, that almost desperate yearning for something more, it resonates. It calls to me. I felt a shiver, not of cold, but of something far worse, skittering down my spine. It was like she was not just reading my mind, but reaching into my soul, pulling out the threads of my very being and examining them under a microscope. And the worst part, she was right. All of it. The urban legends, the quiet longing for proof that the world was stranger than it seemed. But I never wanted this kind of proof. It is not just the big moments. Alex, she continued, her voice dropping to an even softer, more insidious whisper. It is the slow burn, the gnawing unease, the way your heart thrums when you realize you are not in control. She paused, her eyes seeming to drink in the frantic beat of my pulse, which felt like a drum solo against my ribs. Like right now, that delicious cocktail of fear, confusion, and a burgeoning sense of helplessness. Exquisite. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. My untouched bacon cheeseburger, medium rare, no onions, and the root beer sat before me, a mockery of normalcy. The smell of the greasy patty, once appealing, now turned my stomach. It reeked of stale oil and something else. Something metallic, like old pennies, but sharper, more visceral. The same scent I would notice when I first walked in, now overpowering. Brenda, the tired waitress, shuffled back to our table, holding a grimy rag. Her eyes, usually dull with exhaustion, seemed even more vacant than before. She barely glanced at me, her gaze sliding past as if I was not there. She just picked up my untouched plate and the full root beer, her movements slow, mechanical. "Everything all right, folks?" she mumbled, not looking at either of us. "Perfect." "Brenda," Chloe purred, her smile unwavering. "Just perfect." Brenda nodded slowly, still not meeting anyone's eyes, and shuffled away. My chance to signal for help, however slim, was gone. It was like she had not even registered my presence, or the tension thrumming between Chloe and me. Or maybe, I thought with a fresh wave of terror, she did not want to register it. "I think I need to go," I managed, pushing myself back from the table. My chair scraped loudly on the linoleum, a jarring sound in the sudden, almost unnatural quiet of the diner. It felt like every eye in the place should have turned, but no one did. The few other patrons, a grizzled trucker hunched over a coffee, an elderly couple silently sharing a slice of pie, seemed frozen in time, their movements stilled, their faces blank. As I started to rise, Chloe's hand shot out, her fingers wrapping around my wrist. Her touch was cold, incredibly cold, like marble, yet it pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. "Are you sure you want to go, Alex? We have barely begun." Her voice was soft, but it resonated with a strange authority, a subtle pressure that made my muscles lock. Her eyes, those unsettling hazel eyes, seemed to swirl faster now, the nebular colors within them becoming more distinct, like miniature galaxies. The diner itself seemed to respond to her. Fluorescent lights above flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch. The background hum of the refrigerator unit grew louder, then faded, replaced by a low, guttural thrum that vibrated through the floorboards and up my legs. "We have so much to discuss," Chloe whispered, her grip tightening, not painfully, but with an unyielding strength. "So many connections to make, so many experiences to share." She leaned closer, and the sweet metallic scent, like old pennies mixed with something sickly sweet, like decay, intensified, making my head swim. "Did you know, Alex, about the scar on your left knee? The one you got when you were 7, falling off your bike trying to impress a girl named Sarah? You cried, not from the pain, but from the embarrassment. That little spark of shame, it lingered for years. Did not it..." A delicious little morsel. My blood ran cold. That was a memory I had not thought about in decades. A buried childhood humiliation. How could she possibly know that? My mind reeled. This was not just psychic ability. This was something far more invasive, more insidious. She was not just reading me, she was inside me. Or the way you still sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the night your parents argued. The silence afterward more terrifying than the shouting. The fear that your world was about to break apart. That profound sense of helplessness. Alex is a rare vintage. I particularly enjoy that one. A wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than before. It was not just the metallic smell, it was the violation, the absolute invasion of my most private, vulnerable moments. She was rifling through my past, plucking out my deepest fears and regrets, savoring them like a connoisseur. And as she spoke, as she dissected these intimate fragments of my life, I felt a distinct drain. It was not physical weakness, not yet, but a profound sense of emotional exhaustion. It was as if a part of my very essence, the energy tied to those memories, was being siphoned away. I felt hollowed out, like a balloon slowly deflating. I tried to pull my wrist away, a surge of adrenaline momentarily overcoming the paralysis. "Let go of me," I demanded, my voice cracking, louder this time. Chloe's smile remained, but her eyes narrowed fractionally. Such resistance, such a delightful burst of anger. It is a powerful emotion, Alex. A strong flavor. Her grip did not loosen. In fact, it seemed to solidify, becoming part of the table, part of the very air. You must not fight it. It only makes the experience more intense. For both of us, the diner around us began to twist. The walls, once appealing, faded yellow, now seemed to ripple, the paint bubbling and shifting like skin under a fever. The framed pictures on the wall faded photographs of local landmarks and smiling. Long, dead patrons distorted, their faces stretching and melting into grotesque caricatures. The smell of stale coffee and old pennies was now laced with something else, something cloying and sweet, like lilies left too long in a vase, mingled with the metallic tang of fresh blood. My head swam. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to clear my vision, trying to convince myself it was a hallucination, a terrible nightmare. But when I opened them again, the distortions were even worse. The table between us seemed to lengthen and shorten, its surface shimmering like disturbed water. The booth opposite, where the elderly couple had been, was now empty, the plastic seat torn and stained, as if no one had sat there for decades. "We have always been here, Alex," Chloe whispered, her voice a chorus of soft, overlapping tones now, like multiple voices speaking in unison, yet still unmistakably hers. In the shadows, at the edges, feeding on what makes humanity human, your joy, your sorrow, your hope, your despair. These are our nourishment. And you, dear Alex, are a particularly rich harvest. She was not just talking about emotions, she was talking about life. My life, my experiences, my very soul. I tried to scream, but the sound caught in my throat, a strangled gasp. My jaw felt locked, my tongue heavy. My limbs, once responsive, now felt like lead weights, rooted to the spot. I was trapped, utterly, completely trapped. Then Brenda reappeared. She was standing next to our table again, but she looked different. Her skin was paler, almost translucent, like Chloe's. Her eyes, usually just tired, were now utterly blank, devoid of any light, like shattered glass. She held a fresh coffee pot, but it was steaming with a thick, black liquid that looked less like coffee and more like crude oil. She just stood there, swaying slightly, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, mimicking Chloe's earlier gesture. "Brenda," I managed, my voice a desperate whisper. Brenda did not respond. Chloe, however, smiled wider. "Brenda's a very good host," she purred. "She understands the importance of sustenance, of connection." A horrifying realization dawned on me. Brenda was not just a waitress, she was part of this, a victim, perhaps, or an accomplice, or something in between. Her vacant eyes, her mechanical movements, she was like a puppet, and Chloe was pulling the strings. Chloe's human facade began to ripple. Her skin, already translucent, seemed to stretch and thin, revealing faint, dark veins pulsing beneath. Her eyes, those swirling nebula, expanded, consuming more of her face, the colors deepening into impossible hues of violet, emerald, and midnight blue. Her mouth, when she spoke again, seemed to open wider than was humanly possible, her teeth elongating into needle-sharp points. "You are afraid." "Alex," she breathed, the multi-voiced whisper now a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through my bones. "Good. Let it flow. Let it wash over you." And then, she plunged me into my own mind. Suddenly, the diner was not just distorting, it was becoming a canvas for my deepest fears. The faded photographs on the wall were not just melting, they were transforming into vivid, terrifying scenes from my past. The night my parents argued, the living room now the size of a cavern, their shadows monstrous on the walls, their voices echoing like thunder, the humiliation of falling off my bike. But now, Sarah was laughing, her face twisted into a cruel mask, and the pavement rushed up at me like a gaping maw. My recurring nightmare, the one where I am falling endlessly through a black void. Now I was there, plummeting, the wind ripping at my clothes. Chloe's face looming in the darkness below, her eyes the only source of light. I was forced to relive them, not as memories, but as fresh, visceral experiences. My heart hammered, my breath hitched, tears stung my eyes. Each wave of fear, each pang of shame, each surge of helplessness felt like a physical blow, and with each blow, I felt more of myself draining away. My anger, my love for my family, my quiet joys, my hopes for the future, they were being consumed like fuel for a fire. I was becoming hollow. A shell. Just as the black void of my nightmare threatened to swallow me whole, a sudden, jarring sound ripped through the illusion. A harsh, blaring horn, followed by the screech of tires and a resounding crash from outside. It was loud, undeniably real, and it shattered the oppressive silence of Chloe's mental prison. The diner flickered, the swirling colors, and Chloe's eyes contracted, her human features momentarily snapping back into place, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. The spell was broken, if only for a second. This was my chance. A surge of primal, desperate adrenaline coursed through me, a last, dying ember of defiance. My limbs, heavy moments before, now felt light, propelled by a desperate will to survive. With a guttural cry, I yanked my wrist free from Chloe's grasp, the cold marble-like skin tearing away from mine with a sickening rip. Chloe gasped, a sound like dry leaves rustling. Her eyes widened, the nebular colors flaring with a sudden, intense rage. "No," she hissed, her voice a single, piercing shriek that vibrated through the air, making the light bulbs above explode with a shower of sparks. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking the table violently. It crashed to the floor, sending forks and sticky sugar dispensers skittering across the linoleum. I did not look back. I just ran. The diner fought back. Shadows lashed out from the corners, trying to trip me. Chairs seemed to slide into my path. The floorboards buckled and groaned beneath my feet. But I pushed through, my mind focused solely on the exit sign, a beacon of fading red light. Brenda, the vacant-eyed waitress, stood directly in my path, her arms outstretched, her face a pale, ghostly mask. I did not hesitate. I shoved her aside, her body surprisingly light, almost insubstantial, as if made of smoke. She stumbled, falling with a soft thud that sounded unnervingly like a bag of rags hitting the floor. The front door, once so mundane, now seemed miles away. I lunged for it, my fingers fumbling with the cold metal handle. I twisted, pushed, and burst out into the night. The world outside was a jarring symphony of normalcy. A passing car honked, its headlights blinding. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of exhaust fumes and damp pavement, not stale coffee and metallic decay. The crash I would heard moments before was real. A fender bender between two sedans, already attracting a small crowd of curious onlookers. Everything was mundane. Everything was real. I gasped for air, my lungs burning, my legs threatening to give out. I leaned against a lamppost, shaking uncontrollably, my eyes darting back to the diner. The rusty spoon was there, just as I remembered it. But it was not bustling with a few patrons, or even distorted by Chloe's influence. It was utterly derelict. The windows were boarded up, splintered wood nailed haphazardly across the grimy glass. The open sign was dark, hanging askew, a faded relic. The paint on the exterior was peeling down to bare wood, the entire structure sagging, looking like it had been abandoned for decades. It was a ruin, a ghost of a building. My mind struggled to reconcile what I had just experienced with what I was seeing. Had I imagined it all? Was I insane? No. The cold dread in my gut, the phantom chill on my wrist where Chloe had held me, the hollow ache in my chest where my emotions had been. It was all too real. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs screamed, until I collapsed on a park bench miles away, gasping for breath, the metallic scent of old pennies still clinging to my nostrils. A phantom, sickening perfume. I tried to tell someone, anyone, my best friend, Mark, picked up, "Dude, you sound like you just ran a marathon. What is up?" I tried to explain, to articulate the unspeakable horror, the invasion, the feeding, but the words came out garbled, insane. She eats emotions. Mark. She knew everything. The diner, it was a trap. Mark listened patiently for a few minutes, then suggested I go home, get some sleep, maybe lay off the late-night horror movies. He thought I was having a stress-induced psychotic break. And who could blame him? How do you explain an entity that feeds on your very soul? I never went on a Tinder date again. I deleted all my dating apps. I started avoiding crowds, avoiding eye contact. Terrified, I would see those unsettling hazel eyes, those swirling nebulae in a stranger's face. I became a recluse, living in a constant state of low-level anxiety. The worst part is not just the memory of what happened, but what I became. The feeding work. I am safe, physically, but I am profoundly changed. I feel empty, emotionally numb. The vibrant Alex, the one who sought out the whispers beyond the veil, is gone. He was devoured. Sometimes, in the quietest moments, I still feel her presence, a faint, cold dread like a phantom limb, a whisper of that sweet metallic scent on the wind. She is still out there, hungry, waiting for her next connection. And you know what the true horror is? It is not just that she feeds on emotions, it is that she leaves you alive, a hollowed-out husk, a warning to others. And I am that warning. I am the proof that sometimes the things that whisper just beyond the veil, they do not just want to be heard. They want to be fed, and they will leave you with nothing but the chilling echo of what you once were. Your next story starts right here. So, there I was. Hand outstretched, a polite gesture, a human attempt at connection. But Serena just ignored it. Her impossibly wide, dark eyes did not even flicker. Instead, that gaze, heavy and cold as polished stone, slowly traveled up my arm, past my elbow, to my shoulder, and then settled on my face. It felt less like she was looking at me, and more like she was scanning me, assessing, cataloging. "Alex," she purred again, a sound like gravel shifting under a silk sheet. "You came..." It was not a question, it was a statement, a declaration. And in that moment, the quaint little cafe, the Gilded Bean, suddenly felt less like a public meeting spot and more like a private stage, set just for her and me. I pulled my hand back, feeling foolish, a little exposed. Yeah, I did. I managed, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt reedy, thin. "Glad to finally meet you in person." She tilted her head. A movement so fluid it was almost serpentine. Her dark hair, perfectly straight, did not seem to move with her. Glad? Or compelled? The corner of her lips curved upwards, just slightly, but her eyes remained flat, unreadable. It was not a smile that reached her eyes. It was a predator's baring of teeth, disguised as something else. A cold prickle started at the base of my spine. This was not just off, this was a whole other level of unsettling. I swallowed, trying to force down the sudden lump in my throat. Well, I was intrigued, I admitted, trying to lean into the philosophical angle we would cultivated in our chats. Your profile, our conversations, they were certainly unique. She glided into the seat opposite me. Not pulled, but glided. This was like watching a ghost move. No discernible effort, no rustle of clothes, just a smooth transition. The chair did not even creak. She settled, her posture unnaturally perfect, hands folded neatly in her lap. Her skin, I noticed now in the cafe's soft lighting, truly was impossibly pale, almost translucent, like old porcelain, and she did not seem to blink, not once. Unique, she echoed, the word stretching out, tasting it. The unseen often is, most people, they fear what they cannot immediately categorize, what they cannot grasp. Her gaze intensified, boring into me. But you, Alex, you have a thirst for it. I saw it in your eyes, a hunger for something beyond the mundane. My mind raced. How did she know that it was true? I was always looking for something more, something deeper, but I had not explicitly stated that in our chats. I would talk about my dreams, my fears, sure, but not this inherent yearning for the unknown. You seem to see a lot, I said, trying to deflect, to gain some control. I see what others hide, she replied, her voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper, yet every word was perfectly clear, as if spoken directly into my mind. The cracks in the facade, the true desires buried beneath politeness, the tiny, desperate hopes that flicker in the dark corners of the soul. She leaned forward, just a fraction, and I instinctively tensed. For example, Alex, you came to this city for a fresh start, a new life, to escape a past that felt too small, too confining, a past that left you feeling incomplete. My jaw almost dropped. Every single word was true. I had moved to escape a stagnant job, a relationship that had withered, a general sense of ennui. I had not told her any of that. My Tinder bio was generic, my chats philosophical, not biographical. This was not just good intuition, this was something else. My heart started to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. How could you possibly know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper now. She smiled again, that same unsettling, unreaching smile. The unseen, Alex. It whispers to me, it reveals itself to those who know how to listen. Her gaze drifted around the cafe, not really seeing the few other patrons, but rather scanning the air, the shadows, the corners. This place, she said, her voice a little louder now, though still a murmur. The Gilded Bean. You came here once, did not you? After a particularly frustrating day at your new job, you felt lost, overwhelmed, and you found solace in the quiet anonymity of this forgotten corner. My blood ran cold. The Gilded Bean was indeed a place I would stumbled upon by accident. Deep in the city, far from my apartment, it was quiet, unassuming, exactly where I would gone to nurse a terrible day. I had not checked in on social media, had not told a soul. This was impossible. This was a violation. Look, Serena, I began, trying to sound firm, but my voice wavered. I think this is a little much. How do you know all this? It is really making me uncomfortable. She leaned back, her expression unperturbed. Uncomfortable? Or exposed? The truth can be a harsh light, can't it? But you crave truth. Alex, you told me so yourself. You said you wanted someone who could see beyond the surface. Yes, but not like this, I retorted, my voice rising slightly. The few other patrons, a couple hunched over their laptops, did not even glance up. It was like we were in a bubble, invisible to everyone else. This is stalking. This is creepy. Her eyes narrowed just a fraction. Stalking is a human concept. Alex, born of fear and possessiveness. I merely observe. I understand. I connect. She paused, then tilted her head again. You are feeling a tremor of fear, are not you? But beneath that, there is a flicker of fascination. A part of you wants to know more, wants to understand how I see, what others cannot. She was right. Damn it, she was right. A part of me, the morbid, thrill-seeking part that loved true crime podcasts and horror movies, was fascinated. But the rational, survival instinct part of me was screaming to get up and run. I think I should go, I said, pushing my chair back, the sound a jarring scrape in the unnaturally quiet cafe. Serena did not move. Her dark eyes simply followed me. Go? But we have only just begun. We have not even had our coffee. She gestured to the empty table. I know you prefer a simple black Americano. No sugar, no cream. And you like to hold the mug in both hands. To feel the warmth, I froze, my hand still on the chair back. She had not ordered anything. Neither had I. Yet she knew my exact preference. And yes, I did like to hold the mug that way. Serena, I said, my voice tight. This is not a date. This is something else. I am leaving. Leaving, she whispered, and for the first time a hint of something other than serene calm entered her voice. A low, dangerous hum. But Alex, you are precisely what I have been looking for. The kind eyes, the open heart, the soul that yearns for the unseen. She stood up then, a slow, deliberate rise. She did not push her chair back. It simply remained where it was, as if untouched. You see, Alex, most people are closed off. Their inner landscape is a barren wasteland. But yours is fertile ground, full of vibrant dreams, rich with fear, pulsating with desire. She took a step towards me, and then another. Her movements were still that unsettling glide, but now they felt purposeful, predatory. The cafe, the other patrons, the street outside, they all blurred into an indistinct background. It was just her and me. I want to show you something. Alex, she murmured, her voice now a hypnotic drone. Something truly beautiful, something you have only ever dreamed of. She reached out a hand, her slender fingers, tipped with perfectly manicured dark nails, extending towards me. They looked cold, almost skeletal. Every cell in my body screamed danger. This was not just a weird date. This was a trap. I turned to bolt, but her hand shot out, impossibly fast, and closed around my wrist. Her grip was like iron, cold and unyielding. It felt like I was being held by marble, not flesh and blood. Where are you going? Alex, she purred, her face now inches from mine. Her eyes were like twin abysses, swallowing all light, all hope. Do not you want to see the unseen? The scent of her hit me then. Not perfume, not body odor, but something ancient, earthy, like damp soil and wilting flowers. It was the smell of the black rose from her profile picture. Panic surged, pure and unadulterated. I tried to pull my wrist free, but her grip was unbreakable. Let go of me, I yelled, my voice cracking. This time, the couple at the laptop did look up. Startled, but Serena did not even glance at them. Her focus was entirely on me. Shh, she whispered, her gaze locking with mine, and I felt a strange dullness creep into my limbs, a heavy lethargy. It was like I was being sedated. My struggle weakening, despite my mind screaming at me to fight. Do not be afraid. Not yet. We are going on an adventure, Alex. An adventure into the true nature of beauty, into the heart of what you truly desire. She pulled, and I stumbled, following her lead. My feet felt heavy, unresponsive. It was like watching myself from a distance, a puppet on strings. She led me past the counter, past the startled barista, who seemed to freeze in place, eyes wide, mouth agape, but making no sound, no move to help. It was like time had slowed or warped around us. We reached the cafe door. She did not open it. She just pushed, and the door swung open, not with a chime, but with a low, mournful groan. The street outside was no longer the bustling city street I would entered. It was dark, the sky bruised purple, even though it had been mid-afternoon. The buildings were taller, older, their windows like vacant eyes. The streetlights flickered with an unhealthy yellow glow, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch. Where are we going? I managed to choke out, my voice barely audible. Somewhere special, she said, her grip still firm, pulling me along. Somewhere you have always wanted to go. Somewhere that truly understands the beauty of the unseen. We walked down the street, Serena still gliding, me stumbling beside her, my legs feeling like lead. The air grew colder, heavy with that same earthy floral scent. The street seemed to stretch endlessly, the buildings growing more dilapidated, more ancient. With every step, I saw no other people, no cars, no signs of life, just the oppressive silence, punctuated by the rhythmic thud of my own terrified heart. Finally, she stopped. Before us stood a house. It was an old Victorian, but not the charming kind. This one was a monstrosity. Its paint was peeling, its gables warped, its windows dark and boarded up, like eyes sewn shut. A gnarled, ancient tree devoid of leaves clawed at the sky beside it. A rusted, wrought iron fence surrounded the property, its gate hanging crookedly on one hinge, groaning softly in the phantom wind. The black rose from her profile picture, I realized with a jolt, was clutched in the hand of a crumbling stone angel perched on the gatepost. "Welcome, Alex," Serena whispered, her voice laced with an undeniable triumph. "Welcome home." She led me through the broken gate. The path leading to the front door was overgrown with weeds and cracked flagstones. The house loomed, a silent, malevolent presence. As we approached the front door, it did not creak open. Instead, a section of the wall beside it seemed to shimmer, to ripple like water, and then dissolved into an archway of pure inky blackness. No door, no frame, just a gaping void. Serena pulled me through. The inside was colder than outside, a bone-deep chill that seeped into my marrow. It was not dark in the way a house without electricity is dark. It was dark as if light itself was being absorbed, swallowed by the very air. Yet, I could still see, though everything was muted, shades of gray and deep indigo. The space we entered was vast, a cavernous hall that stretched upwards into unseen shadows. Dust motes danced in the sparse, sickly light filtering in from somewhere, but it was not sunlight. It was a faint internal glow, emanating from nowhere and everywhere at once. The air was thick with that same smell damp earth, wilting flowers, and something else, now something metallic, like old blood. "Beautiful, is not it?" Serena asked, her voice echoing strangely in the vast space. Her grip on my wrist tightened, pulling me further in. I could not speak. My throat was tight with terror. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the gloom. I saw shapes, indistinct forms along the walls. Statues, sculptures, they seemed to writhe, to be in constant, subtle motion, and there were countless eyes. Not real eyes, but carved, painted, or perhaps even real eyes embedded into the walls, staring out from the shadows. Most people only see decay. Serena continued, oblivious to my terror, or perhaps reveling in it. They see what is lost, but I see what is gained. The transformation, the raw, unfiltered essence. She led me deeper into the house, through a series of twisting corridors, each one darker, colder than the last. The floor felt uneven beneath my feet, sometimes soft, sometimes hard, like walking on packed earth and then cold stone. My mind was screaming, but my body felt heavy, sluggish, as if moving through deep water. The lethargy she would imposed on me in the cafe was still there, a heavy cloak over my will. Finally, we entered what felt like a central chamber. Here, the internal light was a little brighter, revealing more detail, and what it revealed made my stomach churn and my gorge rise. The walls of this chamber were lined with shelves, and on those shelves were things. Not books, not trinkets. These were personal effects. Wallets, old cell phones, tattered photographs, ID cards, watches, rings, thousands of them. Each item carefully arranged, almost lovingly displayed, and beneath each item, on a small engraved plaque, was a name. My eyes snagged on one, Daniel Miller, beloved husband. Lost, but not forgotten. Another Sarah Jenkins, the aspiring artist. Her vision now complete. Each name, each item was a chilling testament. These were not just random objects. These were the remnants of lives. Of people. People who had been, like me, lured into Serena's web. These are my collection, Serena said, her voice soft, almost tender, as she gestured around the room. Each one a unique soul, each one, in their own way, beautiful. She finally released my wrist, and my arm fell uselessly to my side, cold and numb. They all came to me, Alex, drawn by the promise of the unseen. Just like you, I stumbled backward, bumping into a low, sturdy table in the center of the room. On it, under a glass dome, was a single, perfectly preserved black rose. It looked fresh, vibrant, impossibly alive. What did you do to them? I choked out, my voice raw with horror. My eyes darted from the shelves to Serena, then to the rose, then back to the shelves, a horrifying realization dawning on me. She smiled, that same unnerving, unreaching smile, but now it was wider, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. Did to them. I completed them. Alex. I helped them transcend the mundane, to truly become one with the unseen. She walked slowly towards me, her movement still that unsettling glide, but now imbued with a terrifying grace. You see, Alex, the world is full of noise, distractions. Most people live their entire lives without truly experiencing anything, without truly feeling anything beyond the superficial. She stopped directly in front of me, her impossibly wide eyes fixed on mine. But I offer a way out, a way to truly be seen, to truly be known, to become a part of something eternal. My breathing hitched. I could feel the cold radiating from her, from the very air around us. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. No, I do not want that. I want to go home. Home, she scoffed, a soft, dry sound. What is home, Alex? A place of walls and locked doors, a temporary shelter from the truth. No, Alex, this is your home now, your true home, where you will finally be complete. Her slender fingers, cold as ice, reached out and touched my face, tracing the line of my jaw. Her touch sent shivers of pure revulsion down my spine, but I was still paralyzed, unable to move, unable to fight. It was like a nightmare where you try to run, but your legs won't obey. Your kind eyes. Alex, she murmured, her thumb brushing over my eyelid. They hold so much yearning, so much potential, such beautiful, untamed fear. Her other hand reached up, her fingers tangling in my hair, pulling my head back slightly, exposing my throat. I can feel your heart, Alex, pounding like a trapped bird. So vibrant, so full of life. It is a shame to let such energy dissipate, is not it? A new, horrifying understanding slammed into me. This was not just about collecting their possessions. This was about them, about their essence, about their very being. What are you? I gasped, my voice barely a croak. Her smile widened, revealing those unnervingly sharp teeth again. I am the unseen, Alex. I am what waits just beyond the veil. I am the silence between heartbeats, the chill in the air when no wind blows. And I am hungry. She leaned closer, her breath cold and smelling of damp earth, ghosting over my face. I could see the tiny, intricate patterns in her dark irises, like swirling galaxies. And then I saw something else. Deep within their depths, like distant stars, were tiny flickering lights. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a pinprick of light, each one an eye. My mind shattered. A primal scream tore through me, breaking through the lethargy, through the terror, through everything. It was a scream born of pure, unadulterated instinct for survival. My body, suddenly flooded with adrenaline, surged to life. I headbutted her, a desperate, clumsy move, but it was enough. She recoiled with a hiss, her grip on my hair loosening, her hands flying up to her face. The brief moment of pain, of shock, was my only chance. I did not think. I just ran. I burst out of the chamber, scrambling back into the twisting corridors. The house seemed to shift around me, the walls leaning in, the shadows deepening, trying to confuse me, to trap me. But I pushed through, driven by a terror so profound it was almost a physical force. Behind me, I heard it. A low, guttural growl, utterly inhuman, and then the sound of her moving, no longer gliding, but a terrifyingly fast scuttling, a slithering that echoed through the vast, dark house. "You cannot escape." "Alex," her voice hissed, seeming to come from all directions at once, no longer a murmur, but a chilling, multi-layered whisper that scraped against my sanity. "Your essence is already intertwined with mine. You are mine." I did not know where I was going. I just kept running, blindly, desperately. I crashed into something hard, a leaning shelf sending what felt like old bones clattering to the floor. I stumbled, almost fell, but pushed myself forward. I could feel her presence behind me, a palpable coldness, a suffocating dread. I burst into what looked like a kitchen, ancient and long disused, but still somehow menacing. A rusted cleaver lay on a dusty counter. Without thinking, I snatched it up. It was heavy, cold in my hand, but it gave me a sliver of desperate hope. I heard her behind me, closer now. The sound of her unnatural movement was right at the doorway. I spun around, the cleaver raised, my heart hammering against my ribs. She stood there, silhouetted in the dim light. Her face was no longer serene. It was contorted, a mask of pure, ancient fury. Her dark eyes glowed with an internal, hellish light, and her sharp teeth were fully bared. She looked less like a beautiful woman and more like a monstrous entity, barely contained by a human shell. "Foolish mortal," she snarled, her voice thick with venom. "You cannot harm what you cannot comprehend." She lunged. I swung the cleaver blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline. It connected with something, not flesh, but something hard and unyielding. A sickening thunk echoed in the room. She stumbled back, a sound of fury escaping her, a sound that was less human than a cat's shriek, and more like tearing metal. It bought me a second. Just one. I did not look back. I sprinted for the nearest window, a large, grimy pane of glass. I did not care about the height, about the shards. I just needed out. I slammed the cleaver against the glass, once, twice, 3 times. It spiderwebbed, then shattered inward with a deafening crash. Cold, fresh air rushed in, a blessed relief. I did not hesitate. I scrambled through the jagged opening, tearing my skin on the broken glass, feeling hot blood welling up. I landed hard on something soft, overgrown weeds, then rolled, ignoring the pain, pushing myself to my feet. I was outside, back in the twisted, dark landscape of the house's yard. The ancient tree loomed, its branches like grasping claws. The broken gate seemed miles away. Behind me, I heard the window frame splintering, and then a sickening crunch as Serena burst through, not climbing, but simply forcing her way through the remaining glass and wood. She was faster now. her fury lending her an unnatural speed. I ran, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I stumbled over roots, scraped my knees on hidden rocks, but I kept going. The gate was closer now, a beacon of warped metal. I reached it, fumbling with the rusted latch, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grasp it. I heard her right behind me, a low, panting growl, the smell of damp earth and blood filling my nostrils. With a desperate lurch, I threw the gate open, tearing it from its last hinge. It crashed to the ground with a clang, and I burst out onto the street. The street was still dark, the buildings still ancient and menacing, but it was different. There was a faint hum in the air, a distant siren. The streetlights, though still sickly yellow, were no longer flickering. I did not stop. I just ran. I ran until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs gave out from under me, until I collapsed, gasping for air, in front of a brightly lit convenience store. A young man working the night shift saw me. My clothes were torn, blood streamed from countless cuts on my arms and face, and I was sobbing, shaking uncontrollably. He called the police. When they arrived, I tried to tell them. I tried to explain about Serena, about the house, about the terrifying things I would seen. They listened, their faces polite but skeptical. They noted my injuries, my state of shock. They took me to the hospital, stitched me up, and gave me a sedative. The next day, 2 officers drove me back to the area, to Elm Street. But the Gilded Bean was gone. In its place was a derelict storefront, its windows boarded up, covered in graffiti. There was no trace of the cafe, no sign it had ever existed, and the house we drove down the street where I remembered seeing it. But there was no monstrous Victorian, just a row of perfectly normal, if a little old, houses. No ancient tree, no rusted gate, no stone angel with a black rose. Nothing. They looked at me with pity, suggesting I might have been disoriented, perhaps suffered a head injury during whatever attack had left me so scratched and traumatized. They implied I might have hallucinated the house, the date, everything. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened. I left that city a week later, never looking back. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, scrubbed my online presence as best I could. I tried to start over, again, but the unseen, it never truly lets go. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the darkness presses in, I will catch a glimpse of something in the periphery of my vision. A shadow that moves a little too smoothly, a flicker of impossibly wide dark eyes in a reflective surface. And sometimes, when I am alone, I will catch a faint scent. Damp earth, wilting flowers, and the metallic tang of old blood. And I know she is still out there, still watching, still waiting, and I can still feel it deep within me. A cold, creeping sensation, a lingering connection, because I saw the unseen, and it saw me, and I am terrified that one day she will come back to complete her collection, to finally make me one with the beautiful, terrifying, unseen, and my kind eyes will be just another flicker in her endless, hungry gaze. Now, let us continue with the next story. Watch me. My blood ran cold, a glacial current seizing my veins. The diner, which had moments ago felt like a mundane, slightly greasy refuge, now seemed to shrink, the walls closing in, the fluorescent lights buzzing with an oppressive hum that vibrated in my teeth. My gaze darted around, seeking an exit, a distraction, another human being. But the diner was eerily quiet, almost empty. A lone cook, his back to us, was wiping down a grill with slow, deliberate movements, seemingly oblivious. A couple sat in a booth by the window, their heads bent together, murmuring. They seemed too still, too perfect, like mannequins arranged for a display. Chloe, however, was vibrant, almost glowing. Her green eyes, those eyes that had drawn me in on Tinder, were now the focal point of a terror I would never know. She leaned back, a picture of serene confidence, watching me squirm. Oh yes. Alex, she purred, her voice a silken thread unspooling in the suffocating silence. I have watched you more intimately than you could ever imagine. I know your little habits, the way you always leave your dirty socks by the bed on Tuesdays, even though you swear you will clean up, the way you hum off key when you are washing dishes, always that same old pop song from the 90s. And your nightmares, Alex. I know about those too. My jaw went slack. The socks, the humming. These were things no one knew. Not my friends, not my family. These were things I did in the privacy of my own apartment, when I thought I was utterly alone. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, trickling down my temples. What are you talking about? I managed, my voice a strangled croak. You are crazy. I do not know you. We just met. Her smile widened, a slow, predatory bloom. Crazy. Is it crazy to want to truly know someone, Alex? To understand the intricate workings of their mind, their heart, their very soul? No, I do not think so. I think it is dedication. She took another sip from her mug, her eyes never leaving mine, a silent challenge in their depths. The cloying, burnt sugar smell from my own mug seemed to intensify, now mixed with something acrid, like old pennies and something rotting. Just beneath the surface, my stomach lurched violently. You have not been in my apartment. I insisted, trying to inject some defiance into my voice, but it came out as a desperate plea. That is impossible. Chloe chuckled, a soft, musical sound that did nothing to soothe my rising panic. Oh, but I have... Alex. In a way, I have seen the way the morning light hits your worn-out armchair, the one you always sit in with your coffee. I have heard the creak of your floorboards when you pace, wrestling with some problem or another. I have even felt the chill in your apartment when you forget to close the window properly. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Hidden cameras. A skilled break-in artist, but the details she was rattling off were too intimate, too specific to be mere surveillance. She was not just observing me, she was describing my internal experience of my own space. And your nightmares, she continued, leaning forward again, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that made every hair on my arms stand on end. The one about the dark forest, where the branches reach for you like skeletal fingers, and the other one, the recurring one, where you are trapped in a box, the air running out and no one can hear your screams. My breath hitched. The box dream. I had not told anyone about that. It was a terror I kept locked away, buried deep. How could she possibly know? My reality was fracturing, slipping away beneath my feet. What are you... I choked out, pushing my chair back slightly, a primal urge to flee surging through me. My hand instinctively reached for my phone in my pocket, but Chloe's gaze sharpened, her eyes seeming to pierce right through me. Do not bother, she murmured, a hint of something cold and sharp entering her tone. It won't work. Not here. Not now. I glanced at my phone. The screen was dark. No signal. I tried to press the power button, but it felt dead in my hand. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. And as for who I am, she said, a slow, knowing smile returning to her face, I am the one who is going to truly connect with you, Alex, the one who understands you completely, because I have been waiting for you. Waiting for me, I whispered, my voice barely audible. For a very, very long time, she confirmed, gesturing to the mug in front of me, which is why you need to drink this. It is the final step. The culmination of all my efforts. The mug sat there, a dark, oily pool reflecting the dim diner lights. The smell was almost unbearable now, a mix of burnt sugar, metallic tang, and something else, something sickly sweet and strangely organic, like overripe fruit left in the sun, but with a horrifying undertone. My throat constricted. No, I said, shaking my head, my eyes wide with terror. I am not drinking that. What is it? Chloe's smile did not waver, but her eyes held a chilling intensity. It is a bond, a connection. It will allow us to truly merge, Alex, to be one. You see, I do not just watch people, I become them. I absorb them, their memories, their experiences, their very essence, and then I move on, richer, more complete. But you, Alex, you are special. You are the one I have been cultivating for a genuine, lasting connection. My blood ran cold, then hot, with a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline. She was not a stalker. She was something else entirely. Something monstrous. She was talking about consuming me. You are insane. I spat, my voice regaining a shaky strength, born of pure fear. I am leaving. Right now. I pushed my chair back with a screech, scrambling to my feet. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, to turn towards the door. But as I did, Chloe was suddenly there, blocking my path. She had not moved from her seat. She was still sitting, perfectly still, at the table. Yet she was also standing in front of me, her hand reaching out, impossibly fast to grasp my arm. Her grip was like iron, cold and unyielding. Where do you think you are going? Alex, she murmured, her voice no longer soft, but laced with an undeniable command. Her eyes, those luminous green eyes, seemed to glow with an inner light, casting eerie shadows on her face. The diner around us seemed to dim further, the buzzing of the lights growing louder, more frantic. The cook at the grill was gone. The couple by the window was gone. It was just us. Just me and Chloe. Let go of me. I struggled, twisting my arm, but her grip was absolute. It felt like she was part of me, a parasitic twin clinging to my very bone. Do not be foolish, she chided, her smile returning. But this time, it was devoid of warmth, a mere baring of teeth. You can't leave. Not yet. We have not completed our toast. She began to pull me back towards the table, her strength utterly disproportionate to her slender frame. My feet scraped against the linoleum floor, but I was no match for her. Panic clawed at my throat. This was not real. This could not be happening. I was on a Tinder date. For God's sake, this was supposed to be awkward small talk. Maybe a bad movie later, not a descent into a waking nightmare. She dragged me back to my seat, forcing me down with surprising ease. My muscles screamed in protest, but I was powerless. My arm still trapped in her grasp, she used her other hand to push the mug closer to me, the sickly sweet, metallic scent assaulting my nostrils, making my eyes water. Drink it, Alex, she commanded, her voice no longer a whisper, but a resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very air, through my bones. It is for our connection, the one I have been cultivating. It is time to truly open yourself to me. I stared into the mug, my reflection distorted in the oily surface. It was not just dark liquid anymore. Now, I could see faint, swirling patterns within it, like tiny galaxies of crimson and black. It looked thick, almost alive. And the smell, oh God, the smell. It was the smell of decomposition, of something that had once lived and was now being rendered down into this horrifying concoction. No, I choked out, turning my head away, tears of terror welling in my eyes. Please, do not do this. Her grip tightened on my arm, her fingernails digging in, not painfully, but with an unnerving pressure that felt like it was pressing on my very soul. You will drink it, Alex. You will. It is what you truly want. Is not it to be understood, to be seen? I offer you that, and so much more. You will be part of something greater, part of me. A wave of dizziness washed over me, not from fear alone, but something else, something insidious. The room began to spin, the dim lights blurring into streaks. My head felt heavy, my thoughts sluggish, as if something was already trying to seep into my mind, dulling my resistance. Was it the smell? Was it her influence? I do not want to be part of you. I stammered, my voice weak, fading. Oh, but you will, she said, her voice now a soothing lullaby. Even as my world tilted. You already are, in a way. I have been touching your dreams, Alex. Whispering to you in your sleep. Guiding you here. Guiding you to me, the dark forest dream. The box dream. Had she been there? Had she been the one reaching for me, the one trapping me? The thought was paralyzing. She released my arm for a moment, and I thought she was letting me go, but instead, she reached for the mug. My eyes widened in horror as her hand, slender and pale, wrapped around the ceramic. She lifted it, bringing it slowly towards my face. The scent was overpowering now, burning my nostrils, making my stomach clench. Open wide. Alex, she commanded, her voice soft but absolute. It is for our future, for our genuine connection. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head violently, trying to fight, to scream, but my body felt heavy, unresponsive. It was like I was trapped in one of my nightmares, unable to move, unable to make a sound as the horror approached. Do not be difficult, she said, a hint of impatience in her voice, and I felt a sharp pressure against my jaw. My mouth, to my utter horror, began to open, my muscles betraying me. It was not me opening, it was her influence, her power, forcing my body into the I could feel the cold rim of the mug against my lips, the thick, viscous liquid sloshing gently inside. A single drop, dark and glistening, escaped and ran down my chin, leaving a cold, sticky trail. The metallic tang was now undeniable, mixed with that sickly sweet burnt sugar essence. It was blood. And something else. Something ancient and foul. My eyes flew open, wide with a final, desperate terror. Chloe's face was inches from mine, her green eyes blazing with an unholy light. Her smile was gone, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated hunger. Welcome home. Alex, she whispered, just before the first horrifying gulp of the thick, warm liquid filled my mouth, coating my tongue with a taste of iron, ash, and something unspeakably old. It slid down my throat, burning, churning, and as it did, a searing pain erupted in my chest, spreading rapidly throughout my body. My vision blurred, the diner lights exploding into a supernova of agony. I gasped, choking, trying to fight, but my limbs spasmed uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable, 1,000 needles piercing every nerve, every cell. It felt like my very essence was being torn apart, dissolved, rewoven into something new, something hers. Chloe watched me, her gaze unblinking, her expression one of profound satisfaction. I could feel her presence not just outside me, but inside me, coiling around my organs, invading my mind. My own thoughts were no longer my own. They were mixed with hers, a cacophony of foreign memories and desires. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was Chloe's face, her eyes still glowing, her lips now curled in a triumphant, knowing smile. And then, I was gone. Or rather, Alex was gone, and something new, something terrifyingly familiar, began to awaken in his place. Something that was no longer just Alex, something that was now part of Chloe, and I knew, with a horrifying clarity that transcended thought, that I would soon be looking for my next connection. Now let us hear what comes next. You know, sometimes you just want to feel normal again. After everything that happened with Chloe, well, let us just say, normal felt like a country I would have been permanently exiled from. But a part of me, a very small, very desperate part, still wanted to try. So, I did what any lonely, traumatized 20-something does. I opened Tinder. I matched with a guy named Michael. He seemed nice enough in his pictures. Dark hair, kind eyes, a friendly smile. Our initial messages were typical, a bit of back and forth about jobs and hobbies. But then, things started to get weird. He began to say things, little offhand comments that hinted at a knowledge of my recent past, things I had not told anyone, things I barely understood myself, things about a connection, about a cold that burns, and suddenly, that desperate hope for normalcy evaporated, replaced by a cold dread that felt sickeningly familiar. I remember staring at my phone screen, Michael's last message, burning into my retinas. Looking forward to feeling that connection with you tonight. Alex. I hear it is quite an experience. The words were innocuous enough on their own, but combined with the earlier, more specific hints, they sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the chilly autumn air outside my apartment. How could he know? How could anyone know about the thing Chloe had done to me? The taste of that viscous, black liquid still haunted my tongue, a phantom mix of burnt sugar, metallic pennies, and something anciently dead. The profound cold that had spread through my body, followed by a paradoxical internal burning, was a sensation I thought I would never escape. And the whispers, Chloe's voice, echoing, multiplying, telling me I was connecting. I tried to tell myself it was a coincidence. Maybe I would mention something vague in an earlier message, something I would forgotten. Maybe he was just a really good guesser. Or maybe he was part of some sick prank. But deep down, I knew better. The feeling that had settled in my gut was not confusion. It was pure, unadulterated terror. It was the same primal fear I would felt when Chloe's unmoving smile had been inches from my face, her grip like iron, forcing that darkness down my throat. My hands trembled as I typed a reply, something non-committal about looking forward to it too. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to cancel, to block him, to throw my phone into the nearest river and disappear. But there was another sensation, subtle at first, then growing stronger, a strange pull. It was not a desire, not exactly. It was more like a magnetic force, a silent command resonating from somewhere deep inside me, urging me forward. It was the connection, I realized with a fresh wave of panic. A horrifying tether that Chloe had forged, and it was tugging me towards Michael. I spent the next hour pacing my apartment, the air growing heavy, thick with unseen pressure. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every mundane sound outside my window, a car horn, distant sirens twisted into something sinister. I tried to distract myself, to watch TV, to read, but my eyes kept darting back to the clock. The appointed time for the date, 7 p.m., felt less like a social engagement and more like a looming execution. When 6:30 p.m. rolled around, I found myself inexplicably getting ready. My movements were stiff, almost robotic. It was like my body had made the decision without my brain's consent. I picked out a simple black top and jeans, trying to project an air of casual indifference, but my reflection showed a pale, wide-eyed stranger. My mind was screaming, a raw, primal shriek of no, but my body was a prisoner, just like it had been in the diner. My muscles felt heavy, my lungs burning with an ungasped breath. Escape was an erased concept. I arrived at the Blind Pig, a cozy, dimly lit bar Michael had suggested. It was the kind of place that usually felt inviting, with its exposed brick and soft jazz music. Tonight, it felt like a trap. Every face I passed seemed to hold a flicker of something ancient, something knowing, in their eyes. The low hum of conversation sounded like a chorus of whispers, just like Chloe's voice had become. I spotted Michael at a small table in the corner. He stood up as I approached, a polite smile on his face. He looked exactly like his pictures, handsome, well-dressed, with kind, dark eyes. He even had a dimple when he smiled. For a fleeting moment, I almost convinced myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he really was just a normal guy. Alex. Hi. I am Michael, he said, his voice smooth and calm. He extended a hand. His grip was firm, warm, perfectly normal. Too normal. Hi. Michael? I managed, my voice a little shakier than I would have liked. We sat down, and the waiter came over almost immediately. Michael ordered a craft beer, and then, without even looking at me, he said, "And for Alex." I think she will have the darkest stout you have. Something rich, almost black. She enjoys the taste of something profound. Do not you, Alex. My blood ran cold. The darkest stout, something rich, almost black. It was too close, too perfect. A description of the liquid Chloe had forced me to drink. My mouth felt suddenly dry, my tongue thick. Actually, I think I will just have a water, I corrected, my voice barely a whisper. Michael's smile did not falter, but his eyes, those kind, dark eyes, held a flicker of something I could not quite place. Disappointment. Amusement. Of course, he said, turning back to the waiter. Water for Alex, please. The conversation started innocently enough. We talked about our jobs, about mundane things. He was an architect, he said, designing modern, minimalist spaces. I tried to focus, to engage, but my mind was a whirlwind of suspicion and dread. Every word he spoke, every gesture he made, I dissected, searching for the tell, the crack in the facade. So, what brings you to Tinder, Alex? He asked, taking a sip of his beer. Looking for connection. My breath hitched. There it was, again. Connection. I swallowed hard. Just trying to meet people. Get back out there, you know. I tried to keep my tone light, but it felt brittle. Ready to shatter. He nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on me. It was not aggressive, but it was intense, unnervingly so. It can be tough. After certain experiences, sometimes you feel like you are not quite yourself anymore. Do not you. Like a piece of you has been altered, realigned. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was not a prank. He knew. What are you talking about? Michael? I asked, trying to sound firm, but my voice trembled. He leaned forward slightly, his expression sympathetic, almost understanding. You know, that feeling when you drink something, and it changes you. From the inside out, a profound cold, mixed with a paradoxical burning heat. It spreads, does not it, from your stomach, reaching your fingertips, tightening your skin. He was describing exactly what I had felt, the physical sensations that still plagued me, the phantom pains and chills that would randomly seize me. My vision blurred around the edges, the soft lights of the bar distorting into swirling orbs. The low jazz music twisted into a guttural growl, just like it had in the diner. How do you know that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. I felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over me. My hands, resting on the table, felt heavy, leaden. I wanted to push back my chair, to run, but I could not. It was that same paralyzing force, the one that had locked my muscles, that was holding me captive now. Michael's smile widened, but it was not kind anymore. It stretched too far, too wide, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too numerous. It was Chloe's smile. Unmoving. Terrifying. Oh, Alex, he purred, his voice a silken command, resonating deep inside my skull. It was Chloe's voice, a chorus of whispers, but it was coming from Michael's lips. It is not so bad, is it? The connection, the joining. She told me you would be ready. My mind screamed a raw, primal shriek of no, but my body remained still, a prisoner in its own decaying shell, forced to witness its own impending doom. The cold from the liquid spread rapidly from my stomach again, an internal freezing that made my bones ache. My skin felt tight, my thoughts heavy and sluggish, fear dulled, replaced by a pervasive dread. Chloe, I managed. The name, a ragged gasp. She always knows, Michael said. His eyes, those dark, kind eyes, now swirling with ancient knowledge, just like Chloe's had. They seemed to deepen, to absorb the light, becoming bottomless pools of something utterly alien. She told me about your reluctance, your resistance, but that is normal, for the first one. The first taste. It is always the hardest. He leaned closer across the table, his face subtly shifting. The angles of his jaw seemed sharper, his skin a shade paler. His pupils seemed to dilate, consuming the irises, until his eyes were entirely black. The background of the bar, the other patrons, the brick walls, it all began to melt and ripple, like a painting left out in the rain. Their faces became indistinct blurs, their laughter a cacophony of inhuman sounds. The jazz music morphed into a distorted, guttural hum, a vibration that resonated in my very bones. "You are connecting, Alex," he whispered, his voice now a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the table, through my chair, through my very being. Not just to her, but to us, to the network. You felt it, did not you? That tangible void, that pure darkness. It was not just a drink, it was an initiation. He reached across the table, his hand moving slowly, deliberately. I watched it approach, unable to flinch, unable to pull away. His fingers were long, slender, and as they drew nearer, I could see that the skin was unnaturally smooth, almost waxy. It did not look quite human. It looked manufactured. His cool thumb brushed my chin, just like Chloe's had. It felt like ice against my skin, sending a jolt of pure, agonizing cold through me. "See, Alex," he whispered, his voice, a collective of voices, 1,000 whispers in one. "It is not so bad, is it? You are one of us now, and it is time for your first assignment." The world snapped back into focus. The blind pig, the cozy, dimly lit bar, the exposed brick, soft jazz music. Michael was gone. The chair opposite me was empty, perfectly normal. The table was clear, save for my untouched glass of water. The other patrons were laughing, talking, their faces distinct, their movements fluid. Nobody seemed to notice anything amiss. Nobody seemed to notice that I was trembling, my heart racing like a trapped bird. Did it happen? Was it a hallucination? A vivid, terrifying flashback induced by the stress of the date. My mind desperately tried to rationalize, to find a logical explanation for the impossible, but the lingering physical sensations were too real. The profound cold still permeated my stomach, mixed with that paradoxical burning heat. The metallic taste of old pennies, of rich soil mixed with something long dead, still clung to my tongue. And the whispers, they had not entirely faded. They were still there, a faint echo at the back of my mind. A chorus of voices murmuring just beyond the edge of audibility. I pushed back my chair, the scraping sound loud in my ears, making a few people glance my way. Their smiles, though, seemed to hold a flicker of something unsettling, something too wide, too knowing. I stood up, my legs wobbly, feeling like a newborn fawn. I needed to get out. I needed to run. But as I turned to leave, a new sensation bloomed in my mind. Not a thought, not a feeling, but an imperative, a destination, an objective. It was not my own thought, yet it felt undeniably mine, clear and precise. It was a compulsion, stronger than the one that had brought me here. My hand, without conscious command, reached for my phone. I unlocked it, my fingers moving with an unnerving precision. I did not open my contacts to call for help. I did not open my maps to find my way home. I opened Tinder, a new match, a new name, a new face. Sarah, the profile read. Her smile was friendly, unassuming. But as I looked at her picture, I felt a strange, cold sense of purpose settle over me. A profound sense of rightness. My thumb hovered over the message icon. The whispers in my mind coalesced, becoming clearer, sharper. Good. Alex. So good. You are connecting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that froze me to my core, that I was no longer Alex. Not entirely. I was a puppet, a tool. My consciousness trapped in a decaying shell, forced to witness its own impending doom. The date was never about romance. It was an activation. My mouth, manipulated by an unseen hand, opened, and a whisper escaped my lips, not my own. Time for another connection. Another story is waiting for us. The world outside the bar's back door had been cold and damp, smelling of mildew and disturbed earth. The inside of the shimmering sedan was worse. It was not just dark, it was a suffocating void, exactly as Sarah had described. The air was thick, heavy, carrying a faint, metallic tang mixed with something ancient and earthy, like a tomb just opened. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence that followed the click of the car door. I was slumped against the passenger seat, my body unresponsive, my mind a blank slate of pure terror. Sarah slid into the driver's seat beside me. I did not hear the door open or close for her, just the subtle shift in the car's weight, the sudden, overwhelming scent of her, something sharp and sweet like ozone and decay. She did not start the car right away. Instead, she turned her head slowly, her eyes, those impossible, ancient eyes, fixed on me in the gloom. They did not glow, not exactly, but they seemed to absorb what little light there was, reflecting nothing, just bottomless pits. Her smile, if you could call it that, was still there, a thin, cruel line that hinted at too many teeth. "You are quiet," she purred, her voice a low thrum that vibrated through the seat, right into my bones. It was the voice of a predator who knew its prey was utterly helpless. Good. Resistance is tiresome. My throat was dry, useless. I could not even manage a whimper. My body was still locked in paralysis, a state of shock, so profound I could not move a muscle. All I could do was stare straight ahead, trying to focus on the dark dashboard. Anything but her. "Do not worry," she continued, a soft, almost maternal tone entering her voice, which was far more chilling than any growl. "This is not about pain, not exactly. It is about completion, about purpose." She finally reached for the ignition. There was no key. Her long, pale fingers, still with that impossible grip I would felt earlier, simply rested on the console. A soft hum filled the car, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to come from deep within the vehicle itself, not an engine. The world outside, previously a blur of alley brick, was now a smear of light as we began to move, silently, smoothly, like a ghost. I risked a glance at her. Her profile was sharp, almost aristocratic, but there was an underlying strangeness to her features, a subtle distortion around the jawline, a tautness of the skin that was not quite human. She drove with an eerie calm, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, which was now a dark, winding path, barely visible beyond the reach of the car's spectral headlights. We were moving fast, leaving the city lights behind, plunging deeper into the night. "You have been waiting for this your whole life," she said again, almost to herself. "Even if you did not know it. The void within you, it is a vessel, a gift, and it is time it was filled." I finally found a sliver of my voice, a raspy whisper. "What are you talking about?" She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that scraped against my nerves. "Lineage, dear, the promise made long ago. Your ancestors understood. They prepared the way, they cultivated the soil, generation after generation, for this harvest. My ancestors." What was she talking about? My family was normal, boring, even accountants, teachers, small business owners, no ancient pacts, no secret rituals. Just suburban normalcy. The thought was so absurd, it almost made me laugh. A hysterical, terrified sound that caught in my throat. "You think you know your history," she said, as if reading my mind. The superficial layers, the mundane. But beneath that, there are roots. Deep, ancient roots. And those roots have been calling out for a purpose, for an awakening. The car picked up speed, the darkness outside pressing in. I could just make out trees, tall and skeletal, rushing past us. We were on some forgotten road, far from any highway. The air in the car grew colder, a bone-deep chill that seemed to seep from Sarah herself. "Where are we going?" I managed, my voice barely audible. "Home," she replied, her eyes briefly flicking to me, and for a split second, I saw something shift in their depths, a flicker of something vast and ancient, like watching stars move in an accelerated time-lapse, to where the veil is thinnest, where the echo of the old world still resonates. The drive felt endless. Hours melted into a timeless nightmare. My mind, previously numb with shock, began to race, desperately trying to find an escape, a way out, but there was nothing. No other cars, no signs of civilization, just the relentless darkness and the chilling presence of Sarah beside me. I tried to remember details about her, about our date. It had been so normal, so mundane, a quick drink at a bar. She had seemed charming, a little intense, but nothing that screamed ancient, soul-sucking entity. Had I missed something? Had I been blind? Or had she simply chosen me, a random, unfortunate, for some unspeakable purpose? The car finally began to slow, the hum of its strange engine fading. We were deep in what felt like a forgotten forest. The trees here were different, older. Their branches gnarled and twisted into grotesque shapes that seemed to claw at the starless sky. A low, persistent mist clung to the ground, swirling around the spectral headlights. Through the mist, I saw it. A structure, not a house, not a cabin, but something else entirely. It was huge, sprawling, and impossibly old. A manor, perhaps, but one that had been swallowed by time and decay. Its stone walls were crumbling, covered in ivy that seemed to writhe like snakes. Windows, dark and vacant, stared out like dead eyes. The roof sagged in places, and a tall, skeletal tower rose from one end, half collapsed, reaching like a broken finger towards the sky. The entire place exuded an aura of profound neglect and malevolent power. It was the kind of place you only saw in nightmares or in the forgotten corners of history books. The car glided to a silent stop before a pair of immense, wrought iron gates, rusted and overgrown. They swung open without a touch, just like the back door of the bar. It was as if the place itself was anticipating our arrival. Sarah turned off the car, and the silence that descended was absolute, broken only by the faint drip of moisture from the trees and the frantic beat of my own heart. "Welcome," Sarah said, her voice a soft whisper that seemed to blend with the rustling of the ancient leaves. "To your legacy." She got out, and I watched her through the window. She moved with an unnatural grace, her silhouette against the mist-shrouded manor both elegant and terrifying. My door opened silently, as if on its own. A gust of cold, damp air swept into the car, carrying with it the scent of wet earth, decay, and something else. Something metallic and ancient, like old blood. "Come," she commanded, her voice no longer soft, but edged with an undeniable authority that bypassed my fear and simply compelled me. My legs, still like jelly, somehow found the strength to move. I stumbled out of the car, my eyes fixed on the monstrous edifice before me. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and gnarled roots. The mist swirled around my ankles, making it feel like I was walking on clouds, or perhaps on the edge of a precipice. Sarah walked a few paces ahead, not looking back, as if she knew I would follow. And I did, like a puppet on invisible strings. We approached the front of the manor. The main doors were massive, carved from dark, heavy wood, adorned with symbols I did not recognize, swirling lines, geometric patterns that seemed to pulse with a hidden energy. They too swung open on their own, revealing an interior of absolute darkness. Stepping inside was like entering a colder, deeper void. The air was thick with dust and the smell of ages. My eyes struggled to adjust, but there was no light, only an oppressive gloom. Sarah did not hesitate. She walked forward, her footsteps unnervingly silent on what I assumed was a stone floor. I followed, my hands outstretched, trying to feel my way, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. Then, a flicker. A faint greenish light erupted from somewhere deeper within the manor, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters. It was enough to reveal the vastness of the space we were in, a grand foyer decaying and crumbling, with a sweeping staircase that disappeared into the darkness above. Tapestries, rotted and torn, hung from the walls, their intricate patterns lost to time. Sarah did not stop in the foyer. She continued deeper, leading me through a labyrinth of dark corridors, each one colder and more ancient than the last. The air grew heavier, the metallic tang stronger. I could hear faint, echoing sounds now, the drip of water somewhere, the rustle of something unseen in the shadows, a low, persistent hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls. This place, Sarah said, her voice echoing strangely in the oppressive silence, has been waiting. For generations, it has been dormant, preserved, a sanctuary, a tomb, a cradle. We reached a massive arched doorway, different from the others. It was made of a dark, polished stone, covered in the same strange swirling symbols I would seen on the main doors. As we approached, the symbols on the archway began to glow with the same faint, sickly green light, casting an eerie illumination on Sarah's face. In that light, her features seemed to sharpen, her skin to stretch, revealing an underlying structure that was undeniably inhuman. Her eyes, those bottomless pits, seemed to deepen, to swirl with an ancient, terrifying intelligence. She pushed the door open, and it swung inward with a low, groaning sound, revealing a vast, circular chamber. This was it. The main event. The chamber was enormous, its ceiling lost in the gloom. In the center, a raised platform of the same dark stone, surrounded by pillars carved with the same unsettling symbols. And on the platform, an altar. It was not an altar for sacrifice, not in the traditional sense. It was more like a bed or a slab, made of the same dark, smooth stone, with strange indentations and grooves. And above it, suspended by unseen forces, was a single, pulsating orb of that same sickly green light. It seemed to breathe, to expand and contract, casting an unsettling glow over the entire chamber. The air here was thick, almost viscous, heavy with that metallic, ancient scent. "Here," Sarah said, her voice now a resonant whisper that filled the chamber. Bouncing off the walls, we complete the cycle. She walked to the altar, her movements fluid and deliberate. I remained rooted to the spot, my eyes wide with terror, taking in the horrifying scene. The symbols on the pillars around the chamber began to glow, one by one, until the entire space was bathed in the pulsating green light, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed around us. "The void within you," she began, turning to face me, her form now seeming to shimmer and distort in the strange light. "It is not emptiness. It is a space, a prepared space, a receptacle. Your lineage, your ancestors, they understood. They chose this path. They made a promise, a pact with forces beyond your comprehension, to ensure the continuity of a certain presence." She gestured towards the altar. "That presence has been dormant, waiting for the right vessel, for the perfect alignment for you." My mind screamed in protest. This was insane. I was a normal person. A Tinder date? This could not be happening. No. I croaked, my voice cracking. "I do not understand. I do not want this." Sarah's smile widened, stretching impossibly, revealing too many teeth, each one needle sharp. "Want is irrelevant, dear. Choice is an illusion. This was decided long before you were born. Your very existence has been a culmination, a slow, deliberate preparation for this moment." She walked towards me, her movements unnervingly graceful. I tried to back away, but my feet felt glued to the stone floor. My body was still locked in that awful paralysis. "The Benji, void," she continued, her voice now layered with other, deeper voices, whispering beneath hers, ancient and guttural, "is not a lack, but a capacity. A space that has been carefully nurtured, generation after generation, to be receptive, to be open, to be filled." She reached me, her hand extending. I flinched, but she did not grab me. Instead, her long, pale fingers gently touched my forehead. A jolt, cold and sharp, shot through me, an electric current that did not hurt but felt profoundly wrong. It was like a key turning in a lock deep within my mind. "You are the chosen vessel," she hissed, her eyes now swirling vortexes of green light. "The final link in the chain. The promise must be fulfilled. The presence must awaken." With a gentle but irresistible pressure, she guided me towards the altar. My legs moved without my command, carrying me towards the stone slab. My mind was screaming, thrashing, but my body was no longer my own. I lay down on the cold stone, the surface surprisingly smooth, almost warm in places, despite the chilling aura of the chamber. Above me, the pulsating green orb began to descend, slowly, inexorably. As it drew closer, the hum in the chamber intensified, vibrating through the very stone beneath me, through my bones, through every cell in my body. The air grew thick, heavy, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. Sarah stood beside the altar, her hands raised, her voice rising in a low, rhythmic chant. It was not a language I recognized, but it resonated deep within me, shaking something loose, opening something up. The ancient whispers beneath her voice grew louder, forming a terrifying chorus that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. The green orb was directly above my chest now, close enough for me to feel its chilling aura, its strange, alien warmth. It pulsed faster, brighter, and then a thin tendril of green light shot down from it, like a beam, piercing my chest. It was not painful, not physically. It was a sensation of profound invasion, of something vast and ancient pouring into me, filling the empty spaces, the void within my very being. My breath hitched, my heart spasmed, my vision blurred, filled with swirling patterns of green and black. I felt a cold fire spread through my veins, consuming me from the inside out. My mind reeled, overwhelmed by a torrent of alien sensations, of memories that were not mine, of vast, cosmic perspectives that shattered my understanding of reality. I saw glimpses of impossible stars, of swirling nebulae, of entities that defied description. I heard the silent scream of dying worlds, the joyous hum of creation. It was too much. My consciousness fractured, splitting into 1,000 pieces, each one screaming in silent agony as the invasion continued. The green light intensified, enveloping me completely. I felt my own sense of self, my identity, begin to dissolve, to merge with this ancient, incoming presence. It was like being filled with an ocean, vast and cold, erasing the shorelines of who I was. The void was not just filled, it was transformed. It became a conduit, a living, pulsating core. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The green light receded. The orb pulsed once more, then vanished, leaving only the oppressive darkness and the lingering metallic tang in the air. Sarah's chanting stopped. The ancient whispers faded. I lay on the altar, my body trembling, drenched in a cold sweat. I was still me, or at least, I thought I was. But everything felt different. The air tasted sharper. The silence was louder, filled with echoes I had not heard before. My senses were heightened, almost painfully so. I could feel the intricate patterns in the stone beneath me, the faint vibrations in the very walls of the manor, and deep within me, where the void once was, there was now a cold, pulsating presence. It was not me. It was other, but it was part of me now. Sarah stood over me, her face no longer monstrous, but serene, beautiful, in a terrifying, inhuman way. Her eyes, however, still held that ancient, bottomless quality. "It is done," she whispered, her voice soft, but now carrying an undeniable resonance, an echo of the ancient whispers. "The promise is fulfilled. The lineage continues. Welcome, vessel, to your true self." She reached out, and this time her touch was not cold, but strangely comforting, like a mother's touch, if that mother were an ancient cosmic horror. She helped me sit up. My body felt heavy, yet strangely light, as if gravity had less hold on me. I looked down at my hands. They were still my hands, but they seemed clearer, more defined, and I could feel the faint green glow emanating from them, a subtle pulse that seemed to beat in time with the presence within my chest. "What have you done to me?" I asked, my voice no longer raspy, but clear, resonant, and strangely calm. The terror was still there, a knot in my stomach, but it was now strangely distant, observed rather than felt. "I have given you purpose," she replied, her smile returning, less cruel now, more knowing. "You are no longer merely human. You are a bridge, a doorway. The main event was not your end, but your beginning. The true work begins now." She led me out of the chamber, back through the dark corridors, back through the crumbling foyer. The manor no longer felt terrifying. It felt familiar, like a forgotten home. The very air hummed with a subtle energy that I could now perceive, a vast, unseen network of forces. We reached the car. Sarah opened the door for me. I got in, my movements still a little stiff, but no longer paralyzed. The inside of the car still felt heavy, but now it felt like a cocoon, a sanctuary. Sarah started the car, again without a key, and we drove away from the ancient manor, leaving it behind in the swirling mist. The sun was beginning to rise, painting the sky with hues of bruised purple and orange. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice echoing in the car. Sarah glanced at me, her eyes glinting in the faint dawn light. "Back to the world, back to where you belong. But you are no longer the same. The void is filled, and now you will help us fill the voids of others." I looked out the window as we drove, watching the familiar world begin to emerge from the darkness. Houses, trees, eventually the faint glow of streetlights. But the world looked different now, sharper, more vibrant. And beneath it all, I could sense the currents, the unseen energies, the faint whispers of things that had always been there, but I had been blind to. And then I caught my reflection in the car window. It was me, but my eyes, they were not my eyes anymore. They were deeper, darker, with a faint, almost imperceptible green glow deep within their pupils. And in their depths, I saw not fear, but something else. A cold, ancient knowledge, a terrible, serene purpose. The horror had not ended. It had just begun, and I was no longer the victim. I was part of it. The main event was over, and I was now part of the show. Thank you for joining us on Daily Story. Your time here truly means a lot. We appreciate you making space for today's episode. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Thank you again for being here today.